Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're going to be showcasing Paper Mario Rando and some Pokemon games a little later on. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders for you. Back to Black 2025, the upgrade to UBAF will be live February 6th through 9th here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. Catch the action and support an incredible cause. You can type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the All Black speedrunning community, you can type !BAF in Twitch chat. Also, if you're crafty, prize submissions for the event are open from now until February 1st. Also, if you would like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the Season 4 shirt over at theYeti.com/GDQ. With all that said, I will hand it over to our runner and commentators here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. I am Phantom. I will be running the Paper Mario Rando with a lot of settings that I don't think have really ever been shown off before in any setting. And I have two commentators with me if they want to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Jcog. I play this game a lot.
Hey, hi, I'm Icebound, and I'm part of the developer team for the Paper Mario Randomizer. Thanks for having me.
So I think we can probably go straight in and talk about settings as we go. There's a lot that goes into this. And you'll probably get an idea pretty quickly, at least of some basic things. So I'll give a quick countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. At least to start here. Okay, we have Cooper.
Quick thing to note, Phantom can't jump right now.
Yeah, if I press the A button, nothing happens. I also don't have a hammer. So I'm just going to check Toad Town. Mostly just shops, because that's all I can really do.
Yeah, so for, if anybody hasn't seen one of these before, so the goal to beat the randomizer is to beat each of the 7 bosses and save the 7 star spirits, and then which will unlock the end of the game where you can fight Bowser and win. So that is what Phantom's going to be working on here. Typical rando, similar to think your standard Zelda type randomizer where all the items are, which you've already seen, everything mixed up all over the place. But yeah.
Yeah, so this is a glitch logic also. There are many glitches the game will expect me to do in order to actually be able to complete the seed. This is not, definitely not standard.
Yeah.
We also have Dungeon Shuffle, Boss Shuffle, and all coin locations, including coin blocks, overworld coins, etc.
Yeah, also very nice addition to the randomizer is the Homeward Shroom, which does what you just saw right there. That just lets you teleport back to Toad Town. Because there's nothing built into this game, in the base game like that. Also, you can see with the boot list, with no jumping to start with, Phantom does have Cooper, so that does give us a little bit of verticality. You can see that they can hit blocks like that. Doesn't let you do a whole bunch, but...
Yeah, there's probably other partners will come into play here. This seed was vetted. Icebound told me the seed to play about a half hour ago.
Let's see how that goes.
Okay.
Oh.
Pretty
yeah,
easy to get that encounter.
Yeah, also worth noting, the bootless and hammerless applies to battles too, so Phantom's only real options for fighting are their partner, partners now, and items, I guess.
Oh boy. Interesting.
Wonder what you're gonna do with that.
Well, actually, this does put this in logic.
Ooh, that is true.
I don't have any items. Mario is gonna sit here and do nothing. So
if you are completely new to Paper Mario in general, Paper Mario is just like a role-playing game with turn-based battles in the Mario universe. like you have the standard Mario story, like Bowser kidnaps Peach, but he also steals the legendary Star Rod and basically forces its guardians, the 7 star spirits, into like gigantic playing cards and makes his lackeys guard those star spirits. So our task is, as mentioned before, to save the star spirits and learn the ability to actually disable the Star Rod that Bowser makes himself invincible with. In general, as you can see on the screen right now, in each battle, Mario and one of his partners get a turn each, and then all the enemies in turn get to attack. Or in case of poor Chan over here, just use his turn to like get back up. The main progression will probably be finding the partners, because almost every partner has a useful overworld ability that lets us progress in the overworld. And we will also very much need to find boots upgrades and hammer upgrades. Usually in Paper Mario, you start the game with the ability to jump and get the hammer pretty quickly. However, in the randomizer, we do have an option, if you like fancy the crazy, to just start without being able to jump and having to make do with the partners.
And this is a great example of how the logic... So when you have Dojo enabled, logic expects you to be able to flip Chan over. Sushi happens to be able to do that. Other partners that can do that would be like Goombario or having boots. This is definitely not the fastest way to defeat Chan.
Does Squirt even do any damage?
He has 2 defense, so it would do damage. It should kill now.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
or 3.
Yeah. Also, Dojo gives experience in randomizer. That's different.
Yeah, pretty demoralizing. Oh, hey, there we go. Now you have a hammer.
Yeah. Sometimes this works, sometimes this doesn't. I'm going to try and cheese this because it's funny when it does work. It's also funny when it doesn't work for different reasons.
Yeah, the hitboxes are pretty funky sometimes.
There we go. Okay, never mind.
Oh.
I'll just go back with Paracarry later. It's fine.
I like how you just assume that you're going to get Paracarry before you get boots.
I mean, with a vetted seed, I kind of assumed that.
Well, I mean...
But you never know. You never know.
You know.
Okay. Well, that's checks.
Yeah, luckily we can substitute having access to hammer and boots with some of the partner abilities. Wombat here can almost always substitute the hammer, except for some really odd exceptions. And as mentioned earlier, Koopa can hit floating blocks, and Parakarry can be used to jump up ledges.
Oh, would you look at
Speaking
that?
of which...
Oh, hey, Paracarry. I'm shocked.
Also, you'll notice that Phantom just picked up a partner upgrade. Normally in the base game, you have to find super blocks and hit them and select which partner you want to upgrade. But one of the options you can select, which Phantom did, is to just randomize the upgrades as well. And so that was a Paracarry upgrade that they just got. It's not Paracarry's upgrade.
Yep, so now we can do this for everything. Who needs the ability to jump anyway?
Honestly, for a surprising amount of the game, you don't.
There are a handful of chapters you can actually beat completely jumpless. Namely chapter 1.
You got the whole Paracarry Cooper Bombette.
The only thing we're missing is Lackey.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going straight to prologue, not chapter. You could call it chapter prologue if you wanted to. Oh, yay.
Oh, best badge in the game.
Second best. There's also Smash Charge.
No, yeah, that is true. That is true.
Okay, actually a good badge. Maybe I won't die. Okay.
got the block at least.
I'm not going to deal with one Spike Goomba. Is that
4 HP, what is that?
chapter 3, maybe?
I don't have the...
3 makes the most sense to me. Oh, Cooper missed. Let's go, Cooper.
I'm actually going to pull up my cheat sheet.
Yeah, normally I have that tied to live split, but I don't have live split open.
I can just... This isn't a race or anything. I can just look it up for you.
Oh, hey. I wonder what I have to do. So I have all the partners that matter. This is going to be very interesting.
Very ideal for glitch logic, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, I can, with Lackey, Paracarry, Bombette, Cooper, I can go almost anywhere.
Yeah, Lackey is by far the most glitchy partner in the game. Just like what he lets you do. Just clipping every, like just, the game unintentionally balances him by having him be like the last partner in the game.
True.
That you get. But it's absurd how much more powerful he is glitch-wise.
Oh, hey. That's nice.
Also, this is a thing.
That's my favorite. Oh, this is actually really funny. If you want to explain a few things happening here, after I clip in here.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, I honestly, I guess that's probably because of, like, skew, right? Oh. Yeah, so whenever the camera is, like, offset, like, it's turned a little bit, I don't know, objects react weirdly. I don't know exactly what it is, but the collision doesn't act exactly correct, and you can kind of just, like, get inside of objects, like that one. And then also that block is just always there, and you can use Bombette on it because, you know, you're right next to it. I don't know, I feel like that's pretty much it.
There was also a Lackey jump in there.
Oh, I missed the Lackey jump.
Yeah, to get on top of the block.
Oh, yeah, so there's a trick in this game called a Lackey jump. Was discovered a few years ago. If you dismount Lackey as well as if you dismount Lackey and open the partner menu on the same frame, then you can swap partners, and it actually gives you like a little bit of extra height, which can, in certain places, let you like clip through ceilings. For the most part, is what it's useful for, and it can be used in a few different specific areas.
Yeah, I got a lot over there.
You really did.
Boo's portrait. No forest pass. I'm not gonna do sushi glitch gearless right now. I'm gonna go to chapter 1.
That's fair.
But there's a lot that I can do.
Is it a logic gearless?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Just because it can take a while.
Yeah.
We do have a question in chat asking about whether or not we have more inventory than vanilla.
Here we do not, but it is kind of an option. You can enable item pouches, which every time you get an item pouch, it increases your inventory size by 2. But that is not something that I have enabled.
Yeah, it's an option to add these item pouches for like up to 10 additional item inventory slots to the game as like random items to find. You can also just set the seed to just start out with 20 inventory slots.
Yeah, not me realizing that I don't actually need the cookbook for these settings.
I mean, it could be useful, but eh.
Could be, but eh. This is one of my favorite areas.
It is the good one. Oh yeah, just the clump of items right there.
What's this? I will probably come back to this in a second. Yeah, I'll do Koopa Village first. Oops. Mostly was just seeing if there was like, surely maybe there's gear up there so I can actually do fuzzies.
Surely.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, maybe it could expand a bit on like general movement tech.
Right now, what movement do I have besides spin?
I mean, spin is pretty important.
That's true.
It is. Yeah, so one of the features of the randomizer, there's a badge called Speedy Spin that, oh, all or nothing.
Don't mind if I do.
I mean, not useful right now, but, so yeah, the movement, usually they'd be jumping out of the spins at the end of them to, you see how you slow down at the end there, so you can skip that a little bit. But right now, they just have to, spin.
Just spin. I also cannot do fuzzies, but I can do a check over here.
Yeah, Bummette can be used to hit trees, except when she can't. Because, I don't know, I guess they just never put in the trigger. Like, there's a separate, thing the devs had to do to make a tree activate on Bummette. I guess they just missed those trees. Or it's not really so much missed them as didn't expect you to have her at that point, I guess.
Well, there's one, because you also can't do the Chapter 7 tree. The letter one.
Oh.
So I can't explain that one.
I don't know, it's a weird tree.
It is a weird tree.
Maybe they copy-pasted stuff for the other ones, and that one they were, doing their... I don't know.
All right, so we're going to do some fun things here. I'm going to lure this guy over here, and I don't actually need to do this because I have Cooper, but this is funny.
Yeah, so like I said, Lackey is busted. Yeah, in certain areas...
I forgot I don't have hammer.
In certain corners, if you wedge yourself right up next to them and hop on Lackey, it displaces you. Love. The way it just pauses you.
Yeah.
And then freezes you, I guess. But yeah, the hopping on Lackey will offset you a little bit to the point where in certain corners... Oh no. You're gonna have to do the fight.
I mean, this is fine.
Yeah, Stopwatch has, what, a 90% chance to work on basically every enemy?
Yeah.
So...
And then I can just use Paracarry or something.
Yeah.
I have a Thunderbolt too. And a
Oh,
Stone
that might be
Doll.
worth using. Oh, yeah.
The fight isn't hard, I just didn't want to do it.
Yeah, most of the time in randomizers, if you're trying to go fast, there's very few optional battles that you'll want to do. You get more than enough scaling most of the time elsewhere.
Is unfortunate.
But, yeah.
Oh.
Wonder if you managed to hit the blue switch bug.
Oh,
We'll see in a moment.
I don't know if I knew that. That would be
Really funny.
unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, that, okay.
Well. Interesting.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know that was a thing. Have you saved?
I don't actually think so. But I know where
Unless
everything
you know
is.
what to get. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a slight problem with blue switches. I think the first reported issue of blue switches just soft locking you was reported, I think, a week ago on the Rando Discord.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't even
Despite-
know that was a thing.
It's also not Rando specific. If I recall correctly, it can happen in vanilla, but it just happens so rarely and under such extreme circumstances. We also haven't found a fix for it yet, but luckily we weren't too far into the seed yet.
Yeah. It won't even take that long to get everything else back.
Yeah, don't have to check everything, just get the important stuff.
To bridge that time, I can talk a bit more about the general changes we did to the randomizer, maybe. For one, if you've played this game before, you might have noticed that some of the NPCs just barely talk at all, and some of the cutscenes seem to be a bit faster. That's because we do have an option that lets you dial down the amount of actual dialogue and cutscenes you actually have to interact with in the game to a minimum. There's one way you can just set it to shorten cutscenes and to enable have like a skip cutscene button during some of the longer cutscenes. But we are currently playing on the minimal cutscene setting, which basically almost skips as much as possible without like making the game too disjointed from what's happening. Furthermore, you do have every partner available at the start in your partner inventory, at least outside of battle. This is mostly so you can choose to upgrade them if you do not shuffle the partner upgrades, even if you have never picked up the partner before. So you don't have to like run past a lot of the partner upgrades, or they are useless before you find the partner. This is also to avoid certain cutscene-related glitches where the game expects you to have a certain partner available to you, but you might not have found that partner in the randomizer yet. Additionally, you can also, if you want to a really relaxed round of rando, you can set the rando to have all of your partner's overworld abilities available from the start, even if you haven't found that partner yet. When you switch to a partner you haven't unlocked yet, they will appear like in sort of a transparent see-through kind of way to let you see quickly that you haven't actually found that partner. Once you have found that partner, you can also use them in battle.
Yeah, lots of really good work put in by the devs, such as Icebound. I think the cutscene stuff was mostly, like, pretty much all you, wasn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
that also was kind of a rogue development, I want to say. Because I had faced some animosity within the dev team about like shortening cutscenes, because we have part of the dev team are of the opinion that like the cutscenes and the story are still part of the randomizer. And I continually argued against that and mentioned like this is really lame for people who like want to speedrun this, because you hold like, I think, Phantom, didn't I time one of your weekly races?
I think
how much cutscenes?
I think so, yeah. It was like 40 minutes or something.
At 40 or 45 minutes out of a 3-hour run, we're basically just staring at the screen and holding the B button to fast text skip. And nobody wants to spend like a third of the time just staring at the screen doing nothing in the randomizer. So I just sat down and started removing every single cutscene I reasonably could, and then presented the finished product after like half a year of work to the others. And to my surprise, they were like, okay, fine.
It's already done anyway.
And it's much appreciated.
Yeah, changing what would have been probably like a 5-hour seed into like a 4-hour seed or shorter. Also, I already have Paracarry back. We just need to go to Prologue.
Yeah, almost back up.
The Fire Flowers definitely sped things up.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Basically everything was in Playground.
You never looked to see how much All or Nothing was, did you?
No. But I can go grab that in Koopa Village anyway.
Yeah, so another thing that randomizer, the rando changes, or at least you have the option to change, is setting different prices for badges. So like their BP and FP cost. And so that's just, well, it's randomized in a way that's like balanced to not be too far away generally from what they usually are, except sometimes, rarely they are, just to keep things interesting. Mm-hmm. But definitely encourages you to use different builds a lot of the time. Although a lot of the time also not, because there are some pretty overpowered builds you can do in this game.
I'm sure we'll be seeing it eventually. There is a way you can restrict the number of badges in the game also. Sometimes I do play with settings where, say, out of the 80 badges that normally exist, there are only 60. And that does change things quite a bit. Because you're just never guaranteed to get the same really strong badges. Or in, say, like the race settings.
Yeah, lots of different ways to switch things up. Oh, nice. Oh, another thing here. So you might think that Bombette blowing up yellow block specifically is kind of a weird interaction that you wouldn't normally see. And that's sort of vanilla. So in the vanilla game, if you do that, nothing visually happens, like the block doesn't break. But if you then leave the room and come back, the block will be gone. So it does set the flag to have the block be gone. So the devs just changed it so it's essentially a thing. It is a thing you can do in vanilla. So the devs just made it, look visually correct.
Yeah. Because it would be strange if you had to like leave the room.
Yeah.
Triple check that I have everything that I should have. Yes. I think there was a red berry somewhere, but I will deal with that later.
Yeah,
oh no, that was in Koopa Village.
And you have Lackey anyway. So.
Yeah. All right. Back to where we were.
Okay, we've had a few more questions in chat. Firstly, are the animations of getting the star spirits removed? Not entirely, they are sped up. And the dialogue afterwards is removed as well. However, the animation so far has been proven to be rather complex to get rid of, so those are still mostly in. Second question, how much time are we actually saving with spinning in contrast to walking? I think Mario moves at like twice the walking speed or something like that when we spin.
Is it twice?
Sounds right. I can't remember.
It is quite a bit.
But it is, yeah, it is significant, absolutely.
It also like speeds up and slow, has acceleration. It's hard to say exactly how much faster it is, but it is definitely faster. Oh, and another thing I saw, our story triggers all removed. So we probably should have mentioned this at the beginning. One of the big things, like one of the initial things that the devs had to change to get rando working at all. So normally this game is very heavily there's like a single story value that keeps track of where you are in the game, and so which lets you in a vanilla speedrun, it lets you sequence break all over the place. But in a rando setting, you don't want to finish, go to chapter 5 and then suddenly all the previous chapters are completed. So the devs went through and made separate story values. There's some a little bit more complicated than that, but basically there's separate story progress values for each individual chapter, so that you can beat them out of order.
There are a handful of things that I had to mention at some points, like, hey, can we bring this story value back? Namely in the volcano, there is some interesting side effects of removing or changing story values to flags.
Most of the story progress is just gone. There are a few things still left in the game that just don't make any sense, at all, out of order. So those have gotten their own mini story values. But other than that, you can do basically the entire game completely out of order. This is also the reason why we can do stuff like dungeon entrance shuffle in the first place, which I think
makes sense.
Did we already see that? No, we did not.
Yet.
No, we're about to.
It's going to come up now.
Oh. I don't want to go back to Cooper.
Yeah, so where's this loading zone going to take us?
That's interesting.
Okay, never mind. Okay, so these loading zones to the starts of dungeons are randomized. That one just happens to be randomized to the same.
We swear it's randomized.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, first strike with the bombette. Oh, I never finished bringing up the cheat sheet.
Let's do this.
Oh, another question in regards to the Peach cutscenes at the end of a chapter. Basically, in render, they are just entirely removed. We thought about having some way of allowing you to incorporate those back into the render if you would want a story-heavy playthrough. However, we really struggled with letting these cutscenes make any logical sense. So we decided for now to keep them out.
Right, before I go deeper in here, I'm going to hit the heart block and the save block. just because I can't jump.
Yeah, that's another thing. The devs did make it so that you can, if you're standing underneath a block, a save or heart block, you can just hit A underneath them without boots and it'll just work. Because, not being able to save is not
Pretty
the
rough.
greatest.
Yeah.
It did used to be like that at first, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, there's another thing. That's the first instance of Phantom doing a Lackey teleport. If you hop on Lackey, hop off, travel a little bit of distance, and then frame perfectly hop back on, Lackey will be like basically zooming back. And they're going for another one. So Lackey basically is zooming back to your position, and if you hop on at just the right time, it miscalculates where you should be, and in certain corners you can clip through collision, like they were able to do right there.
Some very funny things you can do. See if there's even anything here. Well, I guess I will do it this way. Just because I am not confident about ever being able to do staircase skip without boots.
Yep, there's another one right there.
This is
fun fact.
This trick is fun.
Yep, and then this is another instance of a Lackey jump where you gain a little bit of height by swapping partners while dismounting.
So we're just gonna do the entire fortress without any keys or boots or a hammer.
Yeah, Lackey's busted.
Oh, that's a great one. Basically, in Paper Mario, as opposed to like other popular randomizers, basically all of the locked doors are only locked from a single side. So if you somehow manage to get to the room on the other side, you can just skip that key entirely. And with the Lucky Teleport at the very start of this dungeon, you can actually get behind the final padlock. So we skip all 4 keys by just walking like the entire dungeon backwards, basically.
Yeah, there is no check that you can't do. Okay.
Oh, see, that's important.
That is important. One more seed.
You need 4 magical seeds to enter chapter 6, although with Rando it's pretty common to reduce that to something. 2 is pretty common, which is what Phantom's doing here.
I actually have it set to random, but it just chose 2.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna bother with the pit?
Probably not.
Yeah. It's so you can do, we call it the pit. It's like the area with 3 Koopas right up ahead.
Yeah, not with these items.
Yeah, and it's a pretty long thing to do, and then all you get for it is 1 check. And plus with Phantom not having very good offensive options right now. Yeah.
At least this fight will be very fast.
Yeah. The bullet bills make it very simple. Oh, and by the way, it is chapter 3 scaled. I don't know if you would confirm that, but it is.
Nice. I just guessed.
You guessed right. Oh yeah, did we explain that?
Chapter scaling? I don't think so.
Okay, so another thing that you can change in the rando is randomizing like how powerful the enemies in an area are, and so it's pretty common it's set here to shuffle them, and so basically it scales the different enemies to it's like preset values, I guess, but it changes their HP and their attack power, not their defense, thankfully. But yeah, so chapter 1 here is actually scaled to a chapter 3 level, so they're a little bit more powerful, but not too bad.
I don't even know if I got anything, but I'll save anyway.
You got the seed, or you got the seed.
The seed's important.
Yeah, that's will not be beating the game without that.
But I'm going to at least check and see what this boss is. There's a chance that I may not be able to do anything with what I have. Unlikely, but
I find if you go from the second step, it's usually a little more consistent.
I usually do from first step, just hold up right notch. Spin. Interesting.
I don't remember what I.
Oh, did we talk about like out of bounds?
Oh, I don't think so.
gravity?
No.
Oh yeah, how does that work? Does it work?
So if it definitely works. If it wasn't for that, this game would be honestly a much worse speed game. Out of bounds is huge in this game. So whenever you fall, Mario, I'm not gonna go super into detail because unless we want to get into like fourth derivative gravity. But basically, the way that gravity works in this game is Mario will start accelerating downward, but then after a certain amount of time, he'll actually slow down and then start accelerating upward, which the devs went crazy with how they programmed gravity for no reason, really. But basically, you can use that to like cross gaps, and if you just saved.
Yeah. I don't have any healing items, and this without jump is really painful.
But out of bounds. So if you come up underneath collision while you're falling, you can you go where you landed, which is really convenient. And if you and the game does have, I believe it's 1,000 frames. If you're falling for 1,000 frames without hitting anything, it just teleports you back to your last known grounded location. So pretty convenient there.
Yeah, I may end up going somewhere else, but we'll see. I at least want to see what this boss is before I make that decision. I don't know why this isn't working. If I need to, I will just go do BHS instead. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Oh, another thing about the random bosses. It can happen that when you enter like the boss room and the battle loads, and you notice that I cannot beat this boss. Not just in like terms of I don't have the like damage output or the health, but also maybe I just the boss expects certain partners or abilities being available to you to even get the boss into a vulnerable state. Most notable here are the Koopa Bros battle, which could make that boss like completely immune to your attacks. So for Boss Shuffle, we decided to add a new feature that lets you run from boss battles on the very first turn only.
Oh, right, that is the thing now.
I don't think I've actually ever done that. Mostly because there's usually save blocks before, but I can't actually get to this save block without
without
basically soft locking.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a real soft lock. You could homeward shroom out, but
Yeah.
very inconvenient.
Just a
Have to go all
little
the way
bit.
back to Toad Town. Yeah, it's just a little bit.
Parakarry does a little bit more damage.
He is upgraded.
It's a shame that Shell Shot is 5.
Yeah. The randomized FP also applies to all your different moves, including your partners. So
All right,
Shell Shot's normally 3.
let's see what
let's
this
see where this
is.
leads.
Well, this doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it doesn't.
No.
Oh, I haven't. Okay. Oh, right. It's not until you start the boss.
Yep.
That's right. I haven't actually played with this setting yet.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to do this. just a hunch. Let's go get this other chat.
Yeah, that was the Chapter 4 boss general guy. I think the longest boss in terms of like different phases and amount of enemies you have to face.
And he has defense at the end, which is the main issue.
Yeah, we need to get like items in this game ignore defense, so we need to get like some Thunder Rages, Thunderbolts, or something like that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other things I can do. Namely, we can do a trick called Blue House Skiff with Lackey. And I have a setup for getting on the pipe with Paracarry.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Because if you didn't have a setup, it's kind of annoying. How much money do I have? I can buy a few things. I can also do something that is technically out of logic because it's something you can only do once, which I will do with the blooper. So I count for 6 flaps on the second Paracarry. That was only 5. There we go.
Nice.
And let's see what we can buy. That's useful.
Yeah, Rip Cheeto made much less punishing. Oh, shooting star, that's good. And Rando, in vanilla, it's 64 coins for each individual item. Here it ramps up. It's 2, 2, 4, 4, 8, 8, etc.
Yep.
11.
Yeah, we thought
total
64 for each of the 11 items would be asking a bit much.
Yeah,
Just a little bit.
It's just a little bit. And there aren't really many good options in this game for grinding coins. So usually we get our money from like selling high value items like ultra shrooms, gem and jellies.
So I can't do anything about that right now, but I should be able to fight Blooper. Paracarry does 3 damage a turn. Sushi also does 3 damage, and Sushi is faster. Nice.
Is that gonna be a problem?
No, I have
Oh,
Dizzy
you have a
Dial.
life shroom, yeah. And entity dial, yeah.
Did we mention the random formations?
I don't think so, no.
I just kind of didn't even think about it.
It's so ingrained by now. So the randomizer also adds a sort of enemy randomizer, but sadly only in a bit of a limited fashion.
80%, by the way.
So for regular battles, you can actually turn on the option to shuffle formations. This makes it so each individual battle can have a different assortment of enemies in it than is the case in the vanilla game. However, we are sadly limited by the enemies you are generally encountering in a certain area. For example, in Koopa Bros Fortress, we can have battles with Koopa Troopers, with Paratroopers, with the bombs, and the builds, I think.
Yep.
And that's about it. So even though there are many other enemies, those are the only enemies that actually appear in Koopa Bros Fortress. So those enemies can be shuffled with the formation shuffle. However, there are also enemies included in certain areas, the code, that never actually show up in any battles in that area in the original Paper Mario. One of which is the albino dino enemy in the Crystal Palace, which is a fully working, fully implemented enemy the original developers never actually have you fight. So when you turn on the shuffle formations option in the randomizer, those enemies can actually appear to fight you.
Oh,
And they have really high defense.
How much is it? 4?
I think it's 4, yeah.
Yep.
Just a little bit. Yeah, that.
I mean, I guess the original developers were like, those are like living statues, so they are like made from stone or something. I don't know.
Oh, close.
But yeah, this is I get 1 try at this, and this is why this isn't in logic.
Nice.
So, the blue pipes are actually too tall for Paracarry to lift you onto. So that's why that particular one isn't in logic, and it can't be. Ooh. Nice. Cool. I'll sell the maple for her.
Yeah, that's...
I don't want to sell those. How much is this? Never mind. I'll get this for now. convenience. So the beach and Chapter 5 in general has a lot of stuff. Namely, all of these trees.
Very dense with items. Oh, you could even get into the volcano right now.
Yep. And I probably will after I check the beach itself.
Bean, that's another item that is mandatory for beating the game. No other way to get to whatever boss is hiding at Huff. Bummet, walking up the tree.
She's very talented.
It's FP.
The Cooper upgrade honestly could be pretty useful.
Oh yeah, Dizzy Shell. Especially, that is the best badge in the game. Last Stand. That halves the damage that, or the best badge in a rando at least.
Yeah.
It halves the damage that enemies do to you, and it rounds down. So if they would normally do, say, 7, it now does 3. And that applies before effects. Sorry, there's lightning.
Oh.
Or thunder outside. I don't know if that came through. Probably not, but...
I will grab that too.
Oh, and Berserker. Yeah. So Last Stands gives you a substantial amount of defense.
Yeah, it just insane. Yep. Okay.
And it only costs 1.
Berserker 4 is a little expensive. FP plus 2 is really nice.
Oh, yep.
I don't like this fuzzy.
Yeah, this fuzzy's the worst.
Well, okay. He's okay.
Okay, this specific one is okay.
I think that's 1 scale.
4? That's probably 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's
2?
Jungle Fuzzy. Yeah, that's 2.
Okay.
Yeah, they're at 3 at Chapter 1.
If you have played the original Paper Mario before and you are wondering what is the Berserker badge in the first place, we also picked up another badge that you might have never seen before called Flower Fanatic. Sadly, it's like way too costly in the scene. Those are basically beta badges, or badges in the source code of the game that the original developers never intended you to get. And those badges then were restored for the randomizer and a bit debugged and rebalanced. And now you can actually use them in your game. Berserker is actually another one of the really bad badges.
Is it like
that one was
8
more
normally?
I think so. And we tuned that way
no
down. So the golden jump badge we just saw is auto jump. All it does is it does the little action command quick time event of like your regular jump attack for you at the cost of some flower points. So if you are like somewhat decent at the game, this badge will do absolutely nothing for you. Berserker, on the other hand, you may have known if you have seen like the mods of Paper Mario that use this badge. Berserker, in my opinion, is rather interesting because it works similarly to like the Berserk status of other RPGs, where Mario gets like all red and starts looking angry, and you actually lose control of Mario, and the game plays Mario for you while you have the Berserker badge equipped. He will like randomly attack enemies with jump or hammer if able, or just skip his turn if you are gearless. However, we had to make some adjustments to the way Berserker works to like make it not like entirely obnoxious to use. For example, regularly on your partner's turn, you cannot run from battle. However, if you have Berserker on, Berserker Mario will never run on his own. So we allow you to run on your partner's turn. Additionally, you can actually finish the game playing Berserker because we actually coded Berserker to use the Starbeam on Bowser, which usually would just soft block you.
Yep. Yeah, Jade Raven there, not super useful, but kind of nice. Convenience.
Yeah. You can get back to that area easily, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can use glitches to completely avoid needing it, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, notice I'm using a lot of partners at the moment.
Yeah. Mario's kind of helpless right now.
Still.
Yeah.
Surely. Well, at least there's a lot of really good things here.
Yeah, very good. Pretty good decision, I'd say, to come here out of logic.
Yeah. What, 3 Ultra Shrooms, 3 Life Shrooms? I actually cannot progress to the right because I need a hammer to hit the
I can't
log.
use Bombette on the log, yeah. Which that one actually makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know if it makes sense to me that you can't spin jump it, but
Yeah.
I'm not one of the game designers. Also, that Yoshi tree requires a hammer too.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Yeah. It's come up like twice ever.
Maybe I did. I was looking into a long time ago, trying to figure out in vanilla if there was a way to beat the game hammerless, and it's so close.
So close.
It's so close. There's just a few specific points where it's like, okay, if we could get past this, we could do it. And I think that may have been one of the things that came up.
Yeah, it's either... Well, there was that. There was the Chapter 1 Pleasant Path is like the first barrier, right?
Yeah, that's the big one. But then there was like, okay, well, if we ignore that and we... I forget if this was years ago I was trying to do it, but I was like, if we ignore that and we like, make it through the volcano, which you can't do, incidentally. I was trying to get like a ghost sushi because the game like gives you a fake sushi if you manage to talk to Raphael. But you would have to save the Yoshis to do it.
Right.
And you can't get Bombette because you can't get to Chapter 1. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, there's too many small barriers.
Yeah. And quick hammer, that could, well, once you have a hammer, that could be good.
It could be good eventually.
Yeah. I feel like AoE.
We've got a few more questions in chat. How did they unlock all partners so early? So starting gearless, that is without jump and without hammer, actually has a special bias within the randomizer itself to allow like this rather unique state to continue on for longer in a seed. We actually bias both the boots and hammer upgrades to be later in the seed progression. And this has in turn a higher chance of giving you other partners that can do the job that the hammer and boots would do for you before you actually find them. So that is why we are highly likely to find many of the partners early if we start gearless completely.
Yeah, the reasoning there, if you start gearless, you probably want to play some portion of the game actually gearless instead of just like finding your boots in the first shop. So that's the reason.
Sadly, for the longest time, that was one of the gripes people had with gearless. Like, you would start a seat in Toad Town, walk into the first shop, oh, there's boots and hammer, great. Might as well have started without gearless. On the other hand, you get seats like this, where you watch Pericary lift Mario up like the staircase to heaven, I guess.
Hey, I love it. It's great. It's a great way to play.
I love climbing the tree.
For a coin.
Well, we get another check.
Yeah.
Another question in chat. Does Berserker ignore not having boots? No. A Berserker can only use the moves you have actually found the gear item for. So if you found only the hammer, Berserker Mario will only hammer. If you found only the boots, Berserker Mario will only jump on enemies. That can get ridiculous because I think, if I recall correctly, Berserker Mario can jump on some enemies. The player cannot. Although, don't name me to that, I'm not entirely sure there. But if you're entirely gearless while Berserker is active, all that does for you is Mario automatically skips his turn and does nothing. Doesn't even use items, even if it would be beneficial.
Yeah. So notably in vanilla, this cutscene is like 2 minutes.
Yeah, this used to be like one of the worst checks to have to do in a run. Like ideally, you'd want to skip it, but now it's not too bad. And right there, you get Pyramid Stone. That's technically not something that Phantom needs. There's a way to skip it, but it's a particularly difficult
Also,
trick.
do not be alarmed.
Mario didn't jump right there. That wasn't a jump.
That's not jumping. Just trust.
Internal. Yeah. Also, okay, here's the first instance of actually seeing randomized dungeons. So, chapter 5, the volcano leads to chapter 6, Flower Fields, which is a pretty check dense area.
Yeah, this is a really good area. Okay, that's very convenient.
Yeah. Right before you need it.
Hopefully this isn't too high scaled, but it probably is going to be at least like 4 or 5.
Oh, and it might be confusing. So Dungeon Shuffle, the entirety of Flower Fields is considered a dungeon because otherwise, there's not really any other logical way to split it up.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it is only, the inner dungeons.
9 HP is
chapters where it makes sense.
5?
9 HP is 5. Or no, that's 4.
Okay. Yeah, I will kill the one mole and not the rest of them.
Yeah. This check takes a long time to do, especially with no gear.
Yeah. Maybe if I had like a hammer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with Quake Hammer,
Yeah.
probably would be doable.
This is a fun puzzle.
Yeah. 2, 3, 1.
Oh no.
Oh, not the. Yeah, the bees are.
The bees!
They're aggressive.
A little bit. Okay.
Oh, Ruins Key. That's nice.
This area here,
yeah.
this room in particular, is very funny.
Oh, another one.
I have a yellow berry, but just for the sake of this.
It's faster to do that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can just kind of... I don't really know how you explain that one. You can just kind of hold an angle and Lackey gains height next to that flower. I really don't know why, but just other than collision weird.
There's a few other places where Lackey can do stuff like that. But
Here's
that is
another
the most
instance of a
notable
Lackey
one.
jump.
Yeah, this is the classic one. I feel like.
Use Lackey to get the item required for Lackey and some boots.
Okay.
Out of logic boots. Now we can jump.
Hallelujah. We're saved. Kind of. No water stone, so I can't do this right now. Yeah, the only reason that's out of logic is because chapter 5 was out of logic. Which means chapter 6 is out of logic. But now there's
chapter 5
there's so much we can do.
6. Yeah, chapter 5 connected to chapter 6. That's a huge amount of checks.
It really is.
Behind that.
I will finish clearing out what I can here and then probably go to like the desert, honestly.
Yeah, yet another check dense area.
Just keep going out of logic. It's not going to punish me at this point.
Loaded on money. Or will be.
Yeah. When I sell the stuff.
True.
Yeah, I think we will be having some breaks during this run. And I think after I finish up chapter 6 would actually be a pretty decent time.
Perfect. Sounds good.
There's not a whole lot
I have
left.
another question in chat. Are there any Easter eggs put in by the creators? Name changes, added sprites?
Yes.
Well, first of all, Bombette and Mario don't look like that normally. So we have many sprite changes. You can randomize the colors of almost any enemy, almost any NPC, of Mario himself, of his partners. There are some limited amounts of palettes for some bosses, and a few NPCs still haven't gotten like custom sprites. But yes, you can like completely randomize how they look. As for actual Easter eggs, well, there is one regarding sprites, and I think, I guess we can show that off at the end, maybe, if we do have a few minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long.
So stay tuned for that.
Okay, I'm not gonna fight Lackey.
Bow upgrade is good.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just gonna be heading to the desert. I think right when I get on the train, we can cut for a break would be a pretty good time. I don't think I ever talked this bubble because I obviously didn't have jump and Paracarry was late. Okay. That's fine. But yeah, this is we're gonna be going to the desert, and there is quite a bit that we can do in the desert. So take a quick break here. Be a good time to stop. Pause the timer.
Sounds good. So yeah, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to our first break here. You can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are in the middle of a Paper Mario Rando showcase. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Yeah, let's unpause the timer. 3, 2, 1, and let's go to Mount Rugged. So,
Yep.
Mount Rugged
Yeah,
and
okay.
the desert in general. It's a lot of checks.
Yeah, so for anyone who just came in during the break, the first hour of this run was done entirely without boots, so Phantom was unable to jump, but they just got them, so now a little bit more normal-looking gameplay.
A little bit.
It is possible to climb this whole area without boots, but much more convenient to have them.
Yeah. Ideally, you get boots eventually. Do I have
Ideally.
any letters?
Oh,
Wow.
that's annoying.
That's weird.
I feel like I remember seeing one, but
I think I have
couldn't get it or
seen
something.
one, but yeah.
I think there was one in Prologue you couldn't reach without jumping.
Oh, fertile soil.
Oops.
Okay.
That's not Cooper. Yeah, fertile soil and a Tubaki is interesting. I hate this mole.
This mullet. He's not the worst, but he's not.
Yeah, there are
Yes.
worse enemies. Also, I don't have a hammer, so
That almost looks normal.
almost.
Yeah. Something round.
Nothing here.
Panels are in logic, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so Phantom may have to retread some ground once they find either Super Boots or Ultra Hammer to open those panels that normally contain star pieces.
Very likely.
Oh, more questions in chat. Where were boots? They were out of logic in chapter 5, so we still haven't found the logical boots yet.
Oh, attack effect C.
All right.
Best badge in the game. This time I mean it.
I don't actually
guess
have
you
a
can't hear
hammer.
it. Yeah. Don't get to hear it until a hammer. Oh, it plays whenever you jump on an enemy, right? In battle?
In battle, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and another question, is the music randomized? For this seed, it is not. Although I think, Phantom, you do have like a jingle shuffle?
Yeah, I
going?
randomized the jingles. The music randomized is
experience.
sometimes it's a little much. I'm not gonna pick
Yeah,
up the
sadly.
Peeping Stone.
Sadly, the music randomizer doesn't really differentiate between like proper songs and like mini songs in like 6 to 8 seconds in length. So having to explore like a big areas, for example, flower fields, while this 8-second music loops over and over and over again, gets a bit grating at times. So the music shuffle option is up for an overhaul.
Yeah, there is also a modding tool for custom music, but that is going to take a lot more work too. I don't know how many people have actually used Mamar to make stuff.
I showed it to one of my friends, and they seemed interested, but also with, yeah, probably if it. I mean, I don't want to like, yeah, I mean, say that you're planning on adding custom music, but if that was ever a thing.
I think it would be pretty cool. The problem is, I did take a look at Mamar, I think 3 times by now over the span of the years. I've been working on the randomizer, and I don't think I'm a music person, to be honest. So maybe not. No promises.
Fair enough.
Notably, I just completely skipped Bazaar.
Yeah, you can just kind of jump around the wall there. Oh, power plus. Usually not great BP wise, but if you can afford it, obviously, +1 power is good.
All or Nothing was 6, so
Oh,
maybe it'll be better.
Now we have finally arrived in Dry Desert. The desert is like a huge area. It's like a giant, I think, 7 by 7 room square.
Yep.
With the items just strewn about the place. We can make navigation a bit more interesting by touching the tornado-like twisters that are in some of the rooms to shortcut to different rooms. However, if you don't actually know where they lead you, it can be a bit disorienting. However, it's pretty simple once you know the layout of the desert a bit. Mostly you have, for orientation, in the center of the desert, going from west to east, you have like the treaded path. So once you stumble upon that, you will roughly know where you are. And the twisters will actually always move you 1 room to the right and 1 room upwards, like this one right here.
yeah, a few of them are required to get checks like that one. No other known way up on top, even with glitches.
Yeah, I have not actually checked Merlot yet, which is something I don't think we've talked about.
Yeah, but I feel like it's probably better to go into more detail when people can see it.
Yeah, that's true. I have so many things I need to just sell.
Shop coming up. Probably should do that before checking the top north half of the desert.
Yeah, that's what I would do anyway.
Yeah.
Just do like these Oasis checks.
Yeah, but star pieces are Merlot's star pieces are overhauled a bit. We'll talk about it more whenever we go to the shop for it. But just keeping. Oh, what? Fantastic!
Literally the best partner in the game.
Yep. At least for battles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her basic attack ignores all defense. So very good for instance, the general guy, which, you know, makes sense since that's the chapter she's found in.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty good reason to go back. Okay. Hello, Pokey. Hello, Pokey. I'll just
chapter 8.
actually take the experience.
Poke chapter 8 is 6.
That makes sense, yeah. I think they have 9 HP at...
8 HP, yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
Phantom, I think with your settings, Watt isn't actually required at all, is she?
to save the Yoshis is the only reason Watt could ever be required.
Ah, right. So that looks like 3 checks?
Yep. Yeah, notably with glitches, Watt doesn't actually really do much.
Missed the tree check.
No, I'll do those later.
Okay, just making sure you didn't forget.
Yeah, because there's 4 trees in that room.
Oh, right, because coins.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's 2 trees in the rooms left. Did I get the... I didn't get the lyrics. All right, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was 20 coins.
Yeah. What a great shop.
It is in Logic now. Well, okay, it's not in Logic, but you can go back.
Yeah. We're gonna make some money.
Yeah. Yeah, Ultra Shrooms sell for a lot. And Jam and Jelly.
Yeah, that's probably more than I realistically should need.
Yeah, and considering we usually stay like HP, it's pretty rare to go up. I mean, sometimes it makes sense to level it once, but with Last Stand, it actually makes. Oh yeah, I guess when I was explaining Last Stand, I didn't say it. So it only applies whenever you're at 5 HP or less. But I'm guessing with Last Stand, Phantom's probably going to go Danger Mario at some point once they're able
hopefully,
to.
yeah.
Hopefully. Even without Power Rush, which is a badge that also applies. Oh my god. Okay. Well, at least you can do that all in one go.
Interesting. That's unusual. Logic.
So
Yeah, I assume you were going to talk about Logic for that. For Ruins Key.
maybe.
Ruins. Puzzles.
Well,
No puzzle solutions versus
Yeah.
not. Does make a difference. Oops.
Oh, that is true.
yeah, I'll go into that after like explaining all the other stuff that just happened in Driveway Outpost.
Fair.
First of all, we actually visited the shop and intentionally bought 2 items that are completely worthless to us because there's actually a hidden code for the shopkeep to allow us to climb to the roof in the room to the right of the shop, which gives us additional checks. You're not supposed to know the code, like the code is static, so once you've learned it and don't shuffle or randomize the puzzles in the randomizer, you can always input the same code and it will work. However, the game actually expects you, even the randomizer does, to find a lemon somewhere and hand it to a certain NPC who will then tell you what the solution to the shop puzzle is. Furthermore, you saw Phantom actually throwing out items from their inventory while in the shop. That is not a vanilla feature. That is something we added for the randomizer so you could declutter your inventory faster than having to go back to the shop and sell or store your items. And furthermore, something that I actually forgot to talk about earlier was sometimes when we are in town, we talk to this worm-like creature called Chaquismo. And Chaquismo is basically a quiz master. And usually in the original game, you will just get basically teleported into a quiz show and asked like random trivia about the game or the world or the NPCs at the chance to earn star pieces. However, in Randomizer, we allow you to set to pick a setting that entirely skips this trivia quiz show, and you just get the star piece as a reward. Also, currently you cannot randomize the item Chaquismo gives you, so it will currently always be star pieces. And for what Phantom meant with the Ruins keys, basically there are 4 Ruins keys for the Dry Ruins dungeon. However, we only technically need 3 of those to reach the boss. The 4th key is only required to learn again of a puzzle solution within the Dry Ruins. However, since we don't have randomized puzzles active, we know the solution and can make do with only 3 keys.
Yeah, that's the last relevant partner.
Yep. Well, there's a logical reason to have the other one. Potentially.
Meh.
There is a trick that you can do with Goombario,
Meh.
but it probably won't matter. I'd be very surprised if it did.
Yeah, also, another thing, you saw Phantom using Cooper on that block over and over a few rooms ago. In Vanilla, you have to hit that 100 times to get an Ultra block, or Ultra Shroom block. Also, Lackey Jump, that loading zone is just always there. So you can just do a Lackey Jump up into it. But yeah, devs shortened it only 10 times you have to hit that block a few rooms ago, so much less tedious.
Anyone want to bet on chances the Lunar Stone is here?
I mean, you could skip it.
Yeah, but what if?
It would be convenient.
It would be very convenient. Considering I have
Queen
everything
barely
else.
skips up, sticks up.
But yeah, I can do everything here. For better or
nothing
worse.
here.
Well, no.
Nothing here requires the.
Super hammer stuff.
Oh yeah, you can't fight the chomps. But you
Yeah.
can at least see what those checks are.
Yeah. Maybe
So
there's
you'll
two
know
hammers
if you-
here.
Yeah. Oh, there's a letter.
I'm not grabbing that one.
You already have the best attack effects badges.
There's one more that I would grab. Because I
which one?
have beta badges.
Oh, so F, yeah.
Yep. Attack effects F, I would grab. Don't care.
Oh,
We'll never care.
yeah. That's a unimplemented item. A hustle drink. It basically lets you like what, store a turn for later. Sort of?
Yeah, your next turn you take 2 turns.
Yeah. So you're like banking a turn, and it's, I don't know, I guess it's useful sometimes, maybe, sort of.
It's kind
Situationally.
Really niche. One thing that I've seen people do with it is to double dip the hustle drink with a repel gel. And the hustle drink double turn actually doesn't clear your jump charge between the hustle drink turns. So you can attack twice with the charge.
Ooh. Okay, that is
Which-
handy, yeah.
Yeah, in some cases you can just make bosses explode like that.
Okay. So we have some things. Unfortunately, I don't have enough good items or enough AoE to really... I could spook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
Spook
can
is
spook.
very fast. You don't get any experience, unfortunately, but you do actually get kind of a lot from these high level enemies, but yeah, just mash. You get some from the chomp,
Yeah.
who's immune.
Ow.
They pack a punch though.
A little bit. They do a little bit of damage.
Just a little bit.
Let's do this.
The rare stone cap usage. Can't do anything. Can't take damage either.
It's fine. I will have to do the super hammer room glitchless.
That's unfortunate.
Oh well.
You can't like lackey jump onto the block or anything, can you?
No.
I don't think you can. Yeah. Oh, that wouldn't help you anyway, because no,
I wouldn't be able to break it.
or no ultra boots. Yeah.
Because otherwise you could just jump on it, but
Right. Oh yeah. Right. I'm still in bootless mode, jumpless mode, whatever. Oh,
very worthwhile reward.
love me a coin. I didn't even get it.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, you can just jump over that.
Nice.
You can get a speed boost from the wall if you approach it at the right angle and time it the jump well.
I guess this
Pretty
isn't too
nifty.
bad. I'm used to vanilla. This is a lot
Oh, yeah.
slower in vanilla.
Yeah, well, this cutscene isn't skipped. Just basically fast forwarded. Like a lot of stuff in the ruins isn't skipped, but fast forwarded by like, I think like in the range of 30 to 50%. It's like the camera movements, these stairs turning, the locked doors opening. It's all sped up.
Shout out to that wall, which is just invisible because reasons. Oh, first instance I think we've seen of the soft lock prevention implemented, where if you don't have a hammer, you can just you could, if without that block just blowing itself up, you could homeward shroom and make your way back. But the devs were nice and were just like, you don't have a hammer. You already made it past, and block
Yep.
is gone.
Yeah, I thought that would be really tedious if you just bank on the check or maybe we would have to force the hammer in there so you can always escape, or something like that, or just make it out of logic, but that doesn't prevent people from like soft blocking in there anyway. So the easiest way was to just blow up the block. One weird interaction with that block is actually the way the block is removed is not by like just having a script tell it to blow up, but instead we tell the block, you have just been hit by Mario's hammer, ignore the fact that he doesn't have one. And Mario, by the way, currently has the Ultra Hammer equipped. So the block is like, guess I'll explode. It explodes, and then we reset Mario's hammer back to the actual value of, in this case, having no hammer at all.
Okay.
Unbuffered.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Phantom's doing a trick right here to skip. They don't have the Lunar Stone, so they can't just put the blocks in place and get down. But, so we've seen Phantom do a couple Lackey teleports here. This is a more involved setup. Lackey basically, if you keep him close enough to you, he kind of just remembers where he was previously, and once you get far enough away from him, he actually like goes back to where he was and then zooms back to you. And so if you do it and time it right, you can actually get a significant amount of speed. Oh, nice. So just like that. Yeah,
Wow.
Flip out of bounds. That was second try is really good there. That's a frame perfect trick, and it doesn't really have a great visual cue. You just kind of have to know when to time it.
Yeah, it's kind of just muscle memory.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what we can do here. Last stand damage dodge. At least I'll be able to live a little bit.
Oh, Power Quake might be
I don't-
worthwhile.
if I had a hammer.
4 HP. Oh, right. I keep forgetting.
Sleep Stomp might be good.
Yeah, that could be good.
All right,
Oh, if
let's
you
see
could
what this
actually get
is.
him to sleep on turn 1, not bring the chomp out.
Well, it could be anything. It could be Lava Piranha.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting. Oh my god. Oh, if it's lava piranha.
I have sushi.
Oh, true. I guess I was just
Okay.
thinking from. Oh, see, I was right.
That's expensive. How do I want to do this? I have the Thunder Rage for the Chomp. I have a lot of Repel Gels and Life Streams. This isn't too bad, honestly.
Yeah.
I will go for a Power Shock. Okay.
Nice. Okay, so Power Shock actually lies to you. So it looked like Phantom had, you know, they got it like what 60-ish% of the way filled.
Yep.
Not a 60% chance to work. The bar lies. It was actually less than that. Most instances where you fill a bar and it's a chance to work, the game it is actually truthful, and it is like whatever percent chance to work, but not what? Just
That-
because
Yeah.
reasons.
That mash is also the same difficulty as if you were to go into Power Shock Bowser.
Yeah, not easy.
It's a 30% on Toot and Koopa. I don't know why, but it is. Okay, Last Stand is now active.
Oh, maybe a bit of a side note. In Paper Mario, as opposed to like many other RPGs, the bosses aren't actually immune to status effects and can be stunned.
Most of them, anyway. Final Bowser is actually immune. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I can never get that block.
It's really hard.
You have like no reaction time. The rocks just fall from the ceiling.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few instances of an attack that can hit Mario, or sorry, can hit your partner and stun them.
Yeah, it's pretty rude. Oh yeah, you hear attack effects C right now?
Oh, yep. It's what is it? The Mario Wiki, I think, describes it as a strange mechanical sound.
Yep, it's a mechanical
You be the
sound.
judge. You be the judge. That's completely vanilla. That's just what that sounds like.
Yeah, Last Stand they're coming clutch because the Chomp only did 2 when I blocked. That's also
Second
scripted.
time.
Yep.
I think there's some instances where it can not happen under certain circumstances, but it's not random.
Yeah, it's It has to do with if he is a low, like, the math is weird. It has to do with if he can, like, kill himself,
It can't,
basically.
Right, it can't kill him. Right.
It can on high scales.
Oh, can it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. In vanilla, he can't. Kill himself.
Yeah, there's basically a check in the scripting for Tooten Cooper that makes sure, like in the vanilla game, that he doesn't, the damage dealt by that self-hit doesn't defeat the boss. Maybe we forgot to adjust this for Rando, so he actually can defeat himself.
Yeah, and luckily you don't actually have to kill the chump here to win. Dies along with Tooten Koopa.
And level 3 now.
Just defeating a chapter 6 scaled enemy in chapter 3, no big deal.
I will also do, like, check what is in 4th Rune Ski location, or Lunar Stone location,
Makes
before
sense.
leaving.
Yeah, Phantom couldn't open that one door with the lock. The lock being there was actually required to do the skip here. But now that, they've beaten the boss, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
No, open it.
That is one chapter down.
Yeah, one chapter done, but I can probably defeat General Guy at this point. I'm one item away from chapter 6 clear. Well, no, 2, because I need super boots.
This is another instance of like changes to the randomizer. Basically, if you do dungeon entrance shuffle, you will not get put outside of the dungeon while the Star Spirit gives you your new power and thanks you. Instead, you will reappear in the boss room, and never mind these invisible stairs.
Yeah, that's completely normal.
You will reappear in the boss room with the Star Spirit cutscene, and the Star Spirit will offer to teleport you out of the dungeon if you'd like. But we have unfinished business in this dungeon, so we decided to stay.
Yep. This one check that I can't actually get, but it would be very good to know what it is.
Hopefully I don't have to come back here. And there's one. Well, you already saw that one.
Okay.
Good, okay.
Yeah, so we know that we never
Happy
have to come
Heart.
into ruins.
Yeah, Happy Heart, it's an okay badge in some circumstances, but usually not.
So one Star Spirit clear. I'm actually going to do something interesting. Oh, well,
Got some super boots. And open panels.
I'm still going to go to Shooting Star Summit.
Actually, better to go there now.
Yeah, because I can get all these
Get the
panels.
panels along the way. Yeah.
Perfect. It was all planned.
Scripted.
So I guess now is a good time to talk about Merlot and the changes we did to it.
Oh, and a hammer.
Yeah, time to talk about Merlot.
So in the original game, Merlot trades star pieces for, I think it's only badges, right?
Yeah.
And in the randomizer, we allowed Merlot to also stock like key items, partners, partner upgrades, and so on. However, we kind of adjusted his inventory. In the randomizer, Merlot has two inventories. One is the actual trade inventory, where you can exchange star pieces. And the other is basically some sort of reward system, where you have to spend a certain amount of star pieces in total to gain a reward. And only the 6 items that are within the rewards can actually hold items we need for progression. This is so to make sure that the player doesn't just waste all their star pieces on items they don't actually need and then run out of star pieces.
So, since I have a Star Spirit, this is something my settings let me do. I assume you want to talk a little bit about maybe how goals work. I think we talked about it a little bit.
Yeah. So this is Shooting Star Summit. Usually in the original game, you need to have saved all 7 Star Spirits for this teleporter to appear, which can let us access the final chapter of the game and face off against Bowser. However, In these settings, we actually allow opening the teleporter with only a single saved star spirit. This is so we can have the dungeon entrance shuffle actually include the final dungeon, that is Bowser's Castle, in the shuffle. And instead, we will find a different dungeon, most likely, up here in Starhaven. There's also many more ways you can adjust the settings for the randomizer for your own personal seed to have different goals. For example, we are currently playing on the Defeat Bowser goal, which actually has us save enough star spirits to get up here and then later on defeat Bowser. However, you can also do something that is called Open Star Way goal. The Open Star Way goal basically means just get enough stuff to actually activate the teleporter, and that already finishes the game. This is for players who would like more of a item hunt. That's a long track for Toybox. So this is not actually Bowser's Castle. As we can see, this is Chapter 4, the Shy Guys Toybox.
Yeah,
Oh, Flower Saver, that could be good.
I have the train, but I didn't place it.
Oh, Super Hammer. Okay, getting all the gear now.
Fire Shield's nice.
Gear, by the way, Boot and Hammer, I don't think we mentioned, they're progressive, so you'll always find whatever your next level is. Like it doesn't matter which order you find them in, it'll always go like Hammer, Super Hammer, Ultra Hammer, and same for boots.
Warehouse key.
Ooh,
hello.
Mega Rush. Okay. A little bit harder to make use of in rando than in a vanilla speedrun, but yeah, +4 damage whenever you are in peril, aka 1 HP. Extremely powerful, especially if you combine it with, that applies to each of your jumps. If you get power bounce, it's GG, basically.
Hopefully I find that.
Hopefully.
Surely these Shy Guys have something. I'm actually going to grab this just in case it ends up being useful.
It could be useful, yeah.
And I know what that is. I don't care. I have Odd Key, Storeroom Key, and Warehouse Key. That is only one thing that can be. And that is the prison keys.
That's right. In Bowser's Castle, yeah. And all those let you do is take a nap.
Yep.
No checks.
Well, I'm gonna go place the train and then go back to Toy Box. Because I can beat Toy Box.
Yeah, kind of funky how this works. So the actual Toy Box is not accessed through the Toy Box here, but you do still have to place the train in the regular Toy Box to make it appear where it's supposed to. A little bit unintuitive, but really no other way that it could work.
Yeah, we can see what this is too.
Also true. Yeah, this wasn't in logic until finding Bo. I assume you didn't have the clips. Oh, there we go.
I actually do have the Toad clip for this one, but I need Hammer for that. Yeah, because there is a trick you can do where talking to an NPC up against a wall can clip you out of bounds, but it's a little precise.
Yeah.
Also, shoutouts to the volcano. Oh.
Ooh. That's a very annoying check to be looking for, so good to have that one, the Palace Key. It's mandatory for beating Chapter 7.
Yep.
And it's all the way at the end, and it takes a long time to get to it. So I swear it always ends up being a go mode item. Like the last thing I need.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I mean you're honestly, yeah.
You're kind of loaded.
All right, so Phantom doesn't have an Ultra Hammer right now, which is normally required here. There's a trick you can do, respawn into a known location that'll let you be exactly float perfect on this wall, where you can just kind of fall up into the loading zone and get past the Ultra Block.
And that also despawns that ultra block. So doing that once just kind of... Hello, plant.
Yep. And Phantom also now knows, I don't know if we called it out specifically, but they do not need any more star pieces. So just ignore all those.
Yep.
That Ultra Hammer block is actually one of the few cases where the randomizer does not skip or remove the base story progress of the game. So, if I recall correctly, that block should now be gone to more adhere to like how the story progress would remove that block. Similarly, just opening this chest will also solve this puzzle in this room, where you usually have to build a dam with these blue push blocks. But in a vanilla speedrun, that is also tied to your story progress, and opening the big chest also sets the puzzle to completed. So we just re-implemented that for the randomizer instead of making it a flag, because that would have been somewhat obnoxious, because you can skip that puzzle using Paracarry alone and jump, I think. Although, do you need jump?
You actually don't need jump. You can buffer an angle with hammer.
But even if you do that and then open the chest, if that were not to solve the puzzle for you, you would be stuck in the Ultra Hammer room without the way back. Would need to homeward swim out, so we spare you that trip.
I was wondering if you were going to do Sushi Glitch to get the Dizzy Stomp chest, but...
Oh. I only have Goombario Sushi Glitch in Logic, so I'm just not going to.
That's fair. It's a pretty involved trick that probably wouldn't lead to anything anyway. Yeah, so there's a boss here usually.
It's called Colorado.
Yeah, that's a really easy... I guess that's the first instance where you've seen it, because you just got a hammer. But if NPCs are close enough to a wall, you can kind of just wedge yourself in between them and hammer. And while you're using hammer, Mario's collision is disabled with walls, but NPCs can still push him. And so basically you get close enough to an NPC that it wants to push you away, and then you hammer so that it can push you through the wall while your collision's disabled. It's situationally useful, but there's a lot of instances where it can let you do things.
Yeah, that is also the only instance of a chapter and boss that is entirely skippable using glitches.
It's true, yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty unique.
Yeah, just because that chapter in particular ends when you significantly after you actually defeat the boss in vanilla. You used to have to do the full escape sequence also, but that was changed, I think, when Dungeon Entrance Rando was added or somewhere shortly after.
I think it was a change for the minimal cutscenes now.
Oh, that makes sense too.
One disadvantage of doing the Lava Piranha skip, as it's called, to skip that boss, is during boss shuffle, we now cannot determine by process of elimination which boss we will face last. It will always be one of two bosses, since we haven't seen like the boss that would have been in the volcano.
Yeah, so now I can beat Chapter 4. Very conveniently. Not a whole lot stopping you once you have partners in the train.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with glitches. They don't let you skip every item.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more.
Yeah, I don't have a cake for Gourmet Guy, is the one thing.
Yeah, but it's only one check.
And it probably won't matter. Surely.
Probably won't matter.
Probably.
Surely.
Yeah, the Pink Station in particular has some very funny clips you can do. That badge is a thing.
I don't don't even. What does that even do?
It's feeling fine and sometimes doesn't work.
Yeah, the heavy beta badge is thought of a mystery to me because, like, why?
Huh.
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out if it matters.
So the heavy badge allows you to sometimes resist negative status effects. It's like the little cousin to the feeling fine badge, which always prevents negative status effects. Healthy only works 50% of the time. However, it doesn't have the added disadvantage of feeling fine that it makes it make your repel gel take few turns.
I didn't know that
Which is
part.
a really unfortunate side effect of the normal badge. Takes a badge that's already not that good and makes it worse.
So there are walls here, by the way.
Why.
Allegedly. You know, I still to this day don't really know why using paracarry there works as opposed to just jumping.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it works.
Well, what a... Oh, okay.
Oh, frying pan. That's a check.
That is a check. It also lets you make a
And
cake.
also, true, which you did find one, so. And technically, this cake is not like logically you're. Oh wait, yeah, logically you're could be important.
There are actually two checks behind that.
Yeah, blue key isn't always required, but usually it's not required. That's for the palace in chapter 7. But sometimes there's important things behind it.
Rarely, but
Not never.
especially because I don't have red key, it actually could be relevant.
Exactly, yeah.
Is the main thing. I still don't have Starstone yet. That's interesting.
Oh, true.
I will take a
Nice
shooting star.
Ice staircase skip still isn't possible in
No.
Rando, right? Okay. Yeah, that's there's a glitch that lets you skip Starstone in vanilla, but it's Japanese exclusive. The devs have actually re-implemented some of the glitches that are GP exclusive, but not that one.
Yeah, that's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Because that glitch sort of messes with some of the changes we made to the game. So further exception handling will be required for this special glitch to work on the US and especially the rando version of Paper Mario.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh. That block is a little annoying to get because of the cycles in this room, but that's fine.
Yeah, also, there's no way up here without paracarry. It really feels like there should be a way to clip up there, but
Tried so much.
yeah, we've tried. Maybe there's a way. If you can figure it out, let me know.
I mean, just wait for a cycle. Uh-huh.
Soon. I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, this is fine. Okay.
Oh, for a coin.
Lovely.
Yeah, this is a typical chapter 4. There's a lot of checks here when you shuffle coins. Notably, all of those are just regular coins normally. I think it's... When you add coins to the pool, I think chapter 4 goes from 30 to almost 100 checks.
That's insane.
Yeah, about.
Yeah, there's a lot of checks in this game.
Do I fight Lantern Ghost? Probably. I have Watt.
You have Watt.
Yeah.
And you have 10 FP, so.
Not that big of a deal.
I don't know if you could minute peril, but.
It depends on how much damage he does.
Oh wait, what is this? Do you have a chapter written down?
Nope. I have not actually fought a Shy Guy.
Okay, I can tell you what it is. Once we see his HP. I have it written down.
Not gonna block this life throw.
Yeah.
Oops.
Ooh. Damage dodge, though.
I will know as soon as I see this. It is 7 scaled.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, and does 7 damage.
We can account for last stand too.
Oh, true. Okay, so if you don't block, it'll do 7, and then it gets halved to 3. Okay, so if you do 1 damage dodge, block, and then don't block the second one. No, that's not right.
So
Good old Paper Mario
Oh,
maths.
God.
7 would put me at 2. So I want to block the first one for sure, which would do 5.
'cause you're at
puts me
9.
at 4. 7 divided by 2 is 3. So yeah.
Okay, I forgot you were at 9.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
power jump?
so block the first one, don't block the second one.
Yeah. The jumping on the pyro guy was intentional.
Yeah.
TLDR.
Always intentional. Everything is always intentional.
Always. Yeah, so first instance of peril strats here. Also, shoutouts to using Watt against Lantern Ghost.
Yeah, shoutouts to how effective that is.
It's payback. Yeah, so you can see just how much more powerful at +4 damages right here. And also the power shock on Lantern Ghost isn't too bad. You can, with good enough mashing, you can consistently 100% it.
Yeah, it's a 40% multiplier, I think. Which I
I'll
don't
take
really
your
know
word
how
on
that. I don't really know how that like maths out, but
Yeah, it does more damage. The higher the number, the harder it is. Or the lower the number, the harder it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I don't know.
yeah, normally that's a pretty complicated fight if you're not using peril strats and stunning him. He's very scripted, but at the same time, it's a little weird. Okay.
Yeah, and the like... Amazing.
Thanks, Watt.
At least it wasn't too big of a time skip, or sync with Mega Rush. I'm not gonna lie, I did not know you could jump that early there.
It's the glitchless grind.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's been like 5 years since I grinded glitchless.
That's a little bit.
It's been a hot sec. Alright. Phantom has Watt here, so there is a glitch you can do here to skip Watt. It's particularly annoying, in my opinion. You
Yeah.
have to do it in the dark.
We're just gonna use
But-
Watt.
Yep. Alright, and I remember this time. We'll get to see what boss it is. We know it won't be General Guy.
Power Quake could be good.
It could be.
Sure.
I'm gonna say okay, this isn't I couldn't think of the one I was gonna name, but it wasn't this one.
Interesting.
For
That's
the heart,
annoying.
yeah.
Immune to all statuses, by the way.
How much damage does it do?
Probably around 14.
13. 6
Yeah.
and 7. Chapter 6 and 7, it does 13. So
I mean, I have
Yeah, it'll-
3 life shrooms. That's fine.
yeah, it'll kill you regardless. So
And I want the extra damage from Watt just because of how much HP it has.
yeah, immune to power shock. So I think actually immune to everything that stuns it.
Yeah. The only status it can be affected by is Shrink, I think.
That sounds right. Yeah.
And it's like 90% likely to work.
Honestly, could have been useful here if you had it.
Yeah.
Not that you would have known, but
I will switch to bow to only use one life shroom.
Could also be worth using a repel gel here.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, I guess that only gets you
have 3,
one.
but yeah.
Oh, bow's actually extra damage here as well.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not using out of sight.
Yeah, because she is upgraded.
Right.
If only she had fan smack.
If only. Yeah, bow. Fan smack does more damage than any other partner move except for what's it called? Tidal wave.
Yeah, technically tidal wave.
Tidal wave, technically. But it's much more consistent high damage.
Yeah.
Also, for anyone wondering, so some people might know that Tidal Wave, if you get it too high, in vanilla, it crashes the game. That is patched in Rando. No need to worry about mashing too high.
Surely I'll block this.
Yeah, the randomizer does patch like a lot of just harmful bugs, just crashes and soft locks.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Mega Rush, perfect, planned. Yeah, and once the heart gets down to 5 HP, oh,
It dies.
that's the first time I've seen that. I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah, it's worth pointing out the heart is technically not the final boss of chapter 3, but since the real one is Tubba, who vanilla has 10 HP and is just kind of like a pushover. The quote unquote real boss is the heart. So some changes were, so some decisions were made.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
For boss level, the heart does indeed give experience, but it still like finishes the battle when the heart reaches 5 HP or lower, as it does in the regular battle where the heart actually runs away from you. And the boss that takes the heart's place in chapter 3 will actually run away from you and not give star points at all.
yeah. So I think we're in a good spot. I'm gonna go kill General Guy.
Yeah, this is definitely a good time to do that. Let me see what a peril minute be. Well, you can just use
very easy.
Yeah. Especially with super boots.
Yeah. We have not even gone to chapter 3. I still need a magical seed. I've not gone to chapter 7 at all. Okay, there's Shrink Stomp.
There's Shrink Stomp.
We are still missing quite a bit. All I'm trying to say.
Oh, but did we talk about Kent?
I don't think so. He's just kind of
Yes.
there.
You want me to?
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling. So normally in Vanilla, once he appears, and in Rando he appears right away, but normally in Vanilla, he is blocking your path until you kill him. Oh, Shrink Smash. But yeah, he's blocking your path. You can pay 100 coins to get past him, but it only works, only lets you get past him once, and you'd have to pay again. There's the Lunar Stone.
Cool.
But lost my train of thought. The Lunar Stone got me. What was I talking about?
Can see.
Kent.
Oh, Kent, yeah. So Rando changes it so that it's only 50 coins, and once you spend it, he just kind of chills there. But he stays in case you want to fight him anyway.
Yeah, and if you do succeed in defeating him after having paid him, you actually get your money back.
I feel like I knew that at one point. I definitely did not remember that.
I see what happened. I went too far. I actually went past the wall. And that's why it was failing.
Oh. Makes sense.
So, I will take off Last Stand for this. Just because
Yeah,
I want
otherwise
to
you'd
be able to
only-
min apparel.
Yep.
That could be useful. Probably not, though. Is there anything I can do with 2 BP? Not really.
I mean, double dip, I guess.
I do have... yeah. I do have stuff for that. All right. So I need to do exactly 6 damage.
Since we're at the top of the hour, maybe take a break after the battle?
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Quickly clear General Guy, and then that'll be a pretty good time.
Is what upgraded?
Yeah, Ultra Rank.
Oh, ultra rank.
Yeah, that's the problem is Ultra Rank. I can just use a Shooting Star.
Yeah. Could have also done extra and, or not extra. Well,
This is just the
yeah,
easiest.
so basically, yeah, these guys do however much HP they have, that's how many times they hit you. So if you get them down to 9, you just let them smack you down to peril. And then just kill them.
Yep. And then we have the, how many phases is this? 4, I guess, technically?
Yeah. Yeah, 3 different sets of enemies, and then General Guy himself.
Yep.
This is,
Oh, this is lower scaled than I thought.
right.
I was thinking 7 scaled because I was just in chapter 4.
I was too. And then I saw that HP and I'm like, that's not highly scaled. Yeah, this will be.
Yeah, this is not
Free.
going to be an issue, actually.
Especially with you in peril.
Yeah. I'm just going
Can I
to
have
do
9?
this.
Yeah, that'll take care of him. That
Well,
will not take care of
No,
him.
we're going to do this now. Now it'll take care of. And I'll double dip a repel gel with a shooting star or something.
Double dip coming in handy.
Double dip actually good. I'm surprised that didn't destroy the bulb. I guess I just don't know how much HP it has.
I want to say it's 10 in vanilla, so. And this is. What, it's 3 scaled, so. I don't know, I'd guess like 8 or something. I
Yeah.
don't have that written down.
It's fine. That was a revenge for earlier. And that's 4 chapters cleared. I have not
3
been to
more to
chapter
go
3. I have not been to chapter
before 8.
7, so I guess
Yeah.
we'll be doing that after the break. Because this is a perfect opportunity.
Perfect. Yeah. Just let me know whenever you want the timer paused.
Let's do it on card touch. I think that's a pretty good moment. So, right about here.
Perfect. So yeah, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatale 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/famefatales for more information on the event, or you can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. With all that said, we can take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some Paper Mario Glitched Rando. Hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready. I guess glitched logic Rando.
Yeah, so let's just start the timer in 3, 2, 1. And I think I'm going to go to chapter 3. I think that makes the most sense.
Makes sense to me.
Literally haven't been there this entire time.
Yeah, and you can. Do you have. Yeah, you can have Bisport Tread even.
Yeah.
So.
I can full clear the mansion, technically.
Yeah, probably makes sense that you haven't at this point, never needed to, and can full clear it now. So
Yeah.
the mansion, that is.
Maybe we didn't find like Super Boost or the Forest Pass that long ago.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Forest Pass was what, in the toy box?
Yeah. I'm going to fight Dark Koopas, though. And do Forest Reverse.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because I'm probably going to have to do this eventually anyway. I don't think I've been to the sewers at all. Yeah, well.
You went through the blue house, but that's it.
Yeah. Well, that was just a coin anyway, it's fine. I do have... Power Quake is on, I'm going to take that off, put this on, put this on. That's fine. There's 4 checks over here also. Because the
that is true.
upgrade in 3 coin blocks. Also, Dark Koopas with Power Quake.
Yeah, they're a piece of cake to take care of, and it's like a full level of experience.
It's close, yeah.
Just about. As long as you're coming in with like some, you're almost always gonna get a level. And they're in the sewers, so they're not scaled to anything. They're always the same.
Yeah, sewer enemies don't get scaled at all. Unless they appear somewhere else as like their main location. Notably Spinies and Spike Tops.
Right. Thunder
This
Rage
can
saves
be
some
a
MP.
quite difficult room if you're not prepared with like AoE attacks, because the Dark Koopas tend to try to stunlock Mario, and then you're out of Mario and just have your partner attack, which can be quite painful.
Yeah. A very minor thing also. I don't need the coins, but I'm picking them up just to reduce lag.
Yeah, playing on console, this game, for the most part, the game is pretty good about lag, but there's definitely some notable areas, like here, where, especially on this one, you'll notice it more, just because you get more coins from this one with, okay, it wasn't that noticeable because they fell right on.
Yeah,
Right on them,
but get the idea.
Yeah. Can reach these blocks without using the push block with super boots. Alright, nothing new.
That's fine. So I know a lot of people don't always know where everything is in Forever Forest. I'm going to do it backwards.
I still haven't learned how to do this properly.
I mean, to be fair, it is a trick setting. So even if you have like logical access to Chapter 3 using the warp pipe before you can enter from the front, we do not expect you to be able to do the forest backwards, like by default.
Waterstone could be important.
Yeah, and I also haven't beaten Chapter 6 yet, so that's not terrible.
Right. Did you go back? Yeah, you checked the tree, right?
By Lily?
Lily?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like it was in logic. Oh, and you had just gotten boost, so it would have been quick as well.
Yep.
So for those unfamiliar with Paper Mario, as like even with the base game, this is Forever Forest, and usually you are expected to like take certain environmental clues to figure out which way to go. And taking the wrong turn will just teleport you to the start of the forest, and you have to do it all over again. Mm-hmm. The tricky thing is, these environmental hints only point towards Bruce Mansion, which is actually where we are coming from right now. So Phantom doing this backwards means they have to do it by memory without any in-game clues.
And that's the 3 checks. So now we go
Thank you
forwards.
for the coin. Yo, you could have duplicated that coin.
True. That would have been very, very useful.
With Sushi Glitch, it only would have taken like 5 minutes.
But you could get an extra coin, and then you could do it again.
Sure, you could do it as many times as you wanted, actually.
It's infinite coins. That's a money farm right there.
It's true.
Surely someone will plan that as required.
Oh, thank you for the idea.
Oh no.
I wouldn't be that mean. And I'm actually gonna. There's a feature that's actually gonna be coming out extremely soon, judging by the work that's been being done. But pretty soon there's going to be a plandomizer for this game, which means that you can handcraft your own rando seed for other people to solve. It's going to be a UI to do that. And yeah, so you could make a seed as crazy difficult or whatever else that you may want to do.
Watching these boos drop a coin into a circle. And
Exhilarating.
leaving.
Do you have 3 letters?
Yeah, I have 3.
Okay.
I think I have like 4 or 5, but
Yeah, delivering letters with paracarry is that is something that you can randomize, but Phantom doesn't. But you do still need 3 letters in order to give to paracarry to do the check associated with obtaining paracarry.
yep. I don't even know which badge that was. It was either super focus or the 3rd deep focus.
I forgot. Oh, cake and logic. Actually, where were your where were your super boots?
Ralph.
Okay. I don't. Trying to decide if we're back in logic or not, but who
I
knows?
think we are at this point.
Probably. Yeah.
Because it was just 1 chapter clear for super boots.
Right.
Okay. There's feeling fine.
Nice. Why aren't you grabbing it?
Because I wanted to watch these boos toss a coin around the room. It's just smiling back there,
It's the happy emoji.
menacingly.
Watching your run.
Can I do the funny thing here? Yeah.
Oh, yep, that's a thing.
Anything in the shop? Anything? No? Okay. I mean, maybe.
There's a partner upgrade.
Nope.
Nope, not going for air raid.
No. If Shell Shot wasn't 5, I'd consider it just for Bowser fight, but
Oh, yeah. Probably not worth having him out in the first place.
yeah. Well, time to go into Gusty Gulch, I guess.
Wait, was there anything in there?
Nope.
Has there been anything here at all so far?
Waterstone.
Waterstone, right? So maybe something. Oh, that's something.
That's useful. That's really good.
Yeah. Fun thing about badge costs being randomized. So typically FP plus and HP plus just costs. Oh, nice. Or whatever that's called.
Insecticide, yeah.
Insecticide, yeah. Literally can only be used to kill Bazaps, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they just run away.
Oh yeah, it doesn't even kill them.
Yep.
But yeah, so you can have the cost. So typically, FP plus and HP plus are basically just utility badges used to shuffle around your level ups temporarily. But in Rando, they can end up being cheaper than they are in vanilla, and so can just be, you know, free value for FP or HP. Essentially raising your level, like by a fraction, I guess.
Ah.
That's the first time I've seen that.
So I think that was chapter 5 scaled. So there's a few things I can do here. There's also the chance that this is just absolutely required for me to do anyway. So we're gonna
This is
dive Bowser's Castle.
How many keys do you hold currently?
2, I believe. I guess the... Oh, nice. Track hasn't quite been updated yet, I guess.
For which one?
The keys.
Oh, Bowser's Castle keys, yeah, too.
Yeah.
I don't have them on the tracker.
It's so weird. This is the first time that I've seen Chapter 8 randomized since the rando initially came out. This looks so weird to me.
This fight being just different.
Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, I don't have Chapter 8 in my cheat sheet. I don't know what this is.
It's 8 scaled. It can't
Oh,
shuffle.
okay. Oh, okay.
At least currently.
Yeah, currently. One really weird thing with the enemy formation shuffle is that embers can actually appear in Bowser's Castle now.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I've had that come up and it's kind of annoying.
Do they function correctly with like their multiplying with other enemies?
I think so.
Okay. I guess they would make sense because they can hit the cap themselves just by multiplying, so they wouldn't
Yeah.
break anything.
So, lava basement. Probably one of the most technical parts of this entire game, honestly. Just in terms of movement. And you never see it.
Oh, right, you have to actually break both of those. And no bombette talking to you there. Beautiful.
So, platforming in a Mario game. Oh,
Well, theoretically.
sort of.
If you're fast enough, you can skip this cycle.
Yeah.
With Paracarry.
I'm surprised that made it, honestly. I just went for it.
Can do some trickery here to save some time. Not really trickery, but just yeah, good pull. Oh,
Yeah.
you can jump there if you're fast enough and don't fall in the lava. You can jump there and use Paracarry to again skip a cycle here.
But then you wouldn't have the hammer noises.
That is true. You're not wrong.
Shows you it's been like 3 weeks since I've done a clipless
There
run.
we go. Okay, you got one. You got to show it off.
Yeah, I got one. Let's see if we can. I'll go for. Okay.
At least this one has a respawn point.
I'm surprised that. I'm almost surprised it does. Game is
I mean, the only
generous.
reason the other ones, the only reason the other ones don't is because they sink in the lava.
Yeah.
So
Coin, life shroom. Down 5 for no reason. Anyway, what's
yeah,
lava?
So fun fact, yeah. Well, fun fact about, and you could have even done it earlier. The actual hitbox for that lava fall is tiny.
Yeah.
It's only basically the very middle part.
I don't have bombette upgrades at all. That's surprising. Let's use Cooper.
I guess you could theoretically have air raid, but
Yeah. I'm going to Dizzy Shell.
that is extremely fair. Can the Koopa Trolls be knocked over if they're already dizzy?
I assume so?
I want to say no, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know.
I'm also not going to go into Dark Basement right now. I'm going to Homeward Shroom from the Deep Focus block. If I knew how to do the Lackey Teleport, which I'm not going to learn on the spot, I would do it, but...
Yeah, it's... the new setup is good, but probably not.
Yeah.
You don't want to learn it. Right? It would take longer to learn it than
Then to Homeward Shroom.
than
and
to
come
Homeward
back
Shroom,
later.
Yeah, exactly.
But Homeward Shrooming actually, effectively, it does skip the basement. It's not in logic to do so, but because of how door 1 works, if you Homeward Shroom away after falling once, the second time you come in, you just get let through. Probably going to go to chapter 7. Which means very fun frame perfect trick done 6 times in a row.
Yay. My favorite.
Unless there's a
Also
magical seed
extremely-
right here.
Also extremely weird to me to see this. The lava actually hardened. Even in glitchless, where you do harden it, you see it for like, I don't, 5 seconds, basically. It's more than that, but barely.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Got a coin. Yeah, we can make our way over to chapter 7. Normally you're supposed to have ultra boots to hit these blocks that I'm going to be hitting. Oh, there's a Koopa leaf there.
Oh, I forgot you didn't get that.
Yeah.
Oh, because no hammer, right.
He does have a couple more checks. Yeah?
I love
Okay.
buying money. That last one wasn't in logic, right?
No.
Okay. But still, you know, could be something good.
Could be like power bounds, could be.
Oh, this is...
Okay. Early.
Yeah, these next blocks aren't in logic, but you can hit them frame perfectly.
It actually is in logic.
Oh, it is? Oh, because of glitch lot. Right. Okay.
Yeah. I wrote the logic for this trick.
Yeah, I guess I play with... Yeah, anyway, I don't usually shuffle these, so...
Yeah, normally it's coins.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that was a frame late.
May have been off. Position may have been off, too.
There we go. Actually,
These are-
not
yeah, the-
nearly as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, that was actually really good.
Yeah, those blocks are frame perfect spin jumps, and it's not even the last frame that you can do a spin jump. It's like the second to last frame. Okay. So, does this shop have anything? Not really.
Debatable. If you need shooting stars, there's some, but
Yeah.
probably not worth going out of your way for.
Anything like? No. Snowman underwater. Where I would expect a snowman to be.
Naturally.
So there isn't a choice here I could make. I could delay a couple checks in the far left room of Shiver City, but I'm going to check them just in case Bucket is there.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. And I'll also use the Toad House. I know that this is chapter 1 scaled, so the Junior Troopa fight is literally not a problem whatsoever. Also, goodbye, Herringway.
Gotta love the sped up cutscenes.
I mean, the murder mystery cutscenes in Shiver City were one of the most egregious ones we had to get rid of.
Yeah, these are really long cutscenes. As someone that plays glitchless. Okay. Well, there's still a check in the Toad House, so maybe. And I want to heal anyway. Before fighting it. A 10 HP Junior Troopa. Okay.
Oh, well,
What badges do I have? I have Super Jump. That's a badge. Sure.
what was it, 4 FP?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean... Yeah, Super Jump is an unused badge that is supposed to be in between Power Jump and Mega Jump.
Yep.
So it does a little bit more damage than Power Jump.
And I don't really have a lot of like damage increasing badges at the moment. Which things like Power Jump do scale off with or fall off pretty hard with damage increasing badges.
Yeah.
I'll level on Monster too.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you cannot bomb this tree. One of the, like, 3 trees in the game.
Oh, what was behind the tree? I didn't see.
I think it was a mystery, but I'll get it on the way back.
3rd key. Only need 1 more.
It was yellow. That might have been a key behind the tree.
Oh.
But we'll find out in a second. It would be funny if I just get 4 keys and have to go back to Bowser's Castle.
It would be.
I don't have Starstone, so I can't go too far here. Even if I do sushi glitch up the mountain.
It is, yeah.
Chapter 1 scale, Chapter 7 is so nice.
It really is.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, thank you
thank you for
the coin.
The 1 coin. At least I don't have to wait for him to walk through the entire town.
True.
Yeah, it's a shame that I don't have Bucket, but yeah, it was a mystery.
No, it's just, okay.
There is exactly 1 more check that I can do in Chapter 7. Well, I guess not exactly 1.
I was gonna say, you could do more, but could with sushi glitch. But
Yeah, I probably should.
it is in logic, so
Yeah, it's in logic, and
there's a few.
there's a handful of checks up there.
Do you have the ultra shroom block?
No,
Okay, good.
I don't actually know how to do that.
I've done it before, but I don't remember. There's a handful. So with the feature added by Rando to toss items, actually allows you to do a few glitches that you wouldn't otherwise be able to by getting items in certain places. So I don't know. I'm personally not a fan of those glitches just because they're Rando specific. I don't know. It feels weird to me.
Yeah. I tend to keep it to things that you can do in vanilla.
Yeah,
All right, including
I agree. Including this. If you want to do this yourself, hold up and mash C down, and it just works.
Yep. This is normal fish behavior.
Yep.
I mean, snow is almost water, right?
Yeah,
What was that?
snow is basically water.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is.
It is the same chemical makeup.
It's true.
And yep.
Yeah, you can just dive under walls. Do you have to be careful not to go in certain areas? Like if Phantom were to swim up there, they would be soft locked.
Yep.
But as long as you know where not to go, you're fine.
And this is like mildly faster than just swimming all the way.
Right, yeah. Because you can climb stairs with sushi, but it's weird. Also, these enemies just don't see you. Whenever the glitch is still technically active, which is why I got right back on sushi here.
Yep.
But yeah, but stairs are slow.
Stone cap.
Well, sort of vanilla. Still a stone.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, normally there's a pebble there.
I will reload the room here and not go immediately for the block, just in case.
That's fair. Yeah, so to cancel sushi glitch, you go into battle and change partners and then run away. And then, yeah, as soon as you leave the room, it's completely disabled. So back to a normal state here.
Yeah, that was
Alright.
mostly just for safety, because if you do get first struck while a partner is out that is not sushi. Man, okay.
All right, well, there's still one more.
What if it's vanilla?
Oh, and you can also see. You could also look to see what's up there.
That's true.
I don't know if you want to, but
Oh,
it's a good badge.
it is
If
a
you
good
find
badge.
power bounce.
Yeah. let's peek this just because it's a little weird.
Little cheeky little clip.
Yeah. See if I can actually like line it up.
Yeah. It's fairly precise, but yeah, and you can just. Oh well.
I got the interaction
again.
instead of.
Oh.
That's fine. Whatever.
You got
Not
to see
gonna bother.
if you jump there, you can get on top and then see what check is. See what check is there
Yeah.
in the star piece location. But
I'll do some Toad Town turn-ins real quick. I have the frying pan. I have some other stuff, Melody. And then I'll make my way back into the sewers. So I have not checked the left side sewers yet at all. Thanks, Tasty.
oh boy, Goombario upgrade.
That's exactly what I wanted.
Oh, by the way, chat, if you actually want to try Paper Mario Randomizer at some time, we do have a website where even if you don't actually want to play Paper Mario Randomizer, you can try and see what crazy options we have. We also have a community Discord. If you want to hang out with people and like coordinate races or archipelago games, you are very welcome to join in. We do answer like basically all setup questions and questions regarding if you are stuck in the seed. So just hop on in if this sounds in any way interesting to you.
It's a lot of fun. Highly recommend.
Yeah, and settings are not going to be like this unless you want them to be.
Exactly. You can make it as hard or as difficult as you want. Or as hard or as easy. You can make it hard. No, as hard or as easy as you want.
Yeah, so okay. You can't hold down.
mind.
You can't hold down left out of the pipe. You have to actually walk down a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna fight a blooper. Wow, power jump.
Worth noting, the way blooper works. So you always fight the bloopers. There's 3 of them. You always fight blooper, then electro blooper, then super blooper. It's always in that order, no matter which locations you go to first. So something you have to keep in mind whenever you are exploring this area. It's pretty well, depending on, it's kind of a gamble because it's only for 1 check, but it's fairly common to save scum the blooper to the right of in the sewers, all the way to the east up top. Nice.
Easy mash.
That's a hard mash.
Easy.
Easy mash, yeah.
Yeah. Never miss it.
Yeah, never. But yeah, so if you save scum that first blooper and it ends up being a check that you don't need, then you can just reload your save and never have to fight super blooper, which is significantly more powerful than electro blooper. 2 in a row, nice.
I don't think I've missed that mash in a while.
That's good. It's a hard one.
Maybe I should run the category that actually needs to do that.
I mean,
Yeah, mostly I'm doing this because I wanted to check like Cooper's Shell, check like prologue panels, but also like sewers over here is quite a few checks.
oh, power bounce.
That is pretty nice.
All right. Only thing you're missing is power rush.
Yeah. Maybe I'll find it over here.
Maybe.
It'd be really funny if I
Shout
actually
out.
called this.
Shoutouts to your collision being disabled. Oh. Shoutouts to your collision being disabled while that spring is moving. The
True.
Goomba just runs through you.
Does not care. There's a chance I have to do a very funny trick in the other upgrade block room, but we'll see. Okay. Now let's see if this is an item block.
Eyes emoji.
It's a badge block.
A badge. Okay, so not required. Are you
Not required,
going
but
for it?
I'll do it.
All right, all right. Yeah, so Phantom is going for a trick known as Clippy Boots. So if you frame perfectly, open the partner menu, whenever you encounter an enemy while you're riding Lackey, and then run away, you get put into a state we call Clippy, where you're sort of riding laggy, but also you aren't. Like internally you are, but Mario, you can still run around with Mario, but you retain the smaller hitbox that Mario has while he's riding laggy, and it lets you kind of get really far inside, in this case, blocks. And see, there, they just got it. And so basically what they're going to be able to do is just run over to these blocks and jump on top of them. And jump on top of one.
Like that.
Just like that. And there's nice.
Cool.
The actual best badge in the game.
Worth.
Libby is just such a bizarre glitch.
It really is. And a really useful one too. That actually gets used a lot in speedruns.
Yeah, that was probably one of the only instances I could actually make use of it in this seed in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, now they have Super Hammer.
Oh, okay. Let's check the panel over here, and I'll just fight Fuzzies.
Okay.
Fuzzies opens up one check into the village.
Plus the one you get there.
Yeah, I think that one was not important.
Oh, right, you already saw what it was.
Yeah.
Dolly could be important.
Could be, and I'm going to prologue next.
Yeah, Zap Tap, decent badge casually, not so much for anything else.
Yeah. It's useful on Master 2 and 3 in Rando for sure, though. Just because
that makes sense.
His multi-hits.
Yeah, that would cut him off from being able to do anymore.
Very standard fuzzy minigame.
I mean, we could make that faster for you. Like, we wouldn't make like only
Honestly,
do
that'd
2
be-
or 1 game.
that'd be
We
kinda
would just
hype.
speed up the fuzzy.
Just make the fuzzy go
Funny thing
really
is-
fast.
Yeah, basically how it works is you can set the number of frames the fuzzy has to take to jump from one tree to another. And so you can make it one
Is
frame.
that how it's scripted?
Yeah.
That's
I've tried it
amazing.
once.
Oh wait, that means we could confirm once and for all if we now that so there's decomp for this game. This game has been in everything except Japanese, which is nearly done. This game has been completely decompiled, so you can look at C code that is equivalent to the original code that the devs wrote for this game, logically equivalent. And so we could actually look and see, compare JP and US versions to see.
True.
So I haven't looked at this, but there's been I don't know if you want to call it a rumor. Nice. I don't know. It hasn't been like confirmed, but supposedly the fuzzies got slowed down for the 3rd round in the English version. I frame counted it to be the same, but my test may have been flawed. I don't know. So it'll be nice.
It
look at
definitely
that and see.
looks different.
Yeah, by my testing, it's the same, but I don't know. I would trust the code more.
All right, I'm gonna go to the desert and do panels.
Honestly, fair.
I think right now the main thing I need is a magical seed.
Yeah. What do you still need for Gomba? You need a magical seed,
Miracle water and a tub of key.
miracle. Okay, so only 3 things. Oh, and a Bowser's Castle seed. Or,
Yeah.
Key, right?
Oh, and red key. And starstones.
Okay, there's still a few things. There's still a few things.
There's a couple. Realistically, whenever I find my next dungeon, I'm going to like probably get most of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
The wall says no.
Outpost.
You didn't skip anything else.
There's the Colorado camp tree also. There's the shrink stomp chest.
Oh,
There's anti-guy.
I'm sorry. I meant here specifically.
Oh, no. Yeah, there's a handful of things to check for sure. Most of the slow checks that you tend to pass up.
Yeah. Do you know about how many checks there are with these settings?
I feel like
estimate?
I feel like I could guess, but I probably would be off.
I would guess like 500. Do you think that's
Yeah, I was gonna guess like 450 to 500 in that range.
okay? Something in that ballpark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, about. I think a all sanity run that shovels everything is somewhere about 670, I think.
Oh, so it might be higher then.
Yeah, the coins add a lot.
Yeah. On Mount Rugged here, there is just the panel and paracarry. And then I'll probably do like Shrink Stomp Blooper. Which means we get to fight Super Blooper.
Yay! I mean, you have power bounce now, so it actually shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
You don't jump. That would have been
It'll be useful
nicer
later.
earlier. Yeah.
We haven't full cleared Flower Fields, have we?
No. There's Lackey, there's Moles, there's Waterstone.
Oh, did you check the block? You haven't checked the block here, have you?
Oh, no, that's true
Does
too.
Defend plus, usually worthless.
Yeah, more often than not. Ah. There's a couple more panels too that I'm going to quickly grab. But then I'll just move to Shrink Stomp Blooper, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe this panel holds all the secrets. It holds a Thunder Rage.
I mean, that's a good item.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. Here, let's see actually badges. How is Power Bounce? 5 FP.
That's usable.
It's usable. I'd honestly, Dizzy Stomp.
Yeah.
That's fine, whatever.
Wait, did you? Oh, right. So one thing, they're not using it because they switched to Dizzy Stomp, but so Dodge Master, which was a badge that I think you just had it equipped.
Yeah.
But, so if you combine, it doesn't say this anywhere in the game, but it actually, okay, a few things. So Power Bounce, whenever you use it, lets you jump on the same enemy over and over. But as long as you keep hitting the action commands. But also it caps you at a certain point, but where it caps you is random. So you only get, and it's different for different enemies. But Dodge Master actually raises on average the number of bounces you can get. So actually a much better badge than it might look on first glance. Oh, I mean, you could do 2 of those, but it's only 10 HP, so.
It's
more value out of Dizzy Stomp.
still better than Electro Dash.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're still getting 6 damage with bow here, so.
It's fine.
Oh, that reminds me of something. The randomizer actually changes the pause menu descriptions of several of the badges to include like information the vanilla game doesn't tell you.
Oh, right.
For example, Feeling Fine has the information about it nerfing repel gels, and I'm pretty sure the Dodge Master description is also expanded to include a few more like niche scenarios.
I did not know those changes were made.
I mean, especially if you go to the beta Berserker badge, that thing has like 6 text boxes or something like this.
This is everything that this does. All right.
That wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, no. Dizzy Stomp worked twice. That's makes things very easy.
Okay. Okay. I mean, required. So.
Yeah. Let's go to that. Let's sushi glitch again.
Let's go back.
I'm gonna check the winding path on the way here. I still haven't done that actually.
That's too many to not check. Do you
Yeah.
have the block pass, like the life stream block?
Those are in Logic, actually.
Those are okay.
They're not too bad.
Yeah, I didn't know for the longest time that it actually mattered whether the whether the Dark Koopa. So there are some high up blocks that you can get here without. Oh, very nice. Yeah, some blocks you can get here that you're supposed to need Ultra Boots for, but if you jump on a Koopa at the right time, you can get enough extra height. It's actually important, though, that the Koopa is standing and not in its shell whenever you do it. Otherwise, you won't get enough height.
And I'm just going to get rid of this one so I only have to deal with one Dark Koopa.
That is fair.
Because the two Dark Koopas will not go to the opposite blocks very easily, but they will both go to the middle and the one closest to them.
Amazing.
Very worth. Very worth.
All right, one more.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
I mean,
something.
that's money.
It's money or just a full heal.
True. Yeah, Wackus Bumps sell for 64 coins if you sell them in the Shroom Grocery,
Yep.
it's called. They sell for 50 everywhere else. Well, I think they might sell for less.
I think in Bowser's Castle they sell for less.
That sounds right.
The prices in the Bowser's Castle shop are really odd.
They buy
the
mistakes
Goomba-
for more.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
think it's 10 or 15 coins per mistake.
Yeah. But you're never going to haul 10 mistakes up to Bowser's Castle shop.
Says you.
Someone might. They might decide that that's the best way to farm coins.
Gonna make that the only way to do it in my plan, though. I don't think that would be possible, but
Oh,
not well. And enemies exist. Yo, nice.
first try.
Any percent no Peach Warp runs when?
Never.
Good decision. Bad category. Delete it from the leaderboard.
Speaking of power bounce caps, that's a good category to talk about power bounce caps.
Oh, God.
It changes the huff fight drastically.
Yep. The real final boss of any percent no Peach Warp speedrun category in this game, where you basically need at least a 6 cap on Huff to get like a reasonable fight. Otherwise, you lose minutes. And that's I want to. I forget the odds on that.
It's pretty
For some
low.
reason, I want to. Yeah, for some reason, I want to say it's like a 30% chance. I could be wrong about. Don't quote me on that.
I think it's similar to Lava Piranha, so that sounds right.
You know, I want to say it's about a 10% for a 7 cap, which is an even faster fight. But again, don't quote me on that.
Oh, I have quick change on.
Or else I will find you. Oh, nice.
So this is either 3 or 7, either of which I can actually beat. But there's a lot of checks on either. And hopefully
No
it pays
red key
off.
yet,
Yeah.
so. Speeding up the staircase.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Maybe this is Tuppa's Castle. Honestly, that wouldn't even be that bad.
Yeah. Would be preferable, honestly.
Yeah, if this is Tuppa's Castle, it means I can actually full clear it.
Yeah, otherwise you're in the palace with no red key, which means it's not beatable.
Yep. All right.
Also,
Moment of
shouts
truth.
to Bombette doing the... All right, okay.
All right, so that means
Gotta-
that Flower Fields entrance is actually Crystal Palace.
That's convenient, actually.
Yeah, that's not too bad. So, jam and jelly, don't care.
Not worth going out of your way for.
Yeah, Tubba's Castle is pretty straightforward, especially with 3 keys.
Yeah. Nothing worse than coming here with 2 keys and being able to do literally everything here except finish.
Yep. Get everything except for Yaki.
Yep. And Yaki is always in the vanilla location because it works out better that way. Trust us.
Yeah. Because otherwise, this dungeon is effectively somewhere you never even want to go to in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, if Yaki was randomized, you could just bypass the entire dungeon, which I don't know, I guess some people might like, but
Yeah, it would just be an out-of-the-way location to do checks.
yeah. But really just more annoying. You'd be hoping you could skip it every run. And then with the number of checks here, would probably usually fine. Nope, you actually can't, but
Yeah.
so it's nice to have that incentive to actually want to clear it regardless.
Yeah, with coins, there's also quite a few checks past 1 key. Because of the bed in the Mega Rush room.
That makes sense. And there's a group of just 5 coins on the bed, so
Yeah, it's supposed to be like an arrow pointing to the wall.
is it really?
They are pointing towards the wall,
I don't know if I've ever noticed that. Also, finally a bombette upgrade.
which is good because when I go to Chapter 7, that'll be really nice to have.
Very true. Yeah, that'll unlock Power Bomb, so finally have some decent AoE.
Yep. Yeah, they are okay.
Oh, speaking of seeds.
That is a few things.
Speaking of chapter. Yep.
Wow.
And okay.
Yep.
It was Calculator and Crystalberry. Also. So I need Miracle Water, Red Key. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it.
I might want to be doing a break here before long as well.
That's true. Yeah, we can probably even after the boss fight. Because I'm probably just going to go to clear it.
Makes sense.
Because then we can go into Bowser's Castle and get through Junior Troopa even. After the break. Since they're very close to each other. What bosses have I not fought yet? Koopa Bros, Crystal King, Huff, Lava Piranha?
Lava Piranha, yep.
I want to say those are the 4.
Yeah, and one of them we won't be fighting because we skipped the chapter 5 boss.
Mm-hmm. Skip the laggy cutscene.
So nice. I actually figured this out working with decount being a thing. You can actually change the code, and the way the devs implemented how some animations work in this game, basically they're extremely inefficient. It's doing a recursive, for those who know what this means, they're basically doing a recursive search to find each individual piece, like they're stored in a tree, to find each individual piece, every single frame, multiple times, and there's like 100, I want to say like 140 some individual pieces to that bridge. And if you, I put in a cache, oh, let's go, red key. Honestly,
Okay.
honestly, timing pretty well. But yeah, it basically made the cutscene lagless when I tried it on console. So,
Yeah, I'll still do this anyway
Yeah.
because we will eventually have to go through Bowser's Castle regardless.
it makes sense.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of questionable code in the original code base. You do tend to stumble upon mind-boggling stuff. One huge problem we actually ran into with the randomizer code was that Paper Mario only has so much memory for certain battles that loading the Hufflepuff boss battle actually maxes out the battle memory, so we couldn't actually change the damage values.
Oh.
Oh,
So one thing we had to do was rewrite parts of Hufflepuff to even make that fit.
Interesting.
honestly, knowing how that section of code works, not that surprising to me, but that ended up happening.
So yeah, this is going to be very funny because this isn't the heart. But it is instead... okay.
Speaking of which,
This is fine.
Yeah, so Huff is immune to what? He just straight up doesn't take damage from
Which
it.
is fine.
Yeah, the speedrun strat here would be to use super jump charge, but don't have that here. Also, one of the few instances of laggy being useful in battle, because the number of rough toughs, or I always forget, is it rough toughs? I always forget which one is which.
Tough
But
puffs?
then,
I don't know.
not huff puffs.
I think it's tough puffs. I don't know which one.
There's one of them is like the regular enemy, and then the other one is these guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, the number that spawn depends on how much damage you do to Huff. So Spiny Surge can actually be useful to clear a bunch of them to prevent healing without lost my train of thought again.
I can just not mash this at all.
Yeah, without spawning even more. Oh, true. Yeah, half damage with less stands, so
And I
rounded down.
have 4 life shrooms. I don't care.
You will be fine. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. Would not. Or is it. Wait. Oh, right, you can just do this.
Yep.
What's the threshold for. Is it 5 or 10?
It's
for,
5.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, if Huff gets below 5 HP, he will always do like a slam attack. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
And it does a lot of damage.
I think it would do around 25 with that many clouds.
That's a lot.
But yeah, this is the actual Chapter 3 boss. Technically.
Okay, rough puffs are the enemies. Tough puffs are the ones with Huff. Thank you, Tracy.
Oh. I don't think I don't think it matters what I do.
No, he's dead.
All right, and I think this is a pretty good time for our final break. Having 2 chapters left to do, 1 item from Go Mode.
Thought you might take FP there and then do.
Oh, I mean, FP plus are
Danger
2.
Mario.
I have 2 of them.
Well, I was gonna say with Danger Mario,
Yeah.
but. Oh, do you not have them both equipped?
No.
Oh, okay then.
But yeah. This seems like a pretty good time for our final break now, so we can go ahead with that.
My mic is muted. That's okay. I understand. Yeah, we're getting amateur hour over here. I've been talking, and you're like,
Yeah.
All right, so during these longer breaks, everybody, These longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break, if you have missed out on any of our shows or events, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showcasing Paper Mario Glitched Logic Rando. We're nearing the end of the run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Yeah, let's quick countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. And we're gonna head straight to Bowser's Castle and basically clear that out up until a shortcut that we will need to use later. Only really need Miracle Water, so I'm gonna Bowser's Castle or Crystal Palace hopefully has the Miracle Water. And if not, we're going to be on a scavenger hunt, but we'll see. See what happens.
Yeah. The final boot and hammer upgrades are not necessarily required. So
Yeah. Hammer basically just depends on what partners you find.
yeah.
And kind of boots too. There's a handful of checks that boots opens up.
Yeah, the boots specifically would be definitely be nice to have for the extra damage.
Yeah.
Not required unless the checks require them.
Yeah, so I'm gonna...
Luckily, a 7 Spirit Seed usually has you like loaded by the end. So even if you don't have Ultra Boots, Bowser is manageable.
Yeah, how many star pieces do I have currently? 17? Could be worth picking up 3 more to get the second Power Plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing something. You're probably not gonna be able to tell what I'm doing, honestly, because I'm gonna do Dark Basement.
Oh, that's not going to go over well on the at least for us. We're not going to see anything.
So you can do that,
That's vanilla, by the way.
and I'm gonna
Well, sort
do
of.
Dark Basement.
So for context, you are expected to use Watt's overworld ability to illuminate the area. There are several paths you can take, and usually one of these paths will be a dead end, one will be the way to the exit we just came from, and one will be to like an item block. Usually you come from the whole other side, from the basement up 2 of these very dark rooms. And dodging enemies is actually quite tricky, usually, especially if you do use Watt's overworld ability, because having her out just slows Mario's movement down and we can't spin while doing that. Additionally, the battles in here are also in vanilla, in the dark, so you have to have Watt out to even attack the enemies. However, for Rando, we decided that the dark battles themselves were a bit too buggy, so we allow you to win within the dark battles even without Watt. There are some very weird issues with the dark battles in terms of hitting them in a first strike with Bombette or Koopa, and your partner then first strikes not the first enemy but the second or third, and can crash the game. So we figured before we have a fix ready for this, we might just disable the dark battles.
Yeah, it's honestly such a niche thing. Seems like the sensible decision to me.
Disabling the dark battles in general has the side effect of also changing the Fuzzy Pete battle you normally need to fight to get access to the whale, which can bring you to Chapter 5, to the Lava Island. And this change just lets you also do that with any partner, not only with Watt. Surprisingly, this does not affect the dark battle against the Lantern Ghost, because the light in that is completely coded a different way than the dark battles themselves.
I guess it makes sense that they would do that, since it's like with the lantern instead of just all or nothing, I guess.
Oh.
Oh, right, these are checks.
I'm not
Mega
gonna
Shock?
spook. The flying magic of it made this unfortunate.
Oh, the embers are Did not know they were immune. There you
Yep.
go.
It makes sense. I wanted to just power quake with peril, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, I guess I'm gonna fan smack the ember.
At least it can't divide with 4 enemies.
True. So, Koopa Troll has 4 HP. That's fine. Do this and Starstorm.
Yeah, the Star Spirits are a little bit. They show up in the menu in the order that you defeat the bosses. So I don't know, kind of funny.
And cool.
A mushroom.
Yeah, it's a rando change that the supposedly wrong, or I guess right, Star Spirit actually casts the Star Spirit ability. It gets a bit weird when you start the seed with more than 0 star energy, actually, because by that point you already can use some of the star powers. However, since we don't have any Star Spirits unlocked by then, you don't actually have a Star Spirit we could call forth. So instead, Twink shows up and casts the ability.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's fun.
Oh, by the way, from context, Twink is like a tiny star who usually has a way more important role in the story, but only in the Peach cutscenes. So we don't actually see anything of Twink, except for like the very end of the game.
Yep. Also, I did the little stair clip there just because it's funny, but absolutely not necessary.
Yeah. It's faster with task movement, but outside of that,
Yeah. I guess I'll see what the key is.
yeah. Strangely enough, that clip. So the 2 stair rooms that like with the save blocks, where they did that clip, they look identical, but strangely only the first one has that clip in the stairs, not the second one.
Yep.
Therapies. Okay. Oh, I guess you won't be. I was going to explain the
Yeah, I'm not going to be bothering to get it.
fast flood room, but yeah, don't need it. Yeah, so these are just the normal Lackey clips that we've seen since the beginning of the seed.
Yeah, and that block up there I can't get without Ultra Boots. Surely that would never actually matter.
Surely. Honestly, adding Chapter 8, because I've never played a seed with Chapter 8 enabled. That's like a new-ish feature. Honestly, it changes a lot about how you think about things, about how you play the seed.
I could just do cannon jumps. I'm more practiced at cannon jumps than I am cannonless.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah, so Phantom's trying to do cannonless. I have never seen. I didn't know they had randomized palettes. Steam then gold. Okay, but anyway, Phantom is doing cannonless, which is a very original trick name that no other community has used. Where you have to stand in a very precise position to get this clip to respawn in the correct location. I think this one should work.
I think this works, yeah.
Yep, okay. And so now they're out of bounds and they can just walk on the seam and go around the cannons. Just jump right past them.
Easy.
I mean, I am sort of biased, but I think Chapter 8 in the randomizer is actually rather interesting in terms of routing.
Yeah.
When you go there with how many keys. The only thing the community tends to disagree on is love or hate for the second Bowser door quiz. Because currently the Bowser door quiz is always random, and it's not random like in a controllable sense for like the seed generator. It's just random while you are in the room. And changes that were needed to actually make the quiz random basically left little of the original code. So it's actually currently not possible for us to add a toggle to disable the Bowser Dog random quiz. But I'm looking into like rebuilding the original one.
I would be appreciative.
I mean, I can also see value in a setting that just lets you skip the quiz if you don't want to do it.
Also, that it takes even like in a glitchless speedrun, it takes well in any speedrun
2.5 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's about 2 minutes from when you enter the room.
Yeah.
But also, I want to point out a thing that Phantom did like a minute ago. So specifically with Sushi as their active partner, they jumped on one of the dry bones, which they're actually doing the quiz here.
343. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what that does is I looked into it a long time ago. I forget all the specifics, but there is a bug in the code where it sort of thinks that you have, once you do that, that you have Bo as your active partner and you're using out of sight. It sort of has a little bit of that state enabled, but not really. I forget all the details. Yeah, much harder questions. As Icebound was just saying.
Have to do math.
Yeah, but anyway, the dry bones, it makes them stop throwing their bones, which makes doing that room a lot safer, because they run really slowly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that was
back in
six.
back in the day, I came up with a game short code just to skip this room.
3332. No, 3432. Three plus 4 is 7. And that should be the last one. Door 2.
Yeah, at least there's only 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, this is my 20th star piece. Because that lets me buy Power Plus. Which, with the badges I currently have, that could be honestly pretty useful.
Yeah. Especially if you go Danger Mario and get more BP.
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming you're going to do.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame. Well, no, I have Fire Shield, I have Damage Dodge. I can actually do a setup on Bowser with Danger Mario to guarantee peril.
You'll love to see it.
So, that'll be pretty useful. Come back here. Of course, it's the same fight.
Oh my god.
Leave the 2 magic oops, it's fine.
In vanilla, this is just one singular
Oh my.
patrol, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
That is. Wait, so it makes. Oh, I thought they were.
The thing is Crystal King's thing. I thought it was going invisible, but
I don't think I knew they had that move.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I also don't fight Magic Koopas in Chapter 8 very often.
I've never seen that move from a Magic Koopa.
Yeah. See, you cannot flip in those stairs.
Yeah, they were blinking. I thought that they were like repelled basically.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. But oops. All right, Dry Bones. Never mind. If there wasn't a flying Magic Koopa there, I would have just killed it. But
Yeah, he's got his posse.
this is normally an Ultra Shroom. And it's okay.
All right. I forget how much that was.
Hello. Yeah. How many Ultra Shrooms are there in vanilla? 6? And that's one of them?
Yeah.
And there's 5 Jam and Jellies, and one of them's in Bowser's Castle. I think.
Yes.
And the other, there's one of them is on the Peach quiz.
There are technically an infinite amount of each, at least in English.
Yeah.
But you have to mess with the little oinks. You gotta use the silver and golden ones. So.
Yeah, the lowest odds.
Yeah. And not to mention, you have to, once you get one, you have to then buy 10 more pigs to get them to drop that, to run away and drop the item. Right? Yeah, I think that's how it works.
And then if you get multiple golds, you only get the one anyway.
Right.
I think we don't actually put the Gem and Jelly from Peach's Castle into the item pool at all.
Okay.
Maybe I should do that and add another item spot in Peach's Castle.
I mean, it doesn't really come up that often, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's an item that's not randomized yet.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, if I go that route, I will have to like randomize the firebar coins and the flowers in the jungle.
Is the shooting star in Peach's Castle randomized?
I don't think so either. It's the one you get from
The Hammer Bro, yeah.
NPC. No, it's not.
Well, there you go. More items to fill the item pool with.
Woohoo!
And these guys retain their chapter 7 scale,
Yep.
but
Doesn't really help them.
not really.
All right, so Junior Troopa does 8 normally. So 4 block, so it would be 7, then I'd be at 3. Divide by 2. I think I want damage dodge on.
Probably. Brain.
Oh, Flower Saber's cheap. I don't have Spike Shield. This may end up being annoying.
Just Power Shock forehead.
I mean, that's the idea.
Oh no. Good luck.
I do have Power Bounce on, right? Yes.
Just get lucky.
I've done this in races, and it has won me races by significant margins. I'm just gonna hit him. So much damage. Junior has 2 defense for some reason.
Yeah, he's kind of insane for a first of, for a first boss of 3
Yeah.
in the end game.
So what I think...
Like Hallway Bowser only has 1 defense.
Yep. So if I heal, if I refresh, I'll be at... Yeah, if I refresh and block, I'll be at peril.
Yeah, unblock. That'll do it, yeah.
And then I just Power Shock. And it will work.
It always works.
Yeah. Power Shock is the most reliable move in the entire game.
So true.
See?
Oh, and not even...
Wow.
That was a really
wasn't even
bad
that good, yeah.
It's fine, though.
But it's fine, because it always works. Nice
We
4-cap.
have the proof right now. I always get 4-capped.
Is that with damage dodge on?
Yep. Or Dodge Master.
Or Dodge Master, yeah. Amazing.
All right, but
Okay, that was
he is dead next turn. I don't even have to time this.
Yeah, just jump.
And that's Junior Troopa. Just do it like that. Clearly. I've
All right, so
I wish it was that easy.
I've lost so many runs to getting 4 capped.
it's fairly likely to happen.
It's only 1 in 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5 cap is more likely, but or at least 5.
I'm gonna check and see if Power Rush is in the castle.
Shortcut pipe added here, so that's not there in vanilla, but that lets you get back from Toad Town.
Yeah, there's 4 checks in here. None of these are actually in logic until you have access to Starbeam, which means that they're never going to be important. But they could be badges. Yeah, it's explicitly the Starbeam check logic that puts these 4 checks in logic.
I like how the lighting effects don't affect the items because they never planned on there being items here.
True.
I actually didn't realize that until you just threw that power block.
I mean, why would there be items here?
I mean, yeah.
Coin and a POW block. Wow.
Nice.
Let's go beat Crystal Palace.
No miracle water yet.
I'm already
It'll
in peril.
Definitely be there.
I'm in peril, so I can power quake all these Clopets.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I think I could do it without that. Oh, yeah.
How's your FP? Oh yeah, this is great. She just tosses them.
Yeah, I have 11 FP, but
Do you have any items to heal?
actually, what I can do here. Hold on. Big brain.
Honestly, yeah. Do you know how much power? Wait, how much is power bomb?
Power bomb is also 4.
Okay, that's what I thought. So 3.
I mean, all the clubbers are gonna have 3 HP.
Oh, true.
I don't think it matters.
Wait, you have. Oh, how much is regular Quake Hammer?
I think it was also 4 FP.
Okay, I was gonna say because that would. Oh, hey, nice.
So useful.
It could be.
Technically,
There's one
that puts a couple checks in logic, actually. Not just one, because I don't have.
Oh,
I don't need him anymore.
Oh, go Mario!
I got the Ultra Hammer.
coming. Would you have picked him up?
If I didn't have
you
Ultra
had him?
Hammer, probably.
Yeah.
The poor guy.
He's doing his best. His best just isn't very good.
He does one thing in logic, and that thing bypasses Ultra Hammer. So I just don't need him. It technically loses time to pick him up, so we're just gonna leave him in that block forever.
It's optimal.
Yep.
I'm sure he's nice and
I mean,
cozy
he
in there.
is safe in there.
Yeah. No one can hurt him.
He's in a room with a Swoopula. It's fine. I will. Well, I can try and do the Bumbat skip. I don't have a lineup for it. I just kind of like. Ooh.
It's nice. It's surprisingly less precise than you might think.
Is it like less precise than the Cooper one?
I think it's about the same.
Okay.
I think it's the exact same spot. Just
Yeah,
like,
I just don't have a visual for it because my
Right.
visual is different.
yeah, because there's no like Cooper slot.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what happens when you re-enter this room.
I've done it.
Oh, okay.
I'll try one more time.
Yeah, so if you stand in the right spot here and just mash spin and hold right, you can go through the loading zone. This is an example of a trick that is JP exclusive but got added back in Rando. You usually don't do it here in vanilla because they don't actually leave. If you go in and come back out, they're all still waiting for you and prevent you from going back to the left. So you actually still, in vanilla, have to clear it. Ooh! Attack effects F. Unused badge.
Yeah, at some point I'll just figure out a visual cue for it, but it hasn't really been relevant because no one actually knew that it had been patched into Rando.
Yeah, I didn't.
Neither did I.
It's also, Wait. If you do a spin jump and look at the mirror version of Mario here,
Yeah.
he rotates around the wrong axis.
Yeah, because that Mario is going to go away as soon as I do these checks. Okay. Is blue key required? Nope. Blue key is not required.
Unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate that it's required, but or that it's not required, or whichever way is correct to say that.
But yeah, when we get to the Cooper puzzle, it'll be much easier because there's a very good visual for it. Bye.
Nice. No one flying. Yeah, they just get deleted. Don't even get experience for them.
Yeah. Also, we get a lot of money in this room for no reason.
True. Yeah, for some reason that I don't know if anybody's actually figured out, coins in this room are just doubled. Like every coin is worth 2. Specifically in this room, I have no idea why.
I did read a theory by, I think, Rain Juice about this. I'm not entirely
Rain
sure.
would be the one to know.
Basically, the theory was that the developers might have originally intended for the coins to be like also mirrored, so they had to spawn them twice. They just forgot to actually mirror the position.
Oh.
Makes as much sense as anything to me.
Yeah. That is the most logical reason. All right. This guy will actually just never see you.
You can get him to see you if you really go out of your way to make him do it. But he's kind of blind.
All right, and now for the hardest puzzle in the game, it's so hard I just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That wasn't it.
I can't tell.
Which one is Cooper?
Yeah, I can't tell. It's too hard.
Nice spin.
The blocks are in logic for you, right?
Yeah. Third,
Okay.
I mean, it's not hard, so.
No. I couldn't remember for sure if that was a trick that you could
Yeah.
enable. I
Yeah,
was pretty sure it was. But
the tall blocks here.
yeah, you can actually reach them with super boots. So without enabling a trick for them in logic, they are not actually considered in logic, but for us they are right now. The weight, that's
Wow.
literal dead weight.
That's exactly what I needed.
The item that defined early rando races.
It really did.
True.
Back when you couldn't actually shuffle the gear upgrades.
Yeah, you could only shuffle them amongst themselves. If I could you even?
No, they were just vanilla but progressive.
Oh, is that what they were at the start? Okay. Well, so long ago.
Sad. No. Nothing in the block there.
All right, last check.
Miracle water? No.
Nope.
It is juicy, but it is not water. Well, we get to see what the boss is. It's chapter 1 scaled, so no matter what it is, I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah. Yeah, what's left? Lava Piranha and
Koopa Bros and Crystal King?
Koopa Bros. Yes.
I finally
We
have...
didn't see any albino dinos.
Yeah. You don't typically see them on low scales, I feel like. I don't know if that's like just... I can't think of the word.
I don't think they are like specially handled in regards to the scaling.
Yeah, it just feels like they never show up on lower scales.
It's probably just because fewer enemies spawn in general, right?
Most likely. Okay, we're gonna have Watt out. I think I have a maple syrup. Yeah. I don't feel like healing.
Yeah, Peril too nice.
Especially for a chapter 1 scaled boss.
Yeah, honestly, it might not even be able to damage you if you block.
And okay.
It is lava piranha, okay.
Oh. Miscounted. Whatever. I have quick change on so I can switch to sushi. Goodbye, Crystal King music. Phase 2.
Even harder.
So much more difficult. Anyway.
I mean, even in vanilla, isn't Lava Piranha more like a puzzle boss that gets trivialized by using sushi?
For the most
Yes
part.
and... I feel like
With phase
casually
2.
yes and no. Depends on how prepared people are going in.
Yeah. All right, well now we're on a apparent hunt for miracle water.
Yeah, nowhere specifically that it has to be.
Yeah, the only place it can't be is the one check that is behind it.
Yeah. So now it's just a matter of which one has it.
You know, I never checked Deep Jungle.
Oh, true. And you did find Jade Raven. Well, actually, that wouldn't affect anything.
Yeah,
Is it
I just
Parakarry?
didn't want to go through the Piranha Plant fight with nothing. And I can technically save the Yoshis.
True.
The Volcano Vase was a Sphere 1 item.
Oh.
Probably doesn't mean anything.
Probably.
Probably.
But that makes the most sense for me is to go to Chapter 5 after I bully Lee.
Oh, right.
The Master is not in Logic with my settings. I only put Chan and Lee in Logic. Really for no particular reason.
Oh, they're quick.
Other than to like show that you can do the dojo.
Poor guy. The master's just standing there watching this.
Huh. All right.
Goodbye.
Can't say I've ever done that. All right. Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think with Dodge Master, you're guaranteed to not get capped. Not 100% sure on that, but...
Yeah, because I guess in like the categories where you fight him, you only go to like 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's make our way to Chapter 5. I can check Ultra Boot's chest.
You also haven't gotten lyrics yet.
True. I need to buy lyrics here.
Do you have 20 coins?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Easy.
Easy.
There's also the Volcano Base chest. Let's grab that real quick.
Oh, yeah.
The one thing for... Okay.
Oh, well, there we go. All right. This is go mode.
Nice.
All right, then. I guess I won't check the Deep Jungle. Let's go fight whatever the boss of Chapter 6 is.
Nice, you don't have to... Yeah, you don't actually have to clear out a bunch of slow checks in 6.
I do have to do Machine Fight.
That's true.
Also conveniently located.
Yeah, true. Right on the way.
Chapter 4 scaled, so I will probably level up on the machine fight, which is kind of nice.
Ooh, yeah.
But yeah, that is go mode. We still have quite a bit to do to get to the end, but at this point, it's mostly just figuring out how to do the fights. Which hopefully won't be too bad. In an ideal world, I can get Peril on hallway and then not level up on hallway.
Yeah, might happen. Might not. Yeah, sadly no power rush, and unlikely to get it at this point. Unless it just happens to be along the way.
Yeah. Which it probably won't.
Yeah.
I will buy the second Power Plus because I would kind of like to have it.
Yeah, especially with no Ultra Boots.
Yep. And my setup for getting Peril on Final will not let me use PFD down. So... would really like to have as much power as I can get. I'm on the wrong side.
This machine is very particular about where you hit it.
Yep. Where you hit it, how many times. I tried to look at the code and I didn't quite understand what it was doing.
Yeah, I've never looked at it. No, I don't want to.
It seemed really weird.
I mean, considering how it acts, I would expect no less.
Yeah, because I think it was like when you were doing like no major sequence breaks or something, I was trying to look at the code for the machine and be like, how does this thing work? Yeah.
Glitchless muscle memory.
Yep. Literally any category muscle memory.
Any.
Always go down one and then mash A.
Not any %.
True.
But
I've never done an 80% run though, so it doesn't matter.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That is, I'm surprised.
Glitchless, all bosses, all cards, no major sequence breaks. Glundo.
Kind of LZS heavy, so.
I mean, not any more than
Well,
like...
it doesn't have to be, I guess. Yeah, but...
Not any more than like all bosses or... Yeah, all bosses.
Yeah.
Ah, hello.
All right.
As I do no damage. How much will they...
Oh, now there's 2 banger songs playing in this boss battle. Nice.
Oh, they only do 2. I was kind of hoping they would do more. That's fine.
Ultra Hammer moderately coming in handy.
Very slightly more damage.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye Huff music.
It's okay. It's another banger
True.
that we'll get to hear like a third of.
Well, they have a little bit of HP.
Yeah, and you don't have Peril, so.
Yeah.
Will we get to hear the bridge? Well. That's a no.
I have 3 FP pluses.
Yeah. All right, that is all 7 Star Spirits saved.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I need to do. I do need to still go talk to Chet Rippo and become Danger Mario.
Very important.
I assume I have enough money. I will need to sell something also.
Yeah, 39 coins.
Yep.
Luckily, there's a shop right there.
Yep.
So
And then we need to go grab Starbeam. Starbeam is in the vanilla location of Starhaven. So I need to go up to Starhaven, talk to the 7 star spirits, get Starbeam, and then warp back down to Peach's Castle and take the shortcut pipe to Bowser. Not a whole lot left, but it is a lot of running around.
Yeah, nothing.
What's Danger Mario I see?
Fun.
Well, we're gonna show,
Demonstrate.
demonstrate the power.
Exactly enough.
Well, I had an apple too, but
But the fact that you
Yeah.
just sold one item, and yeah.
very, very convenient.
Yeah, so the way that Chet Repo works is if you pay him 39 coins, he will add 2 levels worth of stats, I guess, to whichever stat you pick. But he will remove 2 levels worth, or 1 level's worth from each of your other 2. So basically, he'll rearrange your stats, and that actually notably lets you lower your HP down to 5, which just makes it so that Last Stand and Power Rush, which are both active when you're in danger, which is 5 HP or less, are just always active no matter what. And since Last Stand is as powerful as it is, it's a really good strategy. It's
Yep.
even better with Power Rush, which we don't have, unfortunately, because that's just +2 damage, but it's still worth.
I'm not even gonna get the Power Plus because All or Nothing is 6, and it uses the rest of my BP. Where Power Plus would be 4, and I don't have a use for 2 BP. So
Save
it
some
kind
time
of
at least.
works out.
Oh yeah, true. Important to point out, the Power Rush and Mega Rush do not stack. It's either one or the other.
Yep,
So
Mega Rush takes priority.
not as much of a detriment to not have Power Rush if you can get into peril.
Which we will be doing on Final Bowser.
True.
The badge setup I have mathematically will get Peril on turn 2. As long as I hit blocks.
Just get good.
Really not even that hard. And there is Starbeam, and we're leaving. Because I don't want to
Oh,
go into
we
the toy
needed that.
box.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think there's anything there for me. There's Anti-Guy.
True. You could have Power Rush.
He could. But yeah, Hallway Bowser is kind of a joke.
Yeah.
If he's really nice and does fire on turn 1,
That'd be nice.
fire does 8 normally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I don't want Fire Shield on. For this fight in particular.
Trying to remember.
Hello, Bowser.
Yeah, okay. Where's that 7?
I'm pretty sure unblocked fire without any modifiers puts you in peril with Danger Mario.
Okay. That much does sound right. Oh yeah, so I guess it must be. Yeah, okay. It must be 8 then.
Yeah, it was either 8 or 9.
Oh yeah, and I knew it was definitely not 9.
All right, go for this because if it works. All right, I got really lucky.
Oh my god.
Good job, Bowser.
All right, and that's free peril going into the fight here.
Yep, which gives us a lot of extra damage in phase 1.
Yep. You gonna out of sight or?
Yeah. Would I just go for? I don't even have close call.
Oh, I was thinking just tank a life shroom otherwise.
Oh,
I'm not sure which one. Does more damage.
I'm
Because
pretty.
you do give up partner damage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So my bounce will start at 6. I think it's just worth it.
Probably. It probably doesn't make too much of a difference either way.
Yeah. 4, 8. Yeah, and out of sight's not even expensive. So yeah, the final Bowser fight. There's quite a bit that goes into this, just like mathematically speaking, in terms of what Bowser decides to do in phase 2.
Yeah, definitely the most complicated logic of any boss in the game.
Phase 1 is very scripted.
Yeah, here he only has 3 moves they can do: fire, claw, or butt stomp. There's 4 cap. Doesn't matter which one he picks though, because, you know.
Yeah, that's like the slowest one. Okay.
And a 5 cap. All right. I think that was the
Yeah, it was a
right
4 and
call
5.
then. Yeah. And so then he'll start shield here. His logic actually is the same as phase 2 from here on out. Fun fact, but you can't damage him, so
Yep.
doesn't matter.
Good old Starbeam. Now this is where Peach has already beaten Cammy.
Thank God.
In vanilla, this between phase 1 and phase 2 is about 3 minutes.
It's a great scene casually. I'll stand by that.
Yeah, but due to the repetitiveness for Rando, it had to go.
Yep.
Yeah, big agree. It was, before it got removed, it was at least sped up by giving Twink 10 damage. So that was kind of funny, but it was still long. Turbocharge to give +1 attack.
That does 2. Just do whatever damage. This is fine.
I don't know where the threshold is. With 3. And there we go, Peril.
Yep. Guaranteed.
Yeah, Bowser
Wow.
can't. Bowser can't shield again until his 3rd turn, but he's much more likely to do it on the 4th turn. So, what's he at?
25.
Just go for it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's fine.
Nice. Good fight.
Yeah, so time was going to be coming up when Mario touches the Star Rod after the fade out. Here, let's let Watt kill him. Good job, Watt.
She's doing great.
And time. Yeah, and that wasn't even full damage Mario. Mario can do so much more damage than that.
It's so unsatisfying hearing that sound not line up with the Star Rod. But GG.
Yeah, what was our time at, by the way?
1 second. 3:40:32.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that's much closer to estimate than honestly good, because I was worried we were going to go like way under.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, that works out really well.
The one thing that I knew going into the seed that Icebound had told me was that logically, your first boots were behind beating General Guy, gearless. So it was actually huge that you got those out of logic boots.
Yeah, I was a little like, I kind of knew that General Guy was going to be in logic when I got to the top of Cooper Brothers Fortress. I was like, oh, all right, I'm gonna have to beat this boss probably, but the out of logic path into chapter 5 is just so strong that it helps a lot. But yeah, that was fun. That was a good seed. Thank you for picking that seed, Icebound. Going nearly an hour without boots is definitely interesting.
The way you just got all the good partners for bootless.
Like, oh, I started with Cooper. All right.
Or gearless.
Here's Sushi. Here's Bombette. Here's Paracarry. Here's Lackey. All right, you can do everything now.
Want to guess where Ultra Boots ended up?
Sure. Where were they? I actually don't have any idea.
They were in a particular chest in the toy box.
So it was Anti-Guy.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Do you know where Power Rush was?
I don't know, but I can check quickly.
Yeah, because I think that was the only thing missing at that point was like those two badges, like Ultra Boots and Power Rush in terms of like full Danger Mario.
Power Rush can be found in the deep jungle within a tree.
The place where we're like, we'll check that.
Just about to get it.
Yeah.
You managed without.
Yeah, it was fine. Damage dodge plus fire shield plus last stand, you're guaranteed peril in 2 turns. The fire shield is very important, and not having PFD equipped is also very important, because otherwise fire would do 3.
Okay, that's a good setup. I don't think I knew that one.
But yeah, it was a good run. Good fun. Thank you for joining me for commentary.
Yeah,
Thanks
of course.
for inviting us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Do we maybe want to still show off the one Easter egg on the title screen / on the sprite?
We can do that really quick. It only takes a second.
Yeah, you've got time, no worries.
Yeah, this is I think it was asked very early on about Easter eggs in the randomizer.
Yeah, and we decided to add a single Easter egg so far. Basically, we do often get like requests for sprite color changes for Mario. And this was one that was requested pretty early on, and we made it an Easter egg. Name your file name Duplis, and you can now be the Duplis version of Mario from the 1000th Year Door.
So yeah, it's not a skin you can choose on the website, but as long as you set your file name, this is what Mario looks like. So fun little Easter egg. And how long did it take for anyone to find this?
I was gonna say, it was sitting in the code for a long time before anyone did.
So Clover added this basically the moment we had palette swaps, which was on release or shortly after. And we debated back and forth whether we wanted to just drop the information that the Duplis skin was in here. But I think it took like 11 or 12 months for someone to randomly find and post on the Discord, which was coincidentally like 2 days after we discussed just flat out telling people.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, it took a long time.
But I'm glad it was found organically without us telling.
Yeah, I'm surprised that just no one tried it earlier. Just because, you name your file, name it whatever you want. And other like ROM hacks tended to use file names for secrets and things. Yeah. That was a Paper Mario Rando with glitch logic and whole 7 chapters. So I do these, or have done these, fairly often. I will probably be taking a short break from them, but I will eventually come back to this. Most of what I do otherwise is vanilla speedruns of this, Twilight Princess, Pokemon Coliseum, are like probably the main 3. So feel free to check those out if you feel so inclined. And
definitely go follow them.
JCog and Icebound if you
stream.
anything?
I mean, if you want to follow me, twitch.tv/jcog or jcog.dev on Blue Sky. I've been a little inconsistent lately, but I do a lot of Paper Mario randos and speedruns, as well as some other random things. So, yeah.
For me, there's really no point following me on anything because I don't stream, I don't post on X or the likes. But you are absolutely welcome to join the Paper Mario Randomizer Discord and have a chat with us and play a few seeds.
Yeah. Thanks for having this on Special Church.
Yeah, thank you so much for showcasing it. This was absolutely fantastic. So many weird things can happen. I love glitch logic randos, so I appreciate y'all being on here to showcase that. Does anybody have any other final comments?
I think I'm good.
Yeah,
Yep, same.
nothing for me.
Yeah, thank you so much all for being on, for showcasing this, talking about the game. We have more coming up for you. We've got some Pokemon games coming up after this. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Pokemon Sword, Shield, Tower of Two Fists. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're showcasing some Paper Mario games and some Pokemon games. We've got Pokemon Sword and Shield here, Tower of Two Fists. Just before we get into the game, just a quick reminder. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching any of our speedruns, these weekend specials, where we have mostly games of the same series and Paper Mario with Pokemon, or any of our weekday shows like Speedruns from the Crypt or Express Lane, your support does really help us put on these shows. And if you do sub, you also get access to our emotes, and you can chat with other subscribers during our replays. With all that said, we've got, like I said, Sword Shield here, so I'll hand it right over to you whenever y'all are ready.
All right, how's it going? I'm Truly. I'm going to be doing some Tower 2 Fists today. Specifically, I'm going to be doing the Don't Get Urshifu category. But I'm going to jump into the run real quick because there's a little bit of a starter sequence, so I'll count it down on go. 3, 2, 1, go. And yeah, I'm Truly. Like I said, I run all types of Pokemon games, mainly the Switch games right now, but I'm here with my two commentators. I'll let them introduce yourselves while we're jumping into this.
All right, so I'm Head Bob. You might remember me from yesterday. I did a run of Shining Pearl, but I do all sorts of 3DS, Switch games, yeah, all the late-gen games mostly, yeah.
And I'm Zypotic. This is definitely the game I've probably put the most time into by a pretty long shot, but generally I've done runs of everything Gen 5 through 9, whether or not those are on the leaderboard or not.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys joining me today. So basically, so this isn't the actual any percent normal category. This is actually a DLC run. So Tower of Two Fists, I think this was the first DLC of 2 that came out with this game. I believe this came out around summer 2020 in that time. But yeah, Sword Shield came out in 2019, September. And yeah, this run has been, it's kind of developed more over the past year and a half to do some faster strats, and the times have been going down like crazy in not only Don't Get, but the Get category. So yeah, the main differences between these two categories is, with Get Urshifu, obviously you're going to be getting Urshifu. With Don't Get Urshifu, basically you're going to get the Cubfu, and we're going to release it right away. So they're actually pretty different runs. I mean, but not that much different, but maybe my commentators can kind of explain a little bit of the difference, because I'm not explaining things.
Yeah, for sure. So as part of the Isle of Armor DLC, the one that was released first in early 2020, basically you go to a dojo or whatever, and the master just takes you through different trials, Clara will lose her uniform, whatever. They're gonna ask you to find mushrooms, a bunch of different trials, all in the end to get Cubfu, which is the guardian of the dojo or whatever. And so then after that, the goal is to get Cubfu into Urshifu via doing a trial, so to speak, where you go to one of 2 different towers to face a bunch of different trainers in succession. And And so we take advantage of that a little bit in that we have the option to release the Kung Fu. And if you release the Kung Fu, then you can still do the story progression. You can still do the tower trial or whatever, but it's a lot faster. Both the Pokemon we use handles the battles faster, and there's much less dialogue overall. So it basically just like speeds it up a lot faster. So the don't get category is around like 10 minutes faster because of all the stuff that you end up skipping by not having to use Kung Fu.
Yeah, if you read the dialogue for when you have released the Kung Fu, it's actually kind of sad. It's just like, especially like all the dojo trainers, they just give you a ... You're getting cold shoulder.
Literally.
Yeah, you're just told over and over again, there's no point in doing this. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Literally. And this game, not only this game, but this game in this category is a very beginner-friendly run. So if you see this run and you're inspired a little bit and you want to try it out, I would definitely recommend trying Sword Shield. This category specifically too, because it's a very short category, and if you have the DLC, it's very easy to do. It's about an hour and 20 minutes. Like, it's a very short run, but you're still getting that feel of a Pokemon run. And if it's it's a way you could definitely dip your toes into speedrunning a little bit if you wanted to try that out.
Yeah, especially since the assortment of like different things you can do, especially in the don't get category, to just make it so much safer.
Yeah,
like you can just run around and find different candies, and then your Drizzile. It saves some time in the long run because your ranges will be much nicer.
Yeah,
but also like your chance of dying just goes down to pretty close to zero. Of course, there's always a chance, but
yep. So yeah, basically we're going to get Sobble and we're going to main it basically the whole time. Whereas if you do the get category, you're going to be using Sobble and Drizzile, and then using that until you get your Kung Fu. And when we get there a little bit later, we'll kind of explain, what we're going to do with our EXP situation, because obviously we're very under-leveled at certain parts of the game. So we got to do things to, make up for that. So it's a pretty cool category, and honestly, it's pretty neat with the way that it's kind of developed over the past couple years.
Yeah,
with where the route was and where it is now, like it's pretty cool. So,
as someone who exclusively runs Pokemon, having a category like this is like, I think, really important. Since like, have you ever seen any sort of like assortment of Pokemon games? The glitchless routes for all of them are, for the most part, not anywhere under like 3 hours or something.
Yeah.
So.
Literally.
So like, if you don't have a lot of time, then this kind of category is perfect. There's a couple in Scarlet Violet, but there really aren't that many overall.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly.
yeah,
It's a very cool, nice way to dip your toes into the Pokemon speedrunning if you wanted to.
Also, probably the most fun to grind. Like I've put so much time into like this category specifically, just because it's short and also maybe the most fun category in all.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the better categories in this game, I would say. Yeah. But yeah, basically, this intro sequence, you kind of get used to it after you do it a little bit, but almost do it a little bit. It's just a lot of text boxes, but then we're gonna get our Sobble. Hopefully, like I said, I will be forcing the don't get category today.
We can explain why that is, I guess, a bit later.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, ideally with the don't get category, there's not many restrictions. You basically can take any Sobble, but we're hoping just to have basically just a decent special attack. I won't need to reset even if or like get another one if it's not, but ideally, it's not horrible.
Yep.
But we can get a little bit extra EXP later if that is the case, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal.
Almost at 1,900 days since this game was released. That's
right.
That's crazy. That's like that's over 5 years.
Yep,
Right.
that's way
Holy
too
cow!
many.
I'm flying,
Wow, that
so
we were
having
pushing,
fun.
That's right. Pushing Gen 10 now. I can't wait. But yeah, Sword Shield is, in my opinion, it's definitely one of the better Pokemon speedruns on the Switch. It's longer. That is something that stinks a little bit, but it is definitely one of the more fun runs to play. Honestly, I really enjoyed the execution and just the routes in general with both Sword and Shield. And then the cool thing about this game as well with the 80% route, it's very unique in the fact that there's a bunch of different routes that can actually get top times in this game, which is, you can't really say that about many other speedruns or many other like Pokemon runs. And so it's really cool that that's how this game is set up.
Yeah, even Don't Get category is one that's like one where that's the case, because actually the world record uses a different route compared to the one we were using today. It uses Starmie. If you'd like to explain more about that, Bob?
Sure.
So basically, so there are two different routes that you can use for the Don't Get Urshifu category, the one where you release Kubfu. The one that Truly's going to be doing today, where you use Sobble and the Drizzile, and then use Drizzile for the rest of the tower. And there's another one that uses a Starmie that's like sitting on the beach. You just like go up and catch it. And Starmie is like really, really good. It starts with like really good moves at level 1 that you can reteach. So it clears it really fast. But more importantly, the Drizzile route will go to the other DLC area, the Crown Tundra, for experience. Starmie can completely skip that. So you basically just go up, catch it, and then you relearn your moves, and then you're good to go. But the downside of that is the catch on Starmie is like single digit per ball, easily. So you can get very varying results. You can get a first ball, or it can take you 5-10 minutes to catch it. So for a setting like this, it really does not lend itself very well, but it can get incredibly good times.
Yeah. So I do have my Sobble's not great, but we'll make it work. We can definitely get some extra EXP candies that make this be completely fine. 3 M's is just good enough, right? Like,
You can also grab them in.
yeah. You can also get the mint, exactly. It's pretty safe stuff for the intro there. Nothing crazy.
So yeah, unfortunately, Truly Sobble has 0 to 19 IV minus special attack, which is like basically the worst you can get. That's really all we're looking for is special attack. So we're gonna get some extra experience later in order to counteract that. And there's also, unlike most of the other categories in this game, there is a mint lying around in the DLC area. And what that does is it will change your nature in like for the purposes of battle, which is really important if you need it. It's like really good for a consistency thing for reps.
Yeah, unfortunately for the first time you pick it up, it's always a neutral mint. So
True.
that saves the worry of like having like, because after it respawns, it could be anything.
Yep.
And in this setting, that would kind of suck. But
yeah, basically it'll just mint. It'll just completely get rid of my nature, and it'll just make me a neutral nature. I guess like, what should I get that, you think? Like maybe I can maybe get it on, I don't know, Death Warp or something. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably like during slow pokes. I don't think there's a need to do that. You could just do it when you get spit out right next to it.
Yep.
Or Aura too.
Yes.
So that we don't actually get access to the DLC area for like a good 30 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So this tutorial section, like basically through the second hop rival fight, is all just like you have to do it in pretty much every single category you do in this game.
Yep.
It's only when you get access to the wild area that a lot of stuff opens up to you, including the DLC areas. So right now we're just playing until we get to that for the most part.
Right.
Very similar to the beginning of a 90% run.
Yeah.
All the way up through when you first enter the wild area.
Which is the better starter for the intro sequence? Is it Sobble? Is it Scorbunny?
All I know is not Scorbunny.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
It's Groot.
I think it's either Grookey or Sobble, depending on your experience.
Well, assuming you win every battle is what I'm...
Oh, yeah. I know.
No, yeah. That wasn't what I was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, like that's another thing, you know, you're kind of training for the 80% run if you ever wanted to try that out with just doing the intro every time, so...
Yeah, you get really good at the intro after
You'll get pretty good at this first 20 minutes, I promise you.
when you play it so many times. I can tell you that from experience. Practice does in fact make perfect.
Literally. And yeah, so ideally, whenever we get out of this, we see a Wooloo on Route 1. Higher level, the better. Just because we do need to make up a little bit of experience since, we're not going all the way through Motostoke how the route used to be.
Yeah, so
Well, you need to get level 12 for the Slowpoke. So you basically have to get a little bit extra experience to make up for that.
Yeah, so
You want to explain that a
before
little bit, I guess?
Yeah, before we went to the... I'll explain the Motostoke stuff first. So before we went to the Crown Tundra at all, and because that originally was like never a thought, the route was completely different. We used to go all the way through the wild area to get X items from the first shop in Motostoke, and then after that you would go and head off to the wild area. Or back to the Isle of Armor, I mean, sorry. And that was because you had to use the X items to make up for your lower level. Yep. However, what the EXP candies do is they solve that problem and allow us to 1 or 2 shot basically everything up until Car 3, when we have to deal with our first Dynamax Pokemon.
Yeah, I forget there's a lot of bad parts about that route, but I think the one that was the sticking point for people was the experience grinding for Kubfu. That's what people would have to do for the Get Urshifu category.
Yeah.
You'd have to set a specific date so that you got fog, and then you'd have to see 1% Blissies that pop up in the overworld and kill those with your Kubfu repeatedly until you had enough experience.
Very
not particularly enjoyable.
Yeah.
The category was definitely not what I would have qualified as fun back then.
So the difference would be I forget who started doing it first, but somebody went to the Crown Tundra and they're like, well, maybe this is just faster. And then it turned out, it is just faster to go the Crown Tundra and there's my Wooloo, to get EXP candies instead of farming for the Blissies.
Yeah, also the fights.
What's just a mixture of the Motostoke stuff too? Sorry. Level 6, beautiful.
The fights that we did with Sobble and Drizzile without experience candies were also significantly slower and less consistent. So just through and through, nothing was a sure thing. But there's a lot of those nowadays in the current route.
Cool thing about this too is not only is this experience good that we're getting off this Wooloo catch. If my second Wooloo, I guess I just go for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Level 6. Yeah, level 6.
Or even lower, I think. You can
catch 5 and 6.
You have no special attack.
Kill this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the bit with not only are we getting experience from the needed experience from the Wooloo catch, we're also catching a Pokemon, which allows us to actually completely skip the catching tutorial that you would get with Leon after this next little cutscene sequence, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's such a nice thing that they added this in this game, and it's kind of a shame that I guess mostly in the remakes it still exists, but
yeah,
because it's definitely nice that they're figuring out ways to
improve the casual experience for players who've been playing Pokemon for over a decade.
Yeah, the ones that are already going to catch anything anyways. No one wants to see that if they already know how to catch something.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, all you have to do is just catch one Pokemon before that part of the game with Leon right as soon as you get on Route 2, and it'll just completely skip it. So.
Yeah, the person who found that must have been.
Oh yeah, they were
freaking out.
Sure.
Yeah,
they were so happy, so happy. Yeah. So one nice thing about that level 6 Wooloo is depending on what encounters you get on your first route, it changes how you have to, what other encounters you have to hit or kill or catch or kill to then get a level 11 after Hop 2, which is very important for the Slowpoke catch that follows that right after. Oftentimes you'll have to catch them on after that fight so that you can hit level 11, but in this case we'll just hit it straight off of it because we got a level 6 Wooloo, which is the best experience you can get. Sometimes you get no Wooloos and that is just, you're crying, it's the worst.
True.
Yeah, for it doesn't really make much sense when you first look at it, but on all the encounters that you can encounter on Route 1, Wooloo gives more than double the amount of experience than every other encounter there.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So like not getting any Wooloos is like genuinely like a big deal, like a really big deal. Like Wooloo gives more experience than like a bunch of fully evolved Pokemon. It's crazy.
Especially in Don't Get Urshifu, like, or like these categories, like where, you know, the top end is so, like, since it's so short, the top end is going to be like even more top end. So
Much more
like,
attainable, yeah.
Yeah. So like, it kind of feels like it's not necessarily needed, but like it does kind of feel like a Wooloo is needed, like a higher level Wooloo going for like a world record, so to speak. Right. Make sure to pick the second option there with Hop, because you will get a little like, you lose about 10 seconds if you pick the first option there with Hop in the center. It'll like basically give you a tour of the Pokemon Center and like, you know.
Yeah, I've seen that cutscene way too many times because sometimes you're just not paying attention, you're just mashing away.
Literally.
Yeah, another sort of optimization for, you know, people who are a little bit more experienced in the game. Additionally, we haven't even discussed this at all. One of the options that's really set at the beginning of the game was the skip cutscenes option. And it skips not a lot. It doesn't skip a lot of movies, but we've already skipped a couple of them. They're like basically like, I don't know, like movies that you can't really skip. You don't really have to do anything while watching them. Just kind of adds a little bit to the storyline.
Yeah.
Like there was one for the 3 starters, for example.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Yeah, I don't even know where the other ones are, to be honest. Yeah, like in Let's Go, I probably can identify like all of them, but I'm not really sure where they all are in this game.
Yeah,
one with Leon, when you fight Leon, right? Or after, when you get jebaited to fight Leon, something.
Oh yeah, there's one there.
I definitely know there's one in Moto
There's one for entering a bunch of cities too, like Stone Side.
Oh, there's one when you take the train to the wild area. There's one there as well.
Oh yeah, I remember that one now.
So that one we will skip as well.
That one's actually a pretty cool cutscene. So
unlucky.
So true.
3-shotting this. If I had a little bit better special attack, I could have maybe 2-shot, but not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
things you will see, like, my bad, go ahead.
Next fight, you might want to be pounding, because...
Oh, you're saying, oh yeah, I got you, yeah. Yeah, so my special attack is so bad, it's actually better to pound after I get Struggle Bug from the Blip Bug. Oh boy, that's not what you want to see, is that Zigzagoon. It's 2% for Zigzagoon to show up. Okay, okay, we're good. Zigzagoon is pretty weird. Like I said, it's 2% for Zigzagoon to spawn like in any given spawn throughout this whole area, and it's just Zigzagoon is just notoriously known in this run for being very, very troll. It kind of just like does crazy fast movements in random directions, and we don't want encounters, so we obviously don't want that to happen. Yeah, prettiness is really good. I don't even think I would kill with this.
Sword Shield is really interesting in that the encounters in the game are like a mixture between encounters that you can see in the overworld and ones that are just like in the grass. So it's kind of like bridging the gap between previous games where they'd be exclusively in the grass and later games where they're exclusively in the overworld.
Pounding is better here.
Thank you. Or 5-shot with water gun.
That makes sense. I mean, if I could put the Torrent, I guess I could swap. That's a crit. That's nice.
Perfect.
Maybe I should do this. Quick attacks me. Still dies from 2 shoots there, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
He should quick attack me, ideally. Okay, well. I died anyways. It's fine.
I died, who cares?
Yeah, that Nickit is very weird, and like sometimes it'll just spam you quick attack, sometimes it'll spam tail whip. It's just really weird. But it is faster to see tail whip versus getting quick attack because of the the whole taking damage and animation stuff, where tail whip is just a move that tells you your defenses are dropped and nothing really happens. It's pretty fast to get tail whip, but
yeah, those text boxes go very fast in this game. So.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, the Nickit actually has AI to like generally avoid clicking quick attack when you are below some HP threshold.
Yeah. Like there'll literally be HP where you're just dead, but it won't quick attack because the game kind of doesn't want it to kill you, I guess.
Yeah, there's definitely been many times where I'm just on 1 HP going into that fight, and or like going into the Nickit, and I'm just not afraid because the chance that it quick attacks after the first turn is near zero.
Yeah,
It
there are a
definitely
lot.
happens, but
There are a lot of instances like that in later gen games. For example, in BDSP, the run I did yesterday, the first trainer in the entire game will almost exclusively go for Growl when you're at 1 HP after it hits you so low. So that was a thing that a lot of people like YOLO in PB attempts in order to not have to heal. And it's like it's pretty scary because it can actually kill you, but like it's very favored not to because it just doesn't want to kill you in the early game.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Recently we had a little event for the Tower of Two Fists in PSR. That's a crit. This is what you don't want to do on Hot, by the way, because you get this little cutscene and he tells you you're so lucky, but it's okay. I wanted to just show that off for GDQ. That's the things I do.
Yep, tactical.
Great.
Yeah, one thing about Hop is that he'll tell you everything. He loves talking.
He'll yap. We just say it. He'll yap.
You're so fast.
True. Yeah, like I said, the same. We actually had an event recently for the Tower of Two Fists where Zypotic and Headbob actually won that event. I'll flex for them. But yeah, it was actually really fun. And but the point I was getting to is I actually died to that Nickit in that event, so that was fun. But
yeah, it was the same. It was funny because it's the same thing where I was in low red multiple times against the Nickit, and I just didn't die because
counter argument. It was not fun.
It's not fun to die, really.
Okay, so the whole point of us getting that experience is so it doesn't always work out this way where you hit level 11 after this fight, but since I got that such high level Wooloo, made it where I am hitting 11 after this fight.
Yeah, and because we picked up that rare candy, well, not only because it's really, really fast to pick it up, but also because we're able to rare candy straight from 11 to 12 after this fight.
Yep.
And the reason why we need to be level 12 for the Slowpoke catch is because of how catch mechanics work in this game. When you're a lower level, the catch chance is throttled. So like the full HP catch on the Slowpoke is 9% when you're a lower level, which we do in some categories, even though it's not great. And then the when you're level 12 or higher, it is a 55% catch instead of 9%, which is pretty good increase.
So technically, if somebody wanted to be crazy enough, they could technically just grind out the category and go for the 9% catch on Slowpoke every single time and get a really fast run doing that. But obviously,
I think by the end of that, you would absolutely hate everything about this game and never want to play it again.
That's right.
Yeah, so that mechanic also applies to the Starmie route we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Because the Starmie is higher level than you, then the base catch rate's like 3 or 4%, and like no matter what you do, you can't really get it above 10% per ball. Like whether you weaken it or you put it to sleep or whatever. Yeah, it's just like it's always going to be super low. It's like basically 1/5 or so of the original catch rate, which is kind of crazy. It's like really, really low.
Yeah, they really don't want you to catch those higher level mons in the wild area.
Yeah, additionally, level like above a certain threshold, they just like won't let you catch them at all, like period. Like Starmie is like the upper bracket, it's level 20. That's like the highest level you can catch at all before the first gym.
We'll see this later in the run when we're death warping, but when you can't catch them on, there's a text box to let you know if they call it a very strong looking Pokemon.
Yep. So now we're through the Hop 2 fight. And this is where the run honestly starts to pick up pace a lot. So yeah. We're gonna go to the train station, do our little wild area stuff. We're gonna go to the Crown Tundra. Hopefully, get the EXP candies we need.
Yeah, this is about where the run really diverges off from the 90% route, or just all routes in general. It takes its own path.
Also do need a rare candy at some point. It doesn't really matter where I do it. I guess I can just do it now. Level 12. Also get Water Pulse at level 12, which is a very good move that we use throughout the run. Basically, yeah. So you generally know there's always going to be 3 spawns, and basically each one of these patches of grass. So sometimes you just kind of have to react if certain mons are too close to you or whatever. Nothing too crazy though. As long as you don't get any zigzagoons, that's the main.
Yeah, the nice thing about the movement speed is most of the time you're just able to react to it. The Rookies sometimes can move pretty erratically, but nothing anywhere close to the level of Zigzagoon. Although it's funny how the only Zigzagoon we saw this run kind of just stood in place the whole time, so...
You didn't really get to show off how
annoying
cool it can be sometimes.
Yeah, there's like kind of the bulk of the execution in this game, especially for like the main categories, is being able to react to and dodge encounters in the overworld.
Yep.
Some of them are harder than others. Like some of the ones in the main game are a lot bigger. They have bigger hitboxes, and they have more irregular movement patterns, so it can be a bit trickier, even if you do everything perfectly.
Yeah, some of the worst are actually in the Crown Tundra, where in one category you have to go all the way through the Crown Tundra and do a lot of stuff there.
Yep.
There's like Copperajas and Araquanids and Centiscorches just spawning everywhere, and they're just basically impossible to avoid sometimes. Sometimes it's like the Copperaja is just horizontal across the entire choke point that you're trying to go through.
Right. A majority of the time in the Isle of Armor, which is where we're going to go to the Crown Tundra, but we're going to spend a majority of our time in the Isle of Armor. Normally there's not many 2 encounters there that can kind of troll you, but there's one specifically that we might be able to show off here a little bit later. But
hope not for your sake.
Hopefully, for my sake, no, but maybe you guys can enjoy it a little bit and see.
Have some fun with it.
Right. Yeah, just normal stuff here. Just gotta have to always do the cutscene to advance in the game to where we want to go. I remember when I was learning the category, I like went back to Wedge Shark, so I was like, where's the guy? But you have to actually do this cutscene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this cutscene really is like the cutscene that unlocks like everything, like at once. And it's the cutscene that gives you. It's the cutscene that gives you the mobile PC. So like that's kind of the reason for it, is they want you to have that for the rest of the game, pretty much.
And the wild area, looking back, honestly, the wild area is pretty cool. Honestly, like definitely kind of showed the direction they wanted to take with Pokemon a little bit.
It's a small sampling of what was to come.
That's right. Just gonna go back to Wedgehurst. And now that we did all that, the DLC people are here.
So this is Clara.
Slowpoke.
This is Clara. She's I think she's like just like a student at the dojo.
Yeah.
And so she's like at this point she's basically just like trying to like not let you in basically the entire time.
Remove competition.
Yeah. Because she's training to like, I don't know, maybe be like the head of the dojo, which I think is what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
as well.
she also wants to get Tofu, which
Yeah.
is funny because in this category we sent him right away, right back from where he came.
Maybe we should have just given it to Clara. I mean, she wants it the whole time, you know? Like,
yeah, everyone
nice.
makes them happy. 55%? 55%?
So yeah, all that experience just to get to level 12 just for this. It's pretty important, like you said, but
unless you get lucky, then that's not important at all.
I mean, to be fair, the experience is also helpful for the rest of the game as well.
That's true. Yeah.
It's not nothing.
Yeah, there is a world where for don't get Urshifu, you could, or no,
sure
forget
Crown Tundra
Urshifu.
here.
Yep, second option.
Very important to pick Crown Tundra here.
There is a world where for get Urshifu, you could actually just go in with lower experience because you need to go and get more XP candies anyways for get Urshifu. So there's a world where you could go for the 9%, but then you're just compounding that 9% on top of a 5% to get the XL candy, which you would need for a record attempt.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll explain a bit about what's about to happen here after we get freedom in the Crown Tundra.
Yep.
So basically, there's don't get Urshifu. We need not as many EXP candies because we just need the ones for Drizzile to get it to like a reasonable level to finish the run. For Get Urshifu, we would also need additional candies to use for Kubfu because it starts at level 10. We want to raise it to something that can actually beat the tower, which is like usually like level 20 or something. So ideally, what happens here with Truly, since he's just going for Don't Get Urshifu, is we're going to check. There's a guaranteed EXP candy medium very close to the exit here. And we're going to check another spot that's 59% to give an EXP candy medium.
Yep.
And if we get that one, then that's all the candies we technically need for the run.
Yep.
So like most Don't Get Urshifu runs, we'll just like get those 2 candies, assuming it's an M, and just leave right away because there's a lot more traversal needed to go get more candies. However, because Truly's Sobble is not very good, he's gonna go get more anyway.
Yeah. I would like 3
like,
M's. That's what I would like to see, but
yeah. Just because like all other candies, you have to do like a couple cutscenes. There's a lot of extra movement until you can actually have any sort of chance at seeing other EXP candy mediums. Additionally, there's also a chance you can get an EXP candy large or extra large at random from one of the spots. And that's what the Get Urshifu relies on entirely.
All right, you got this, Sobble.
So you're 15% to get an EXP candy large there, and 5% for an XL, and you basically have to reset for one of those things.
No! Sorry.
So close, so close.
If only my level 12 Sobble stood a chance against level 70 Paparaja. Yeah, so like Bob said, I'm just going to grab this EXP candy to the left. I'm going to grab the Forest Store, and then we're kind of going to go on an adventure. I need to check the Snowball candy. That's the one I want to check.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of different spots where EXP candies can spawn at a low rate.
Yeah, like worst comes to worst, I know there is an extra guaranteed M that I can get on top of if I don't get the other ones. Yeah, unfortunately that my Sobble is bad and I'd have to get a 3rd one, but it's all good.
Yeah, I actually did a run pretty recently where I needed to get 50 something L candy equivalent. So I went adventuring pretty far throughout the Crown Tundra because there's so many different. I know. There's so many different XP candies on the ground.
Yeah.
So if Truly had a better Sobble here, like if he had, neutral high special attack IV plus special attack nature, he literally could have just taken those 2 XP candy M's, turned right back around, went straight back in the train station, went to the Aloe Hour. That's it. But there's a lot more. There's a lot more that opens up to you now. This is 10% to be a Dynite Ore, which would exchange for an XP Candy Large, which gives you a lot of experience.
Right. We're gonna go on a little adventure here. If I get the XL, I don't know. I don't think I'll just probably.
we could do a run with a very large slot.
We can get Inteleon. First ever Don't Get Urshifu Inteleon run.
Unwind with GDQ.
We're gonna check this candy. This is a 5% to be a EXP XL, which is actually crazy. That would be Wishing Peace.
That's even crazier. That is 1% outcome, but also by pretty far the worst for this run because it doesn't do anything for you.
Yeah. Gotta go over here. There's another guaranteed M. Last one I need. I still should just die to something. Got out of.
Yeah, worse.
What about that? Wait, was that the right one?
No, it's the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's a 10%, I believe.
Yeah.
10% M?
Yeah. We're so far away, it's actually faster just to die here and go back
to the train station.
I should do this time. Okay.
That's the one bad move.
It's one bad move it has, I guess. Oh, hell.
That is a classic. Yeah, you should grow. So
yeah, that's fair.
Heal off of the great.
Are you serious?
No.
That's what.
Despite Cure Cold being notoriously inaccurate, it's actually 80% against this Sobble because of the massive level difference.
Okay, that's what we wanted.
There we go.
There we go.
It took some time, but we got there eventually.
So should I skip everything? I mean, I have 2 S's, I guess.
Yeah.
Skip the 3 M's, 2 S's.
Unfortunately, Sobble was absolutely killed several times by that Woodhammer.
Yeah, that Woodhammer killed a lot. Probably killed, maybe not even that much more than the superpower.
Yep. Talk to the guy again. We're gonna go back to the armor station.
But but it's doing its best. Okay, I mean,
Right. But now we're chilling. We got our M's now. Honestly, we should be cruising. Especially if we're going to be over leveled. So I'd imagine we will be looking very good. But yeah, I want to make sure we use these candies right away. By the way, gotta just make sure I use these. What were you saying, Typodic?
Yeah, this level very much was very close to winning that fight. You know,
very
like,
close. I mean, I could have. Maybe I should have water pulsed.
Yeah. Could have hit itself in confusion a couple times. Hit the 1 in a million to kill that Abomasnow, and then only get experience for a level 20 because that's how experience works in this game.
Dude, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Sword Shield really was the developers of Sword Shield was really okay, how do we not let them just sit there and catch and kill high level mons?
Yep. See, you saw those EXP candies. It took our Sobble all the way from level 12 to level 23. So you can see how valuable those are alone, and just that right away.
And then these next two are gonna put it up all the way to level 25, I believe.
Almost.
Wrong. Oh, okay.
Oh, sucker punch again.
That's not very nice.
That's right though.
Legitimately 1 experience off of being correct or something. Probably 10.
So here's Clara again. Kind of our mini rival here in this DLC. I wouldn't say mini rival. She kind of just is our rival in DLC.
Yeah. What I think is so funny is that we were just with Hop, we were just with Sonia. Hop's just waiting for us in Motostoke, and he's just gonna keep waiting.
He's gonna be waiting there for a while.
We were like, Hop, you're okay. We're gonna find someone else actually though.
We're out of here.
Is it sun right now, or is it just afternoon?
No, it's just because you're not used to playing at this time of day. I think.
That's true.
It's so bright. Oftentimes for Get Urshifu, we set our clocks so that the time rolls over right after we check the potential XL candy, so that we can then refresh the overworld and get a second chance at the candy.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was saying, the resets for that category are very not fun. You're resetting for a very low percentage chance in order to actually continue the run.
Actually, this part of the game, so we didn't mention this, but if you beat the game and then come to the DLC afterwards, everything will actually be scaled up to match your beating the game. But I think if you come here any point before you beat the game, everything's around this level, right? Or is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
until after you if you caught Eternatus is the line, I believe.
Yeah, so before that, everything is level 10 and 12, like you said.
Yep.
Yeah, anywhere from 12 to, I believe the highest level of something is in all of this is 30. But if you're after the fact, I believe there's a level 70 Kung Fu waiting for you at the top of the tower.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone else did this, but when I first did the Isle of Armor, I thought the person in front of the tower tells you to train up. I thought they told you to train up to level 30.
So you did
or level 70. So I was just sitting there grinding for way more than I needed. Because I had already beaten the game by that point, so it told you to train to level 70 or something.
So you kind of need to be on your toes here with these encounters. There's some pretty small ones that can kind of be hiding in the grass, but we're good for now.
Those Jigglypuffs are very deceptively small.
That's right. This Diglett's out of place. Why is he here?
Brought over just a couple Diglets over the...
Yeah, just a few.
Tommy's been spotted a couple times by chat.
That's right. Hey, my cat's making a guest appearance. He wants out, but sorry, buddy.
You gotta go faster so you can get them out faster.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I should have maybe looked at my special attack when I hit 25 there, but I should honestly have guaranteed ranges, maybe.
But yeah, with the buff in ranges from hitting level 25,
everything's just fine everywhere, I guess. So there's a couple fights that I'll probably need to save for just for safety, but generally this route is pretty safe too. Especially, I don't know, you can, you kind of can just turn on the game and just play through the route basically whenever you want, really, which is really cool about this run. You don't really have to have too many restrictions or too many stat requirements or anything. It's just kind of turn on and play, which is something I really enjoy about the Switch runs in general. That there is no RNG manipulation in them, where you kind of just turn on and play. Just
Yeah, we kind of just are able to account for a lot of different, like pretty much any scenario you can think of in terms of good, bad nature IVs, bad experience candies. Like there's backups for everything. But yeah, so this fight in particular, the mustard fight, the first mustard fight, absolutely brutal without experience candies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you basically had to. So the lead is Mienfu, has Fake Out and Force Palm. If you get Force Palm, you basically or if you get Force Palm, you want to get Force Palm because you want to get Torrent. If you get Paralyzed, you die. If you get U-Turn, you die. Yeah, so it's a really bad fight.
Did we have the Cherry Berry at that point, or we had Mystic Water on probably?
I think you had Mystic Water, but yeah, I mean Cherry Berry is also there. Maybe it was like a range or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think
it was a bad fight.
Skip.
Yeah, but coming in now, like we're just gonna one-shot both this Pokemon. Like no setup needed. Just maybe we can avoid the Fake Out. It's pretty rare for it not to use Fake Out, but pretty fast when it happens. So maybe we can see that.
Yeah, another thing about that Clara fight with where being high level is really important is if you get dealt damage by Clara, you get a text box. And also if you like don't kill the slow Pokemon shot and get like it's Acid Spray, I believe. And
whatever her dominant type is.
Wow.
Yeah, and you'll get Big and Skip, incredible.
Very incredible.
And then so then if you get hit by Acid Spray, then you'll get an additional text box. You have the chance to get 2 text boxes alongside it already being like a turn or 2 slower.
Yeah. The rivals love to just like talk about things that happen in the battle. Like so I think they also talk about super effective if you were to use them.
Yeah.
Clara doesn't discuss critical hits, but
yeah, Mustard's another case of this, but Mustard discusses critical hits. So sometimes you just crit and it's really slow. If you have bad special attack and you're one of the lower levels, critting the Mienfu isn't the worst thing, because sometimes you could either get like Force Palm Paralyzed or it can click U-Turn and go into the Chinks, and that is really slow. Because then it can come back in, it can click Fake Out again, and it's the worst.
Yep. So now we're about to go into this little section where we need to grab the move Muddy Water, which is a very good water move that we basically use the rest of the run, and also there's going to be Slowpokes that are kind of going to be circling around the area, kind of on a cycle. And ideally, if I do it right, I should be able to hit the cycles on them in a pretty cool way without wasting too much time.
Just a reminder, chat, they're called Slowpoke. Remember that. They're called Slowpoke because they're slow. They're slow Pokemon.
Slow. They're slow Pokemon.
And that's okay, but
That's right.
They're Slowpokes.
That's just objectively true.
And then these ones just, they're special.
They're special.
There was an issue in the factory where they made them.
They are currently beating the world record land speed for Slowpoke traversal as we speak.
By like many, many, many times.
Sorry. Yeah, so basically these Slowpokes, I forget what they take. They take part of our uniform or something, I think.
Yep. Clara's uniform.
They took all of Clara's uniform, and it's like spread among the 3 of them, so that's why we have to go fight and kill all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Can we catch them? I don't even remember.
Yeah, you can tell the Sword Shield devs had a lot of fun doing this because in the 3 Slowpoke battles we're about to do, so it's level 17 Slowpoke, they all have +6 speed when you enter the battle, and if you happen to lower their speed and hit them below half HP, they also have a speed boosting berry to bring it back up to +6. So they want it to be as fast as it possibly can.
That's sure.
Yeah, so your chances of outspeeding them, no chance.
All right, and the Pokemon we're talking about earlier, hopefully we don't see it. But if we do see it, you'll know. Just look for the big afro and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Well, there are Bouffalants that can spawn. They just spawn like normally, like they're static Bouffalants. Those will not chase you.
Yeah, the static, well, they will eventually, but we don't give them enough time to be
Yeah.
able to chase us.
But yeah, the ones that can spawn randomly in the grass will charge you very quickly as soon as they see you. So yeah, it's basically GG if that happens.
Disable. Control that these have
You wanna
disabled
see.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we click water gun turn 2 so that we avoid the potential of getting disabled.
Yep.
So, well, Muddy Water is it's definitely a much stronger move than Water Pulse, so we're about to get it. The reason we don't teach it beforehand is so that we can get better cycles in these Slowpokes. The difference between those two sets of cycles is actually pretty substantial. You'll see in a minute that everything just kind of work out, like truly just kind of go to the spot, and then Slowpoke's gonna encounter him like pretty soon after. The previous cycles are like very much a lot slower.
Yep. Spray's gonna try to get to the spot, and I'm gonna menu a little bit right before I get there. About right here. Put this in slot 2.
Yeah, Muddy Water's 90 power, 85% accuracy. So we don't want to use it all the time. We kind of only want to use it whenever it kills and Water Pulse doesn't.
Yep.
Unfortunately, well, Slowpoke's one such case, if he was decently special attacked, he'd be pretty consistently killing this with Water Pulse. But it's most certainly a damage range with minus special attack. So we just opt the Muddy Water instead.
Yep. That's the second Slowpoke down. Now we have the T and the shorts. What's the last part? The shoes or something?
I don't know.
I haven't really paid attention to it.
Pants, shirt. I don't know.
Here. Oh my goodness. I have upset. Hopefully we just hit all our moves, and that would be ideal.
So yeah, the Serious Mint is around this area. I imagine Shreely will get it at some point later.
Yes.
It's a little bit to the right of where we are right now. It's a little bit out of the way. But when we pass through the Forest of Focus later on, it'll be a lot closer. So we can finally make our special attack.
Here, would like to see a Cramorant or Aracuda on the water. Okay.
Yeah. So
gonna whistle here.
This is a recent innovation, taking one of these water spawns and
there we go.
Taking one of these water spawns and death warping to it. Since we don't have access to fly yet from the main story, death warping is going to be our fastest way to get around, so you're going to see a lot of that.
High HP here, but it's okay.
Aracuda, like the things in this water are all like level 40, unlike a lot of the things that are like on the land, they're around like level 20 or something. So typically we would have to withdraw like a lower level Pokemon to die. But with this strategy, we don't actually have to do that, so which is really nice.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually gonna let my cat out real quick while I have a second. Sorry, for a second. What? Sorry about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy, everyone.
That's Tommy. Sorry. You want it out. Yo, so chat, do you guys like Bulbasaur or do you guys like Squirtle? What are we thinking? What are we...
You can pick either one. They're both the same. So whatever you think.
I'm gonna go with this big guy though. Yeah, I had to run really quick to let him out.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah, your shorter choice actually doesn't matter here, but go ahead, Bob.
In some categories, it actually does because, funnily enough, it's crazy that it works out like this. Clara 3, the third Clara fight, like she kind of cheats a little bit. She has like toxic spikes on the ground before you even start the battle, and if you were to send out Bulbasaur beforehand, it would completely get rid of them.
True.
So it's kind of funny that it's like the Pokemon that is just like completely gifted to you right away serves like a legitimate niche for winning the fight, but also we can just we have the full restore from earlier, so we can just heal the poison ourselves.
Yeah, we're gonna get this Bulbasaur. We're actually gonna deposit it right away. That's not only because we're gonna Death Warp, here in a minute, but also we don't want the Bulbasaur to be getting experience because the way the experience works in this game, if it's in your party, it's gonna be getting experience while you're in the battles. So take that out so it's not leveling up too much, and obviously level up super slow. So
Yeah, it's very interesting that in the main game, Charmander was available. Like it was like an event distribution or something. It was available in the game. But Bulbasaur and Squirtle were not. So the fact that they were introduced in this part of the game, I think, was a lot of people's. Yep. They were very happy about it.
So Forza Focus, we're gonna run over here and grab this neutral mint. My bad.
It was a gift mod from Leon after you beat the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like we were talking about earlier, Diamond special attack. I'm just gonna run over here and grab this neutral mint. It's gonna make it a lot safer for some ranges and stuff later. Where is it again? Right here?
Yep,
that one.
Serious Mint. Mints are a really cool addition. Honestly, I really like mints, that it's a thing, an option to not really have to grind crazy to get whatever specific nature you want on your Pokemon nowadays.
It's a really nice quality of life feature.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to deposit your Bulbasaur.
I think.
Yeah, so it's combined.
So like whenever you do that.
Oh, okay. Already did that. Was the thing.
Oh,
Oops.
Lucky.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
Well, you're not going to menu again, I think, normally. So I think just now is as good a time than ever.
What's up? So we're over here.
We are now no longer minus special attack. Hallelujah.
Okay, look out for some static counters here. Yeah, so you always just gotta keep your eye out for these encounters because they really can be hiding in the grass sometimes. But generally you kind of know, like there's like 4 spawns or something that spawn in this grass right here, for example. You kind of just look for them and you know there's gonna be 4 only. So as long as you know that and you kind of just look for them, it's kind of easier to maneuver them that way.
Especially when they're
Tauros.
like bigger, more prominent spawns, you can like actually have an easier time seeing them. Some of them could be like super small.
Yep.
Yeah, for example, when we were in the Crown Tundra, there's snoms that spawn there, which your only real way of knowing that they're there is seeing the hoofs of grass when they originally spawn.
Yep.
So it's very important to be fully locked in when you're walking through that area.
Absolutely.
Especially if you don't notice like a pile of swine or a jinx or something that just spawned in that area.
Yeah,
We're
this
going
is
to
like
fight
the
over these
second.
max mushrooms a little bit here. Max mushrooms are very good, but go ahead, Bob.
We're gonna make max stew, and
right.
yeah,
We're going to
this is
feel
like-
the power flowing through us.
feel Gigantamax energy flowing through you. No, you don't.
Sure.
I guess I could have probably one-shot that, I guess, but
Yeah, because they're super high level.
yep.
Try again on the Whirlipede.
Whirlipede, yeah.
One big sticking point in the old route also was you had to muddy water this coughing, and if you missed muddy water on the coughing,
I don't need
you would
it.
use
Need it, I guess.
use clears. Probably not. But in the past, yeah,
When you
exactly
set
like
up,
this.
yeah.
You would have already had to set up X item on this fight, and then
Makes sense. I don't need that.
yeah, and then if you just miss your muddy water and you get clear smog, then you're gonna it's pretty bad now because now you have to go through and like finish the fight without X items because you just don't have a chance to set them up because there's no reason to set them up on the Whirlipede and
Close.
so close.
Yeah, for
Damage
perspective,
actually
you,
isn't bad, though. She heal? No.
No.
for perspective, you probably would be like level 17 or something at this point without
Yeah.
experience candies.
Yeah, you would have like just evolved.
Yeah, you would have just evolved off the
54.
Slowpokes.
So the 15 and 16 on this Slowbro coming up.
I think you leveled before then.
Yeah, okay, yeah, be guaranteed then for sure. Yeah, but max mushrooms are very good. They're, it's basically an X item, but I mean, it just gives you an Omni boost instead of, just boosting one of your stats. It's a very good item, very useful.
Extremely powerful and
Yeah.
very, very useful to get these for free.
Yeah, very quick to use as well.
Yeah, it's like kind of required for Kung Fu, like in the Ghetto Shifu route. I don't know how you would beat it with the current strategies without a max mushroom.
Yep.
Because you need ups to your attack, you need ups to your defense, you need ups to your speed for it to work all at once.
You're gonna grab that Rocky helmet. It'll come in handy for actually, last fight of the game, but it's very important that we pick that up, so. I could explain a little bit later, but yeah, okay, this Death Warp went a little bit better than the previous ones, so that's nice.
Oh god, what did I miss?
Well, I mean, I assume you meant Bombus now, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now we're gonna make some stew. And yeah.
Yeah, this is one of Mustard's trials in order to be head of the dojo or whatever.
That's right.
Graduate, I think. I think that's what we do.
I just really enjoy this part of the run. Like, obviously there's a little bit of downtime, but it's very, fast paced and a lot of things happening basically back to back to back. It's pretty cool. It's actually really cool that you can beat, this DLC as fast as we can, to be honest, but.
I also think it's really nice. Like, we're not actually looking at much of the dialogue, but if you actually take a look at some of the dialogue, I think it's actually pretty tongue in cheek. Like, I think I remember having a lot of fun just like reading some of the things that they wrote.
Yeah, they even stepped it up even further in the Crown Tundra. I think they did a great job there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in this game for a casual experience.
Yeah, that's right. These games definitely got a lot more hate than they should have, in my opinion, whenever they were first coming out. I think looking back on them now, it's actually...
You feel Dynamax energy welling up inside you?
Yeah, looking back on these games now, it's actually... These games they're so pretty, they're so... I don't know. I just love how they look in comparison to, Scarlet Violet, I guess, but...
Yeah, they're about. I mean,
I think they aged very well. Is all.
I got them late, so I didn't have to deal with like the original crowd of opinions about the games. So I really enjoyed it when I first played it, and then that carried on straight into speedrunning as well. The menuing feels really nice. Everything looks nice when you're playing.
Yeah, it's just you feel really in control of your character. It feels. I really like how just the overworld movement just feels in general. Not only with when you're walking around, but when you're on the bike as well. Yeah. Definitely, one of my favorite games for sure. It aged very well, in my opinion.
Alright, so coming up here is the final fight with Clara. Right before we finally have to pick one of the two towers to go to finish our Kung Fu expedition. We're going to get Kung Fu after this.
Never noticed that little tin pole ball on the ground there.
I didn't either until literally as you were saying that.
And this actually is the first and only time we will see the phenomenon of this game, the Dynamax, in action. We actually, but before your first battle with Dynamax, they give you like a little like thing you have to scroll through. Like, what is it? Whatever.
Just gonna normally save real quick.
Normally you wouldn't get that until Milo in the main story, but Milo's a verse simulator, but instead we get it here, so it can be kind of weird.
Yep. This fight is pretty simple, honestly. Like with me being such a high level, I feel like I'll be more safe than normally you would be, but still worth the save there. This is definitely one of the fights that can end your run.
Yeah, Clara's ace Pokemon has an ability that can be very, very scary / weird / quirky. That can technically throw a wrench in things, especially if you're a lower level.
So it can throw a wrench into things, or it can just be completely fine. It's just...
Yeah, it's very random.
Yeah. Also, this Skorupi, you can kind of lose some time on it. I mean, it always poisons you, like Bob was talking about earlier, but at the end of the setup, we use a forest store and not guaranteed to poison you again, but hopefully that doesn't happen. Make it a lot safer if it doesn't. God, that text box happened. Okay, you're gonna use our mini or Omni boost here, basically with our max mushrooms, boost all of our stats. We're gonna use it twice. It's a double Omni boost, nothing crazy.
So yeah, even if we do get poisoned by Poison Fang here, we're actually just fine, unless we get critical hit. We have plenty of HP and defense at this stage.
Nice.
We didn't. Okay, that's great. So we effectively just win the fight now.
Yeah, I should just effectively win. Yeah.
We're gonna Dynamax on the Squeezing here to get
Right.
rain and stronger, more accurate Muddy Water.
Yep.
There is a version of the fight where if you don't get poisoned, you can skip the Dynamax entirely. However, again, this Weezing has Clear Smog, so if you miss your Muddy Water on it, then your run is over. But also in that fight, you also have to two-shot the Slowbro. So if you miss either of them on the Slowbro or were to get Quick Draw on the final turn, you would also just die.
And also, whenever you're Dynamax and use Max Geyser, you set up rain. I don't know if you said that, but
So yeah,
Rain's
so
very, very helpful in
yeah.
the eventual one-shot of the Slowbro when you're Dynamax.
So yeah, I guess I'm gonna explain this now. So the ace is a
56.
Slowbro. We saw it has an ability called Quick Draw, which it's basically a Quick Claw. Effectively, it's a little bit different. It also stacks with a Quick Claw, so it's kind of crazy. It's 30% to just move first.
There it is.
And there it is. So Slowbro will get to move first because it has higher priority than us. But we're very high level. We have +2 in defenses, so we can pretty easily tank whatever it's going to throw at us.
Yeah, definitely. See what she does though. Yeah, 90.
Yeah, not a lot of damage coming in.
Not a lot of damage coming in from the Slowbro. All right. So that is Clara. Now we're going to be making our way to the tower. First of all, we're going to be got to release the Cubfu. That is the most important part of this run. Pick him out. Didn't see my defense, but it's like fine, honestly.
Yeah, in Getter Shifu it's very strange because even with the Omni boost from Max Mushroom, it's possible to not have enough speed to outspeed Mustard's Cubfu. So even with neutral speed, it's possible that you roll an IV low enough to just completely, you can't win the fight in Getter Shifu. So you oftentimes will save before the Cubfu and make sure that your speed is good enough so that you can continue.
Yep.
But we don't have to deal with that today. We're not using it.
And the crazy top end with that run is wild. You need a 5%, 40 minutes in or something, and it's pretty crazy how top end that category is.
Yep.
But not like that you need that 5% to finish a run. You definitely can do runs without that for sure, as majority of runs do.
Yeah, most people will it's very rare that people get significantly more than 1 to 2 runs with the EXP Candy XL.
Yep.
Just because of how rare it is and how far it is in the game, how much effort people are willing to put in, etc.
There's our Cubfu. Well, is he really ours?
Not for very long.
Not for very long.
I feel like we also skip a cutscene there because I feel like the jump between those two parts seems very abrupt to
low
me.
key, definitely.
So there's probably more context that we could be having here that we don't get. That's okay.
Why do you look so mad?
He just has a default mad face, I guess. Maybe he's happy.
He's just a determined guy, you know? This menu is actually one of the harder ones in the game, I'd say.
Yeah.
There aren't many menus in this game, for sure, or in this
What
category.
was that? 43. Got 43 defense. Or what the? Yes. Go yes there. 43 defense is what I had. I wanted to look at that.
They want to make sure that you're ready to release Cubfu back into the wild forever,
That's
never to be seen again.
We just gave you this legendary. Do you really want to get rid of it?
There's no point in continuing. Are you sure you won't regret continuing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
and
we're, this is the final part. We're going to the tower now, and we're gonna knock this out. What are you saying, Bob?
and you'll see once we get to the tower, like I guess you won't see, I guess as a matter of fact. In Getter Shifu, like literally every time you fight a trainer, they have like something to say at the beginning, like there's some cutscenes in between. The mustard fight itself, he has a lot of things to say. All of that is completely gone in this category.
Yeah. And there was that
No one has anything to say.
we were talking about as well right there. That it's a static spawn and it won't chase after you.
It kind of just yells at you, and then if you stand there long enough, it'll charge after you, but we don't give it a chance.
Definitely glad to not get boofed on the shrine.
The
Yeah,
colloquial
that is-
term.
Yeah, that is
Right.
the affectionate term we made for this circumstance where a Bouffalante just spawns and kind of just catches you from behind.
This part really is where everything's can really hide in the grass.
Yeah.
I've noticed that most of the time we're playing this category on night because we need the rollover, or at least for the other category, that is, for Don't Forget. So we're very used to the darker textures and all, but for this one, he's chosen to put his time around like 2 p.m. So it's bright. The grass is bright. Makes it a little hard to see some of the, like a fungus or something if it were to spawn.
Tauros.
And also, I'll
Tauros
mention,
won't chase you like that, like Bouffalante will, but
yeah. Another thing I will mention is part of the trial for Cub Fu, which is why it takes so much longer, like up to 10 minutes longer, is because in order to get to the tower, you have to get max friendship on Cub Fu. And so getting that takes quite a bit of time. You have to go across the entire DLC in order to see a couple different like viewpoints, I guess, which give a lot of friendship. So there's a lot more walking around in the Getter Shifu section as well that we didn't have to do.
Yeah, you basically have to do an extra, what we just did one extra time through, because you have to run to a place just outside of the Soothing Wetlands, which is the Slowpoke area, and then one of them's right up here. And then if you only have an L candy, then you also have to go back to the desert to see one. And then you would be able to go all the way back and talk to Mustard like we did right after we did when we released Mustard. There's our...
now we're in the tower.
ellipses.
Final fights. Why not? Gonna have to
you're paying
use the muddy
attention-
water a bunch here, but go ahead, Bob.
If you're paying attention, we were also asked once again if we were sure we wanted to continue before entering the tower. They really were sending a message here, I think.
No damage there is good. No sucker punch either. Sucker punch is priority, so it'll get off some damage on you before you KO it. Luckily, it didn't do it this time.
Which should mean that the fights are all safe leading up to Mustard.
Yes. Water pulse times 2 should be guaranteed on this fight. On this.
Yeah, the Drizzile tower saves a couple turns over Cub Fu. Not by much. It's basically just like most of the time loss is just the text for the most part, or lack thereof.
I guess I'll need the muddy water this thing, K. Probably.
Based on that, I mean that
Yeah, I
roll
think
on
so.
the Scraggy did not inspire
Yeah, that's
confidence.
And I can water pulse the Coca or the whatever it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, one thing about this category, most of the fights are safer than Get Urshifu. The final fight is kind of really
Excuse me?
risky because we are gonna have to hit a muddy water.
Easy.
We're gonna have to hit a muddy water for our life. Like if we
Yes.
miss the muddy water, we will die at the very end of the run.
That's muddy water accuracy drop and he missed. So that's nice. It makes it very safe.
Yep. Yeah. Body water, it's powerful, but it definitely adds a couple points to the heart rate monitor.
Correct.
Yeah, 85% is pretty bad. Very not good for a reliable move.
So it's 43 defense here. So I do actually need to pay attention to my HP here. I think my HP is completely fine just to get hit into Torrent where it is. And I tank a hit. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay.
Yes. I think it'd be
A little troll
pretty high.
protect. Just like the sucker
Yeah,
punch,
that-
it's random to use that, so can't really do much about it.
Yeah, this protect is. It seems to be about 50-50, so.
Yeah. 44. Okay. I'm actually gonna. I have to put on the Rocky helmet, that item we picked up earlier. I don't need a heal, so.
Yeah,
Rocky helmet's
oftentimes
very
when you,
important for this, though.
especially if you get the sucker punch, you will need to heal again. Sometimes for the very next fight, depending on how bad your defense is.
Okay. Oops.
That's it.
Set this down too. Because you are, like I said, like Bob said, we are hitting this move for our life for the run, basically. So.
Yeah, there's also a chance that Mustard trolls and uses focus energy turn 1, which is really, really bad, and happened to bot.
That just a loss that happens actually.
No, it can fail to crit.
Okay.
You would just need to 2-shot it and hit the 50-50 basically, which isn't the best.
Use this last Omni boost that we have. There it is. There it is.
Break the Enditoria. You get the chip on Rocky helmet to break the focus sash, and then we muddy water for our life,
Yes, dude.
and we hit.
Yeah, it's just
That easy.
like that.
And so that's it. So that was the final
Timing's
fight in the
gonna be
run.
coming up. Yeah, Timing's gonna be coming up very quickly after this. Basically, he's gonna have a text box and say, "Let's head back," and as soon as it fades to black,
Yeah.
Another bit of time loss is in Get Urshifu. You actually have to let your Urshifu evolve because you have to get Urshifu.
and time. GG's.
Very, very nice.
That is Tower of Two Fists. Don't get Urshifu.
So yeah, so like Typhotic said, if this was Get Urshifu, it would be a lot less abrupt than that. It would be after you beat the fight, you have to like take a leisurely troll over to the scroll, and then you talk for a bunch.
There's a cute cutscene. There's some talking. There's an evolution.
You evolve.
Dex entry thrown in there.
Yeah, there's a lot more filler when it comes to the intended storyline when you actually have Kung Fu. So this was
so
kind of
that
like the
fight-
bare bones.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was about like 10 seconds after the end of the fight. But for the Get Urshifu, it's about like 2 minutes from end of fight to time.
113. Yeah, I'm not mad about this at all, honestly, considering everything I had to do. Like, it's still a very solid run. Can't complain too much. I think I missed like one muddy water. Yeah. I really appreciate Hotfix and GDQ for having me on, and I appreciate Head Bob and Zypodic for commentating. Very good Pokemon speedrunners, some of the best in the world, literally. So I really appreciate these guys. And I appreciate Church for asking me to be on, and yeah, like I said, I am truly, and I do, Pokemon speedruns, not only of Sword Shield, but basically every single generation. I've done every generation except 4 and 5. I stream a lot, so if you're interested in Pokemon speedrunning and you enjoyed this, and I would appreciate a follow, and if not, that's all good too, but I really appreciate GDQ for having me on today, and my commentators as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me as well.
And again, I can't recommend this run enough. This is like probably one of my favorite runs to do. It's perfect for beginners. It's a good length. If you're new to Pokemon speedrunning, I think this is one of the top contenders to start in.
Absolutely.
It's super easy to get into. Yeah, like all the information that you can find is in the Switch PSR Discord.
Yep, definitely.
Some of the best ones to run, not just this category. Some of the other games are also very good to run as well.
Absolutely. Like Bob said, if you're interested in learning anything about these runs, feel free to join the Switch PSR Discord, Switch Pokemon Speedrunning Discord. You probably can just Google search it or find it on speedrun.com or something, and you would find it pretty easily. If you can't find it, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll get you in there if you want to learn something. So appreciate everybody hanging out and watching this run with us today. Seriously.
Yeah, thank you guys very much for having us on.
Appreciate all of you being on, showcasing the game. Any of you have any final shout outs or comments you want to give?
Yeah, just
I think
the
we're
Switch
good.
community as a whole.
Yep, definitely.
Yep. Thanks for having us on again. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I love Pokemon, so it's always awesome to have y'all on showcasing some of the games and some of the shorter categories, because there's not a lot of short categories in Pokemon.
Yep. Very true. Very, very true.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all being on.
Thank you.
We do have one more game coming up. We've got Pokemon TCG We are going to take a quick break while we get ready for that. Just a quick reminder before we go to that. You can go to gamesonquick.com/hotfix to check out the schedule for Hotfix. You can take a look at what's coming up during the week there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
See you on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some Mario and Pokemon games. We've got Pokemon TCG here. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder for you all that Back to Black 2025, the upgrade to UBAF, will be live February 6th through 9th here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. You can type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the All Black speedrunning community, type !BAF in Twitch chat. If you're crafty, prize submissions are open from now until February 1st. With all that said, I'll hand it over to our runner and commentator. Let them take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Tor, and this is Pokemon Trading Card Games, the All Battles category, a somewhat newish category that was introduced a little under a year ago that I want to say I was essentially the pioneer of. And I'm very excited to be back on Hotfix to showcase it a second time. But of course, I am not alone. I have with me another phenomenal runner in Pinecone 606, who is going to be my comms for tonight.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm Pinecone 606. I've been running Pokemon Trading Card Game in various categories for 5 years now. Though I have less experience in all battles than Tor and I do. Pretty much has defined the category, so you have the subject matter expert here. But I have tons and tons of experience with the game in general, and I'd be happy to help out here.
Yep, and of course, as is tradition at this point, we are going to name our character perfectly. It perfectly fits within the character limit, Hotfix. And so with that, we are ready to roll in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Pokemon TCG. For those of you who don't know what TCG is, it's essentially, a trading card version of the Pokemon games that you all know and love. It's essentially, it works as this. You have a deck full of Pokemon and you use energy cards to build up a resource in order to be able to pay those resource costs in order to attack. And you try to knock out your opponent's Pokemon. You are able to collect prize cards when you knock out a Pokemon. First, collect all the prize cards from their prize pile wins the duel. And it's pretty much as simple as that. All Battles category is a new category where it it basically gives TCG speedrunning a second completionist type of category. We have all cards category, which is collect every single card of the game. But I'm thinking to myself, like, well, I'm sure we got to do something a little bit more than that. I'm sure we got more completionist type categories. And the idea of all battles, it was kind of floated around for some time before it was ever actually made into the category. But it wasn't until late 2023, early 2024, where I essentially was like, you know what? I'm going to do a run by myself and see kind of where this goes. And it's quickly becoming one of my favorite speedrunning categories in this game. So we do have a tutorial right now that normally it would take about 8 minutes to actually get through. However, we're going to do a very nifty little trick that Pinecone will explain called Dual Escape.
Sure, yes. Yeah, Dual Escape is a glitch that we found in approximately 2019. And it essentially allows us to crash the battle system. When a Pokemon battle runs code out of bounds in this game, it tends to, the most likely outcome is that it throws you back to the overworld. And when it does that, there's a variable that keeps track of whether or not you won or lost your most recent battle.
There we go, first try.
And we do the escape like that first try by hitting down +A on that menu screen. It defaults to win. So the game is like, oh, whoa, what happened? Oh, I guess you won that battle. All right, cool. And it immediately ends. There's an entire category, our any percent no ace category, where you essentially complete every battle that way. However, that's not a very interesting speedrun, as it doesn't involve any kind of game mechanics whatsoever. So we mostly use that to skip the tutorial. Officially on the leaderboards, timing for the speedrun starts after the tutorial skip, as like for legacy reasons and But yeah, being able to skip the tutorial is a handy way to save about 5 minutes in the speedrun.
And
up next, there's going to be another trick right now that called mailbox manipulation. So the game gives you booster packs in the form of emails. Somehow an email can give you physical cards. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but by using a timer, a millisecond timer to open the mail screen on a particular frame or within a particular set of frames, you can influence what the contents of that booster pack will be. So what Toro Knight did there is did a soft reset to reset the RNG, then waited a set amount of time, then entered the overworld, ran to the computer, and is now trying again because the first booster pack was not quite successful.
Yeah,
and we'll see how this one goes.
That was a couple of frames late. Now, here's the thing. I'm using an iPhone timer. Don't try this at home. We're trying to see if we can get a Hitmonchan early. There we go for second try.
There we go. Nicely done. Yes. Yeah, there's a 5-frame window where you can get basically 5 frames in a row will guarantee you a Hitmonchan in the rare. And the Bulbasaur and Friends deck starts out with a Hitmonchan, but having a second one allows you to reduce the amount of time that you'll spend shuffling the deck and thus have a much more consistent early game battle. So that mailbox manipulation really adds a lot of consistency to the run. So what you're seeing Toro do right here is this guy will give you energy cards if you're almost out. But he does not check what's already in your decks. So he first took a few energy out of his inventory to get the guy to give him some energy. Then he made a second deck consisting entirely of energy in order to double dip and get a lot of free cards, which will allow us to meet all of the energy needs we need for the rest of the battle and have like a big supply of filler cards that are easy to add and remove.
And as you've kind of been noticing just a little bit just right now, the overworld is kind of non-existent. It's basically a bunch of small little places, and we can hop in pretty much go to any place that we want almost instantaneously, which does give us a lot of freedom in terms of figuring out, okay, where do we want to go? Routing just kind of becomes an experiment of research and just kind of thinking outside the box, imagining what is most comfortable for you. And the cool thing is that you really don't lose a lot of time if you try to go to a bunch of different places to kind of fulfill what you want to do for the category. And so we're going to be taking 2 trips into this place called the Fire Club. And thank goodness, a first try.
Oh, nice first turn KO here on the first battle. Didn't even have time to talk to Jessica about Jessica. One of the Fighting Club battles, she gives out Coliseum booster packs that are more likely to have a fighting type rare like Hitmonchan or Dugtrio. And she has a lot of turn 1 KOs, so she's a popular choice for her first fight. The routing in this game is very much up to runner preference. There is no consensus in really any glitchless category as to what the exact best route is. You need to beat 8 club masters. Well, in this category, you need to beat every battle in the game and then go to the Pokemon Dome and complete the Elite Four and beat your rival to collect legendary Pokemon cards down the run. But the order you do those battles is pretty much entirely up to you. There's some gym leaders are locked behind battles with their minions. Other gym leaders have some requirements. So there's a few constraints, but not that many. So what Toro's doing here by battling Heather in the grass gym, this is another battle with a lot of 1 Pokemon and 2 Pokemon KOs, and also gives you Coliseum booster packs, which are pretty much of the 4 kinds of booster packs in the game. Coliseum is the one that has all of the good cards in it. But by using Hitmonchan, able to do these quick 20 damage with 1 energy attacks against these colorless Pokemon, all weak to fighting. We're trying to get these kind of 1 or 2 turn donk battles. Heather has been a little bit less cooperative than Jessica here, but still not too much trouble, is able to end this battle in 3 prizes.
And one thing about it is that as you kind of may have noticed very quickly at the very start, this is actually the second attempt at the fight. The first fight, we saw that there were 3 Pokemon on her bench, meaning that we had to face 4 Pokemon in total. And so one cool thing about this is that we can pretty much just reset fights and it would be instantaneous. And in a lot of cases, when we see a fight that we can, with an experience, we can tell, wait a minute, this fight is probably unwinnable. I don't want to deal with that. Just like that. Very rare. Wow. It was going to be a 5 versus 1. The odds of that happening is like 3%?
Pretty low. I have them right here, actually. Where are they? Yeah, 5 is a 0.3% chance, fortunately, so we want to reset out of those. It's very fast. The motion on the screen is, the menuing is instantaneous and the movement is barely existent, so it can be a little challenging to follow the run. But what you want to look for at the very beginning of the run is the top of the screen, specifically like the top right and then going left. You'll get a brief glimpse of the opponent's bench, which indicates how many Pokemon there are there. For example, we saw 2 on the bench there, so 3 total, which is not terrible. It's not the best, but not the worst. That's a pretty average outcome, about 25% of the time for Michael. Of course, these odds vary from fight to fight based on how many basic Pokemon that the opponent has. Basics are the only ones that you can put on the bench at the start of the game. Sometimes, we'll reset a fight until it's one-on-one because that's a relatively likely outcome. Other times, we'll be happy to take an easy fight, even if it's a little bit longer, like this one. Pokemon like Kangaskhan, not particularly threatening, though this opposing Hitmonchan is a little bit scary because with 1 more energy... Oh no, guess not. All right. Fortunately, Toro Knight has that backup Hitmonchan on the bench ready to go, so we simply have to power through these 40 damage attacks, which is pretty strong for a basic Pokemon, and the high HP of Hitmonchan also providing the durability needed to grind through all of these Pokemon. One of the reasons in all of these initial battles that we heavily rely on Hitmonchan, other than the fact that we start with a Hitmonchan and then manipulate for a second one, is that these, single energy attack for 20 damage, 3 energy attack for 40, and fighting being the most common weakness in the game means that Hitmonchan has the best chance for lucky, quick wins, which, in the speed run is pretty important. Up here we have the Lightning Gym. For the Lightning Gym, we have Jennifer is by far the hardest because Jennifer has 1 Pokemon, has 12 Pokemon. All of them are Pikachu, but 4 of them are Flying Pikachu. So literally a third of the Pokemon in her deck resist fighting, and thus we basically can't beat with this deck. In addition to that, Jennifer also has some annoying cards, has 4 Pokeballs, has many other cards to help draw in order to increase the chances of having multiple Pikachus appear. Toro's playing with fire a little bit, staying in on a longer battle against Jennifer because at any point Flying Pikachu could appear and basically end this fight. However, Toro has persevered, we have cleared 3 Pikachu, and Jennifer is taken care of. A common pain point early in the run, so some good luck there.
Yeah, there was so I see someone in the chat asking, how do you track which trainer we fought? So thankfully, one thing about this game is that the majority of these fights, they're already required. You kind of see that a lot of these opponents, a lot of these gym leaders or club masters, I guess the proper nomenclature, is that they are there, but they will tell you, hey, you can't fight me until you do X amount of things, until you collect X amount of cards, or you beat all my minions, or you get X amount of medals. So a lot of these fights are already required to begin with. It's only, I want to say, 20 extra fights this category adds. And some of them are going to be ones that we will encounter regardless of what happens throughout the fight. There's going to, so the rules for this category, and I worded this very specifically when I first made this category. You must defeat every single unique deck, not opponent, unique deck in the opponent in the game. And there's and there's 2 reasons why I said that. Is because there is 1 NPC, or actually no, 2 NPCs where this can potentially, where this essentially applies. We're gonna get into those fights very soon. Well, actually not very soon, but we're gonna get into
in a little while.
In a little while.
But yeah, so basically in this game, each gym leader has 3 minions, and for many of the gym leaders, they require you to beat all of the minions. For example, in the Lightning Club, when we were battling Jennifer, Brandon, Nicholas there, we had to, even in any percent glitchless, you have to battle all 3 of them just to be able to unlock the gym leader fight you need. It's only a couple of gyms where you actually, maybe 3 or 4 of them, where there are any optional battles. So adding those is part of what makes an all battles run. There's also the other key ones to watch out for are there's a training aid. What's his name? Darn, I always forget his name. The one of 3 decks.
Oh, Aaron.
Aaron. Aaron has 3 different decks that are designed to be like, oh yes, if you're learning the game, you can play against me. They're like framed as easy battles, but there's actually a lot of different type coverage there. It's not a very exploitable fight for really any of those 3 decks. So Aaron adds some time. There's an optional side mode called the Challenge Cup that we'll be fighting near the middle of the run. That also has a unique Ronald deck that we have to beat. And so this basically just adds, make sure you see every possible duel in the game. And so that's a more friendly version of 100%. Here you'll see that Tornite added a Charmander to this deck for this battle against Amanda. Amanda, despite only having 3 prizes and being presented as an easy trainer, has both a lot of water Pokemon and Scyther, who's weak to fire, and a lot of low HP Pokemon. So there's no one Pokemon that can simply handle everything Amanda does. So this is one of the few fights in the game where we'll have more than one color and evolution line in order to beat the category. So we use both Charmander and Hitmonchan. In that case, we only needed to see Charmander, but simply it's a consistency play to add the Charmander there. It makes it a little bit easier.
I have to come back here because I need to talk to this one NPC because it will trigger a boss fight for much later in the run that we wouldn't be able to access. Which I think everyone is going to really, really enjoy this upcoming boss fight.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'd call him a boss, a character, a certain, definitely a battle. I guess it is 6 prizes technically.
Versions of a roaming boss. I think
yeah.
Not all bosses have to be difficult. I will say
that is true. So all bosses except for this one. By the way, later on when we get to them, for me, what makes a boss, other than like giving you a gym badge or whatever, is some of the Pokemon trainers literally cheat in this game, and we'll discuss those when we get to our first gym leader battle. But they will actually rig the deck, and they will guarantee certain outcomes in their opening hand and top cards. So if you ever think the game is not quite fair, is maybe giving you some bad luck, yes, it is. The game is working against you, and that's just something speedrunners have to deal with in this category. So here we were in the Rock Club, battling Matthew here, because there's a couple different grass types that are good for the Rock Club. In this case, we have went with Nidorino, because Nidorino is pretty easy to get and has a high ceiling with a big 50 damage attack, and most everything in the Rock Club is weak to grass. The downside of Nidorino is, unfortunately, it doesn't resist fighting, so it can actually take damage, and it is an evolution card, so we need to be able to actually draw and play the Nidorino. If we pulled a Scyther in our first several packs, that would probably be the more optimal Pokemon for this battle, but Nidorino is kind of our safe backup strat. That also has potentially a higher ceiling if you get some lucky coin flips with Nidoran's attack.
And in addition, Nidorino is one of the most common evolution Pokemon you can have, at least like by doing this little of the run up to this point. So you'll be able. Absolutely, it's very easy to get 4 Nidorino. It'd be very surprising if you don't have 4 Nidorinos by this point in the game. And we're not even. Let's see, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are on our 9th fight. So just to kind of illustrate, how easy it is. Only 9 fights, and we already have 4 Nidorinos.
Right. So having a strong Pokemon that you're pretty much guaranteed to have as your backup, in case you don't get the rarer Scyther, is a reliable strat. I think only, of the thousands of times I've attempted the game, I think I only didn't have enough Nidorinos once. I had to use Pinsir, which was not fun. And over here, we're dealing with Andrew.
Andrew is a character. For people might have noticed that every single character in this game has a deck name. This one has the name of this deck is the Blistering Pokemon deck. And you would think, okay, he has Ponyta, which fire, of course, Blistering. Not sure where Rock fits into Blistering, but let it slide. I want someone in chat. I mean this. Someone in chat explain to me where does Jinx fall into this Blistering. Jinx is a psychic type, has no moves where the text has anything resembling the concept of, say, fire or anything called Blistering. But Jinx is in this deck, and believe me, it is actually a really bad, it's a big nuisance because Jinx has 70 HP, and unfortunately, that makes the fight very tough because Nidorino cannot take it out in one hit. Neither can Scyther, even with the boosted attack with Sword Stance. So it's a very tough fight.
Yeah, Jinx appears in a couple fights in the game, and every time Jinx is present, it's a bit of a nuisance, just because that very high HP stat, and while it doesn't necessarily have a lot of attacking power directly, its attack involves multiple coin flips, and as you've noticed probably so far in the run, every coin flip is about a second and a half or so of time, which really, really adds up, especially when you're waiting for your opponent to flip the coin rather than doing it yourself. And so we try to avoid coin flips whenever we can, and Jinx often makes that difficult. But after some tough battles here, finally there's just one turn here to get the KO. Yeah, Andrew's a deceptively tough fight, which is why I'm glad that he's not in the any percent run at all. But he's definitely one of the tougher fights in all battles, especially in the early game, just because of all the different types and that he carries. Over here we got Ryan up here.
Yeah,
you know, another standard rock gym battle. Yeah, not as bad as Andrew.
Ryan's whole gimmick is, I think it's like fossils and stuff you can like excavate, which is pretty neat. But because we're dealing with the original 151, there are certain liberties I would say that kind of makes you wonder, like, it doesn't really fit the theme of the deck. Oh my god! Wow, fantastic.
25% chance getting those 2 coin flips needed to get the KO there, but you're able to sand attack, which is Sandshrew's attack, ends up doing a stalling maneuver that makes you have to flip for your attack to even work, which Nidoran Mail already has to flip for its only attack to try to work. Nidoran Mail is kind of a high risk, high reward play if you're attacking on those first few turns, because if you get heads, so actually what you saw there, Pokeball is a trainer that has a 50-50 chance of letting you look for a Pokemon. But the continued duel mechanism in this game is essentially like a quick save, kind of save state type feature built into the game. And if you flip a coin with a card, but then soft reset the game before the coin flip dialogue resolves, you can essentially undo the action that you did to prompt that coin flip. So what you'll see Toro do is you'll see if Toro gets a heads, like, you know, here he may go back and get the Pokeball if he doesn't have it in Arena already. In this case, he does. Or if he tries the Pokeball and gets tails, he'll soft reset and save it for later, hoping to get a different coin flip later. The continued duel system is being able to find the right times to abuse it, to be able to rewind a little bit in a battle, and finding the times to just ignore what happened and press on. This is a lot of the like snap judgment and skill of this game, is being able to make the right decision to figure out which will save you more time, with really just reacting to what you have in front of you.
Speaking of, this is a incredibly risky. Actually, wait, no. Can I? Well, I've already.
You already played the Gust of Wind.
I already committed. I wasn't. Wow, I am having the worst luck with.
Yeah, this is not great, because Dugtrio is one of the strongest, and you're just bailing out. Yeah, Dugtrio, you'll actually see very prominently used in our decks very soon, because Dugtrio has 40 and 70 base damage attacks, which, especially combined with weaknesses to fighting, the 70 damage attack can potentially 1 or 2 at KO any Pokemon, almost any Pokemon in the game. Unfortunately, when Dugtrio is being used against us here, especially with no fighting resistance and only 60 HP on an Arena, we're a little bit fragile. And so if Dugtrio gets fully set up and we aren't able to take out Dugtrio in one hit, then that's curtains for us, and occasionally you just got to restart and try again.
Yeah, it's very weird that more than half of the deck is fighting it is grass energy. So it is shocking that I didn't draw a single grass energy to make this a little bit more bearable and that last time.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike the gym leaders who cheat, the gym leader gene we're playing here, in addition to, as well as the Grandmasters and Ronald, any of these 6 prize fights, they will actually guarantee that their starting hand has 2 basic Pokemon, and that the top 5 cards of their deck also has 2 basic Pokemon, and they also guarantee the same thing for energy cards. That means the opponent will always have up to 4 energy in their first 5 turns or more. But there's no such protection for us, unfortunately. So even if your deck is half energy, sometimes you just get unlucky and you have to take what the RNG gives you. Fortunately, with the fast menuing in this game, you're able to react, reset battles, and kind of get to a better starting point. And that's a lot of the nuance and skill of this game, is knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, knowing when to, you know, play the play the battle you've got and knowing when to move on. Over here, we're going to be editing to an Electabuzz deck, which we use for a couple of fights, mostly in the water gym, though here we're in the science gym, my favorite type of Pokemon, science.
There were we haven't actually gotten into it. There's only 7 types in this entire game. It is grass, fire, water, psychic, lightning, fighting, and colorless, which is flying and normal type Pokemon. 7, and there's 8 metals in this entire game. So you're gonna,
and there's no colorless metal either. Yeah. So we had to use rock as like half of fighting, but then they needed one more, and I guess they picked science for some reason.
Which
you'll see here.
Which I'm fine as a
You'll see your
theme,
Toro.
by the way. I'm fine as a theme, but boy, it really makes you wonder. Boy, they really have a lot of ideas ready for the first one.
I'd like very loosely say it's kind of poison. It's kind of a poison gym or bug or something. I don't know. In any case, what you may have noticed at the beginning of the battle, the mysterious fossil that Toro played, that is essentially a fake Pokemon, a trainer card that masquerades as a Pokemon of 10 HP. And by playing that up front, you can always discard Mysterious Fossil in the middle of a turn if you want, so you're never stuck with it. And so whenever you draw a Mysterious Fossil in your opening hand, the safe thing to do is to play it first and play your intended basic on the bench. That way, if you don't, if your turn 1 attack will go to something that is disposable rather than your main Pokemon. It's just a slight optimization for more safety. So after Joseph is out of the way, we're going to go to the Water Club, which is absolutely decimated by Electabuzz that has 2 energy attack that can do up to 40 damage if you hit heads, which will 1-hit KO almost every water type Pokemon in this gym. So except for Slowpoke, Psychic, every water type Pokemon in this gym. So I guess if you get Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, but if you get to that far, something would.
Yeah, Poliwag also. Poliwag itself is also weak to only weak to grass.
True, but it is 40 hit points, so you can get that 1
That's
hit.
fair, yeah.
So you really want to take out Poliwag in 1 hit. So here we've got a 50% chance of this battle ending right here, and we hit the heads, so congratulations. Nice, very fast battle. Sarah, the battle we just did is actually one of the easiest fights in the game. She has only 2 prizes, very basic Pokemon. It's pretty much an automatic win, and gives you a Coliseum booster pack too, so more good cards, what we like to see. Up here we have Josh. Josh is guarding Amy. Basically, you have to beat Josh in order to get through to Amy, and also, because of this category. Josh has 18 basic Pokemon, the second most of any battle in the game. So it's very common for this battle to go to 4 prizes, both because of that, and then also because of Krabby, who has a 1 energy attack that will summon more basic Pokemon to the bench.
Really, I can knock this out in one go.
Yes, you can. Yep, Plus Power, arguably the most important trainer in the game, adds 10 damage to any attack. And being able to turn a 2-hit KO into a 1-hit KO can be a tremendous time save of anywhere from like 10 to 45 seconds or more, especially if that 1-hit KO prevents the opponent from placing another Pokemon on the bench, so you can have cascading time save with that. So Plus Powers are important to try to maximize. We start out with 2 in Bulbasaur, and then in Coliseum booster packs, we've been trying to keep an eye out to see if we get more. I think we have 3 right now, if I remember correctly. So hopefully we find a 4th one somewhere.
Yeah, you probably know this more than I do. I don't think Gyarados. We had a double Gyarados Coliseum booster pack on Sarah. I don't think those give out Plus Power, right?
You can have Plus Power in Gyarados. Okay. It's not as common. The way the RNG works is a little weird, where certain Pokemon are kind of correlated to be in booster packs with one another. So a booster pack like booster packs with like Electabuzz or Dugtrio are like less likely to have Plus Power than like Hitmonchan and stuff like that. The nuance of this is very hard to quickly explain, but and ultimately you get whatever cards you get. You have to react to whatever you're getting and just play on. Here we have Amy trying to go for a quick kill. So as I mentioned, gym leaders start with 2 basic Pokemon and then have 2 in the next 5 cards. So we have a time pressure here where we really want to KO these 2 Pokemon before Amy draws them. So we actually had a 2 prize fight here. It's very rare for a gym leader to have for you to have to be able to win the fight in less than 4 prizes. So Toro was able to make a huge time save here by getting that turn 3 KO on the Squirtle and Goldeen there.
This was actually like a really, really good Water Club segment, and just to kind of show how tough the getting world record in this category is, this is like about as good of a watercolor segment as you can possibly hope for. Guess what? I lost 12 seconds in that. I lost.
Right, yeah, you could have maybe saved 30 seconds with a luckier Josh, but you had a perfect Sarah and Amy. And so, yeah, there can be easily 3 to 5 minutes of variance in the water gym alone. And in any percent in particular, it's a common reset point just because of the status effects that Amy's Pokemon have, the chance for a long battle against Joshua, all sorts of things here. So right now we're in a fun battle against our rival Ronald. We have to win all battles in this category. So actually at any percent, we intentionally lose this fight because it's faster to lose a fight than to win it. But the rules of all battles require us to win this fight. So we now have to actually contend with Ronald's 6 prize deck. And these rival fights are triggered after the 2nd and 5th gym leader completion. Unfortunately, the frame we got there was not particularly favorable. Diglett was about to get KO'd. Diglett's a high-powered Pokemon that evolves into Dugtrio, which has the ability to essentially handle anything in the game. But unfortunately, the downside of Diglett and Dugtrio are the relatively low HP, especially for Diglett. And so you really need the battle to go well very early. And here, got a potion, luckily, to make this battle playable, and a backup Diglett. So that'll help us a little bit.
I'm just trying to see, can this... Okay, no, he's going to get knocked out, so what I like to do, in some cases, use a second Diglett as basically a sacrificial lamb and give myself another turn and hope that things will work out for the better.
Yeah, hopefully you draw a Dugtrio or a plus power here, and you did get the plus power, so that fortunately did buy you an extra turn that you needed.
Oh, and there we go. There's a
Dugtrio. Perfect. All right, so now we're relatively smooth sailing in this battle. Yeah, especially because Growlithe needs 2 energy to attack. Earthquake, 1 hits Growlithe, and now we are through Ronald. Being able to win that battle only taking 2 prizes is also remarkable, given that Ronald is also a dirty cheater. And so...
and also, he's not just a dirty cheater. He doesn't know how to actually build a deck. A common thing is that he will put a lot of quote-unquote high-powered Pokemon or Pokemon with like strong evolutions to the point where it actually hurts his deck synergy because you have like 4 different Pokemon types and now it dilutes your energy pool because you're not going to be able to draw the necessary energy cards you need in order to actually be able to attack. So what you see a lot of times is he will brick. I'm talking about you can build a house with the amount of bricks he can pull, but there are but even still he can be especially annoying because of how many Pokemon he can put out.
Right, yeah, and unfortunately, like, in this game, you'd think, oh, well, we don't want our opponents to be that good at the game. We want easy battles, right? Well, we want quick battles more than easy battles, and Ronald, especially in the second rival fight, does not make the battles quick. Loves to stall to have a chance at his very high-powered evolution Pokemon. He needs, all the time he can stall for, and unfortunately, stalling hurts us a lot in a speedrun, as you'd expect. Right now, we are in the Lightning Club battling Isaac, the gym leader. The main threat in this battle is paralysis. Otherwise, none of these lightning Pokemon can do any damage to Dugtrio. Or at least the AI thinks so. And I guess Tauros can attack Dugtrio, but with our 70 hit points, this is pretty much an automatic win here. It's merely a matter of avoiding paralysis and thus preventing the fight from going on too long. So, we're less battling to win the fight and more battling for a quick fight. Luckily, that Isaac was despite being 6 prizes, that felt like a 45-second Isaac. That was pretty good. I don't have a timer in front of me for that, but
that was about 152.
I mean, for 6 prizes, not bad.
No, it's pretty solid.
So we're actually going to use Dugtrio for more battles, not just where there's a type advantage. The Fire Club, you would think, oh, we want to use water energy for the Fire Club, right? Well, Ken actually has a large number of high HP colorless Pokemon. You got Snorlax, you got Kangaskhan, you got Chansey, all of which have 90 or more hit points, and thus Dugtrio's Earthquake is needed to one-hit KO them. In addition, Dugtrio's Earthquake doing 70 base damage means it can 1 or 2-hit KO every fire Pokemon in the deck anyway. And the main name of the game here is making sure Diglett actually survives to the point of getting to Dugtrio. Growlithe here can do 20 damage with 2 energy. However, that potion is not a good play. I was about to explain that the AI will not attach energy if the Pokemon's about to die, but if it heals, then it will. Defender is like a potion in advance. It prevents 20 damage being done to Diglett, which is really good for not dying right here. And we're hoping that in the next turn, we'll be able to pull something. The plus power will allow us to guarantee the KO here, but
this is really risky. Okay. This is really risky. I'm just banking on I'm basically using Energy Surge. The one thing that I use Energy Surge right now for is I used it for scouting out the deck. With the way it works is when you're looking at your deck, the top of the deck is a loss.
Oh no. Yeah, so that fight was a loss. So what Toro was trying to do there, basically, you can use the continue duel feature along with cards that search your deck in order for you to observe the current order of your deck right now. As long as you reset the game before you finish playing the trainer card that is looking at your deck, it will not shuffle the deck, and thus you'll know exactly what's coming. So you can play the energy search and be like, oh, is a Dugtrio coming? And if a Dugtrio is coming, then you just reset the game. And if Dugtrio is not in your top few cards, then you finish playing the energy search, get a shuffle, and hope for the best. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on our side there, and we'll need to give it another go here, hopefully. And at least we have a second Diglett now, so we have a little bit more insurance. But we're still looking for that Dugtrio, who would really make this battle pretty much one and done.
And there's another reason why we sometimes use stuff like Energy Surge, and that's a no. But
tails on the Pokeball, unfortunately.
However, now we can use Energy Surge to basically re-roll the RNG, and that was also on.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so the RNG in this game is very interesting. Like a lot of Game Boy games and old NES games and stuff, RNG starts from a common seed and then increments every frame, but only in the overworld. Once you enter a duel in the game, the RNG is frozen until something needs a random number. It is held in place. And the reason for that is basically to make the continue duel feature work. They didn't want kids who are playing the game at home to flip a coin, get tails, then reset, and then try again immediately. They wanted the same RNG result to happen every time. However, that is also exploitable. The continue duel feature is fundamentally exploitable. So we can see that the next coin flip queued up for us is tails, and then reset and go back. We need to be able to change that coin flip to give that Pokeball another try. So by using a card that shuffles the deck, that also increments the RNG and gives us another attempt at the coin flip. Doesn't guarantee a heads, but at least gives us another shot. Unfortunately, that didn't work out, but it is a very cool trick, and I wanted to make sure we explained it because it'll probably come up several more times in the run.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure out a way to keep scrambling. We call the build it trick advancing the RNG, to be specific.
Yeah, RNG incrementing. And it's really important to be able to identify these opportunities. So all of these little quick looks at the hand, Toro Knight is keeping a mental note of exactly what trainers he has and what opportunities he might have to increment the RNG to get out of jams. Here we're going to see, there's a Pokeball.
We'll see part of the cards.
Cross our fingers.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's
this is, no, we still have a...
Oh, there's another Diglett. Okay, there's a chance. And luckily, Diglett does have free retreat, so there is an out, which we can just use these sacrificial Pokemon to kind of sit there and buy us some time as we draw some cards, hopefully, or at least maybe a coin flip will change. We'll see.
Come on. Oh my goodness.
Whether or not the RNG increments, only certain opponent events will increment the RNG, and it's often hard to observe. If the opponent is deciding between playing an energy card between two equal events, or the opponent uses a card that flips a coin or whatever. Otherwise, the RNG might stay the same for several turns, actually. So we have to keep trying that Pokeball every turn and hope that the opponent just needed to make a decision at some point that randomized something. But fortunately, we did get 6 prizes, even without seeing Dugtrio here, thanks to the pure perseverance. Took several tries, unfortunately, to beat Ken. Sometimes that's just how it goes.
That is unbelievable.
Marathon luck.
I don't think that's ever happened to me. I don't think that's ever happened to me in a marathon run like this, where we basically go through this long in a single fight without getting to see Dugtrio even once. That's shocking.
Right. It's not like you have only one. You have 3 Dugtrio, which is a good number. You only start with 1 Dugtrio, but finding 2 more in booster packs is actually is mildly lucky, and so it's not seeing any of them in the several attempts at that battle is challenging. So now we're on to the Psychic Gym. Stephanie is a Psychic type gym leader, and you might be wondering, why are we battling a Psychic type with Hitmonchan? That's because for both Stephanie and Murray, there are colorless types in the deck which resist Psychic, which is Psychic's weakness is itself. But the AI is basically drawn like a moth to a flame when it sees a fighting type. It will be like, yes, type advantage. Time to send in all our weak Psychic Pokemon that aren't evolved yet and have low HP. So as long as we're able to tough out their attacks, using a fighting type will allow us to take care of more threatening Pokemon before the stalling Pokemon. The reason we don't use Dugtrio for that is because Dugtrio is not weak to Psychic and thus it can't bait as easily. We do actually play with Dugtrio to kill those big colorless Pokemon, but you'll see Hitmonchan used as Psychic bait throughout the next 2 fights.
Wow, here's a little fun fact about Stephanie. So Stephanie is one of 2 non-boss characters in this entire game that you are not allowed to fight until you reach a certain medal flag. Stephanie will not let you challenge her until you actually until you get 2 medals. There is another character that I found this out last night. Shout outs to Welsh RTA, the world record holder of this category. Hopefully not for long, because I'm gonna try to go for it this year. He actually,
you two are neck and neck. It's any time.
He actually found out that there is another character. I think it's Daniel, who also has a medal flag that I did not know. But his medal flag is 1 medal, not 2. But that's 2 NPCs in the entire run, where you actually you are not allowed to do in the early game unless you.
Yeah, 2 optional NPCs. There are medal flags for other things. For example, Murray, the gym leader we're fighting now, is one of the biggest constraints on route design because Murray you cannot challenge without at least 4 medals. And that creates a little bit of a headache in any percent in particular. But here, I guess we're running around so much it's not a big deal.
How many times have we thought of a route on the Discord and we ultimately come to the conclusion asking the same question? But what about Murray?
Right, exactly. Dozens of times we're like, it would be slightly more optimal. We could save 2 deck edits if we do it this way, and we realize, Murray is 4th, not 5th. We can't do that route. So Murray is a huge constraint and basically forces, in the any percent run, it forces one of the double colorless fights to be before, several duels before. So it ends up creating a bit more deck edit headache. Speaking of headaches, Murray is quite the headache of a battle here. Murray's deck is based on the Alakazam Pokemon Power damage swap and is designed to basically stall opponents out by setting up Mr. Mime and Alakazam and Chansey. So if you let Murray get set up, he will waste more time than any battle in the entire game. So really the speedrunner's nemesis. And the challenge is that you need to kill all of these Pokemon or knock out all of these Pokemon before they have a chance to evolve. That's part of the reason we use Hitmonchan in this battle, because it'll bait out the 30 HP Abra before it evolves into a threatening Kadabra with a 50 damage attack, or the Alakazam that locks us out of winning. The other reason we run Hitmonchan is because of Mr. Mime. Fortunately, we haven't run into that Pokemon yet, knock on wood, but Mr. Mime is 40. Oh, no.
Thanks,
I'm sorry.
Pinecone.
Commentator's curse right there.
Thanks.
So, and right after you lose the Hitmonchan, too. It's not great. So, Mr. Mime has a Pokemon power. Ooh, card pop. That has, you have 2+ power, actually. You can do it with Diglett.
Yes, it's going to take a bit of setup, but I can...
Yeah, it's going to be a pain. It's going to be a pain, but you can make it work. So, the, right, with the 10 damage is actually going to be a problem.
This can...
Okay, so...
Heart of the cards?
I forgot to explain.
No Heart of the... Well...
Right, I'm too invested in this fight.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
Right, so Mr. Mime's Pokemon Power prevents any damage above 20. So if you attack with 20, 30 damage, 40 damage, any more than that, it'll become 0. So you have to use weak attacks against Mr. Mime. You can only 2-hit KO him. Hopefully we get a heads here. Nope, we do have a Professor Oak, so maybe. We need to find a Hitmonchan or a Diglett desperately. Oh, an energy removal will at least buy us a turn.
Yeah.
And a potion.
Oh, man.
We'll see. So Mr. Mime is literally the main reason that we run Hitmonchan, because it provides us a 2-hit KO option against Mr. Mime. Because Diglett can only do 10 damage at a time, so you need to use plus power for him. Mr. Mime is one of the biggest constraints of this entire battle. Finally, we get Hitmonchan. So that gives us an out for Mr. Mime, and there's only 1 Pokemon left. Oh, that was the last prize, actually. Dang.
You know what the funny thing?
Two brutal gym leader
You know
fights
what the
here.
funny thing is? Before I hit Professor Oak, I had Gust of Wind, and he put a Snorlax in there. So I don't think, doing the quick math, I don't think I would have lived long enough to be able to make that work. But it's just really funny how Murray gave us an out, and by putting in Snorlax in, and I lost the Gust of Wind because I had to try to figure out something.
Right. This game has so many quick decisions that you have to make in a millisecond. It is impossible to make every single decision like guaranteed to be optimal correct. If you're thinking, if you run all the numbers and calculate everything you do, then that is that's just not possible. So mistakes are part of the run. It's part of speedrunning you have to live with. Although I think that one was more a missed opportunity with like the timing of the Professor Oak or whatever.
Oh wait, no. I managed to reset right before, so we are good.
Oh,
We're gonna do something a little wacky, which is try to see. Yeah, we are going to do a triple Professor Oak.
Ooh.
And
Professor Oak, yep. Another strong trainer card we haven't explained yet, by the way. Discard your hand, draw 7 cards. Being able to see and playing 3 or 4 of them in a row means that you've seen, half of your deck in one turn. So being able to really search, that's one other way to search for key cards we need. Being able to, having a run with 3 Professor Oaks is already a little bit lucky. So fortunately, we're able to pull that off.
yeah, and of course the first prize I collect is the Duck Trio, which means that whole strategy, that really cool strategy I had, ultimately is the moot point. Tauros is a very immediate danger.
Right. You get the one hit here. Doduo is one of the more annoying Pokemon in Ronald 2 here, actually, because of the fighting weakness. You really need to commit to setting up your Doug Trio in order to have a chance to beat Doduo, and using all these coin flips in the meantime is quite annoying.
Thankfully, we have... Okay, yeah. We
You get the 2 at KO
we
here,
pretty much,
fortunately.
I don't want to say we have this in the bag, but so long as he doesn't add Mist, because he actually has Mr. Mime, which is why we still have Hitmonchan on here. Otherwise, we'd be full sending this with Doug Trio. But there is a possibility of seeing Mr. Mime on here for whatever reason. But thankfully, we have not seen it. Then, at worst, we can hope to have a non-Mr. Mime added to the bench. Never mind, we won.
Nice. Yeah, well done. So after this, we'll be fighting against Aaron, who's a lab technician that is designed to be like an early game, like, hey, you're just learning Pokemon, you can practice against me kind of battle. He has 3 different decks, all of which have 2 different like complementary types that are relatively challenging to deal with. Actually, right before Aaron, we need to talk to this NPC who gives us a Mewtwo. You'll see Mewtwo a lot more later on. But yeah, Aaron can be a particularly challenging set of splits just because of the 3 completely different decks you have to battle in quick succession, basically.
And with this, you kind of have to more or less like. The problem is because you have 3 different dual type decks to contend with, you essentially have to find a way to construct a single deck that can deal with literally everything that he has. And I don't know if I can say we found a solution. That's going to be I don't know if the Trio Hitmonchan is the solution. I know with Welsh RTA, who his play style of running this game is go hyper aggressive and be very reset heavy, is to essentially just go I think only Hitmonchan, and which is fine and all, but it's gonna require a lot of resets, and the Trio still has the potential to do a lot of damage.
Right. Yeah. The routing and challenging in this game is very much, especially in all battles relative to category, is very much not settled. We have not like definitively proven what the best route is here. Oh no, we need double tails here to survive.
Yeah, nope.
Or at least one tails.
How's about double heads?
Double heads, great, perfect. Yes, what could go wrong? But yes, so there's all kinds of trade-offs you can make in your routing. A more marathon safe routing will rely on like more durable Pokemon and setting them up like Doug Trio, whereas maybe somebody more aggressively gunning for the world record will be able to try a higher risk, high reward strategy like the Hitmonchan thing. Welsh RTA, one of the other very notable players in this category, is very, very fond of grinding the game and very fond of like reset until the battle's absolutely perfect. And then that allows them to achieve times that no one else has achieved in this category. But, at the cost, that's not necessarily a very fun marathon experience, especially because the variance can be so high. So going with slightly safer strats like Toro Knight's doing, creates a little bit more presentable of a set of battles here. Oh, nice. Plus power on the special punch to get the 50 HP for the knockout, and we have survived one of the 3 Aaron fights. 2 more to go.
And this particular set of fights is a very tough one to contend with in terms of if you want to like get a PB or go for world record. This is a very tough split because it's a fight that you can at best hope for. Ooh, I can get a quick KO right now.
Yeah, you got a dub here. Yeah, with 2 plus power plus the jabs, 20 damage. This is a 1-hit KO on Poliwag. Very nice. But yeah, the high variance in this fight, because specifically because Aaron doesn't cheat, you could have a 1-on-1, 1-hit KO kind of situation like we basically have here, or you can have a very long, drawn-out fight. So it's another one of those fights that could take either 30 seconds or 2.5 minutes, and then multiply that by 3, and you literally have 5 or 6 minutes of variance just from this one guy. So he can absolutely crush your PB attempt, depending on your luck.
Yeah, one thing, the challenging thing about Aaron is that he has, as opposed to every single other trainer in this game, where you only have to do like, you want to fight? Yes, it's only once. But in this game, but with Aaron, he asks you twice. Where he asks you, do you want to fight him? Okay, which deck? Are you sure you want to fight him with this deck? And it becomes like very annoying. You kind of just saw me right now when selecting this specific deck and basically being like, oh, wait a minute, I forgot to hit yes again. So.
Right, yeah, the menuing in this game is so fast and repeatable for a lot of the time that it becomes very easy when somebody has a slightly different set of dialogue to make some misclicks.
I
like to think.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Someone just in chat asked, are the dual computers also part of all battles? No. The reason why is 1, they are post game, and 2, it's already fighting opponents that you have already fought before. You don't get any new opponents with the dual computer.
Right, so they're not unique battles. Speaking of not unique battles, we're about to enter the Challenge Cup, an optional side mode in the game. Can get you some promo cards. Because the Ronald at the end of the Challenge Cup has a unique deck, we have to do it at least once in the All Battles category. And what will happen here is we're going to see Toro Knight play against 2 battles that he may or may not have already completed during the speed run. These don't count toward the completion of the All Battles requirement to prevent RNG situations. But we need to battle these 2 other randomly picked trainers first. That's actually why Toro ran up to the side to try to see who he's going to fight, because depending on who's there, he might have wanted to edit his deck. But battling 3 different trainers in quick succession, one of which is a Ronald with a unique deck, is another high variance part of the speed run.
Yeah, and the thing about this is that it kind of forces you to kind of, that's a reset. I saw Zapdos in there.
Oof, yeah. Zapdos is very painful, unfortunately, for this.
Brandon, you cooperated so well earlier in the run. You were a 44-second fight. Don't start to get good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very frustrating when you're like, oh yes, this battle was very trivial before, and now is very difficult, especially because you have this very long dialogue you have to reset through. There's a full bench on the other side too, so this is 4 prizes at best, but luckily no Zapdos yet, knock on wood. So hopefully these are quick KOs. We've got the double plus power 1-hit against Magnemite. That's a nice swag strat. Eevee has the stalling attack here. If heads won't be able to attack, look, we got tails. So this should be pretty smooth sailing, hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
And we got the trio, so we can even get out of status. Pretty much everything is coming up Millhouse here, so. All right.
And I don't even have to evolve right this second because, fun little fact for those of you who don't know, paralysis or a status condition, any status condition your Pokemon has, it automatically is cured when you evolve. So that is one thing that sometimes you see runners do, is that they will purposefully not evolve their Pokemon, even though they would have more HP or would have more a stronger attack, is because Joshua. Okay, that's the jacket.
Ooh, Josh, yes. Yeah, he was a little bit nasty before. Again, has the second most basics of any trainer in the game, so potentially large time loss here if we don't get lucky and play with good skill. So we're switching to an Electabuzz deck to really maximize our chances of a fast fight here. Fortunately, we have a few more trainer cards than last time and a bit more swag, hopefully, so we should be able to take care of Joshua real quick. We'll see.
But yeah, so sometimes you kind of put a bow on the point I was mentioning. Sometimes we don't evolve, only just so that we can try to see if we get hit with status later on. Then we can kind of have that evolution into our pockets, and we don't have to worry about trying to draw a full heal in the at that particular moment.
Yep, that is good to know. So something we. Yeah, fortunately, it doesn't look like we're seeing status here, which is nice. Pardon me, sir. Yeah, no Krabby and no status. Even though this is 3 prizes, this is pretty fast for Joshua, so we're not too worried about the outcome here. Something you may have noticed in particular with these Electabuzz battles one-on-one, I don't think we mentioned it yet. In the real card game, when you don't draw a basic Pokemon to start the game, you get a mulligan, but your opponent draws extra cards, so it's pretty bad, because your opponent has access to more and more resources. However, in the video game, they didn't implement that. When you start without a basic Pokemon, you're allowed to redraw your hand over and over and over and over again until you find one, and your opponent gets no benefit for that at all. So that is what enables pretty much all of our strategies to have a single evolution line all of the time. Because that way we can guarantee we have the exact Pokemon we want for every battle, and there's really no downside other than some time loss for reshuffling. Here we're going with Dugong because Ronald 2 has some pretty strong fire types, including Magmar, and so Dugong's ability to do good general damage but also deal with Magmar in one hit is really important here.
We are starting off... Okay, Double Geodude is actually pretty fine. And Grimer could be potentially annoying if only, and there's the okay. Grimer has, or this version of Ronald actually has Muck, and he will happily put the Muck in play if need be. So the interesting thing will be, the thing about this version of Ronald, and I actually argue this is the strongest version of Ronald in this entire game. Even compared to the quote unquote strongest version of Ronald, is because he has a lot of Pokemon that not only are annoying, but also are Pokemon that beautiful Dugong. A lot of Pokemon perfect. Is really tough to match up against because he has a lot of different types that actually match up, that actually synergize decently well, not dramatically, but like enough to where it can be a real annoyance. In my early time in this category, we're gonna rip that. Grimer, not Grimer. I actually used to do this fight with only Dugtrio, because Dugtrio will take care of everything. But the problem is Scyther and Muk does have the potential to do a lot of damage against Dugtrio. It can even one-hit KO if you're not careful. So I tried to kind of figure out a strategy and thinking like, okay, what's a Pokemon that can do a lot of damage, has pretty good HP, and we can safely bet that we're probably going to have multiple copies of throughout the run. And I came to the conclusion Dugong is, I wouldn't say a perfect solution, but it is a pretty good solution in my opinion.
All right, up next, we have a very silly battle coming up against the game's hardest boss. And by hardest, I mean easiest. And by boss, I mean, that's Toro's opinion. We have a very special character, truly the Tingle of the Pokemon trading game universe. We have Imakuni. He is a real-life human being that has like some tangential relation to the card game in Japan, dresses up in a very weird suit, has a trainer card with his own picture on it that confuses his own Pokemon. He is a very weird guy. But when we take care of him, he has a unique deck, and he also happens to give us one of every booster pack.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Confused himself.
Okay,
hell yeah.
Okay, I know we're doing this speed run. We have to read this. This is Imakuni.
Yes.
This is the flavor text. Your active Pokemon is now confused. Imakuni wants you to play him as a basic Pokemon, but you can't. A mysterious creature not listed in the Pokedex, he asks kids around the world who is cuter, Pikachu or me. That is legit the flavor text of this card. It's amazing. I love it. And the AI is programmed to always automatically play that card the moment he draws it into his hand. I'm not even kidding. He will actively always hurt himself.
Yeah, it is perhaps the silliest AI in the entire game, for sure. Item findering here, using the strat to get the plus power to get another KO before evolving Abra here. That's some slick strategizing coming from Tornite, especially because he already had a Professor Oak, so being able to take that extra card that he wasn't going to use anyway.
He got a second
and use
Imakuni,
it.
that's amazing.
A second Imakuni. My God, I have not seen a 2 Imakuni fight in forever.
Same. By the way, there's a fun little detail about the Imakuni. Okay, the way confusion works in this game is that when you get hit with a 3 Imakuni,
a third Imakuni. Oh my God, this is unprecedented.
Literally have never seen that in my life. 3 Imakunis is amazing. Okay, the way this game works, with confusion is that when you are that gave us
and a comp search.
This was the ideal Imakuni fight. The ideal Imakuni fight.
For sure.
The way confusion works is if you are confused, you have to flip a coin in order to either retreat or attack. If you fail the coin flip, you get hit with the equivalent of 20 damage, as if a 20 damage attack from the same type that you are. Psychic is weak to Psychic in most cases. What happens if you have only a 40 HP Pokemon that is weak to Psychic? You know what? I'm actually gonna reset this because
Right. So there's a Slowpoke in the Imakuni battle. You can have a turn 1. You can have a turn 0 win where literally you do not get to play or do a single thing. Where he starts with a Slowpoke, confuses himself, then attacks himself and knocks himself out. It's truly spectacular if you get to see it. It is the luckiest possible outcome. And it's the only fight in the game that you can win with literally no intervention whatsoever on turn 0.
Yeah, it's one of the, and I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, I think world record of the Imakuni percent speedrun does actually happens to have a turn 0
It's
win.
essentially impossible to get the Imakuni. There's Imakuni percent is where you race from the start of a save file. It's like a category extension. Race from the start of a save file to get the Imakuni promo card, which you get from beating him 3 times. It's about a 3 to 4 minute speed run. It's a fun, bonus category. The category has gotten so competitive that it is essentially impossible to get the world record in that category without getting one of these lucky turn 0 win fights. When I briefly held the record, I had one. I think Welsh has it now, I believe, and has that record, if I remember correctly. It beat me by at least 30 seconds at this point, I'm sure. So hotly contested, one of the most difficult records to get in the game.
The funny thing is that I remember the mini Imakuni arc that this community was in, where last year, I think it was either last year or late last year, and you were basically like, okay, I'm just gonna try out Imakuni, whatever, and then you got world record, and then you like, wow, this is incredible. And I was watching that you play Imakuni, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is fun. I've never actually tried Imakuni percent. I get third place on leaderboard on that the very next day, and then a month later we get a new second place. So it was a fun time. But yeah, now that we got our 6th medal, and we're kind of right around the hour mark, now's actually a pretty good time to take a good little break.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. Anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break. GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Loss Hunter. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on the event, or you can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the rest of the game. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showcasing some Mario and Pokemon games. We are in the middle of a Pokemon TC run. TCG run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready. If you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
All right. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. We are back at it with Pokemon TCG. We are kind of about 2/3 of the way done. And let's just get the ball rolling with with the rest of the run in 3, 2, 1, and go. So, all right. So we got our 6 medal. There's only 2 left, but we have quite a lot of fights still left to go. Mostly like NPCs, but thankfully with this, we're going to take a quick detour to the Grass Club, and we're going up against Brittany, who essentially is this game's version of, what do we have? An Island of Misfit Toys type of deck. She has one of every single Pokemon type in this deck, into her deck. So there's a lot of potential, lengthy fights because of just how annoying she can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 1/3 of her deck being basics absolutely wrecks things as well. Unfortunately, the one kind of Pokemon that she doesn't really have are colorless types, those that resist Psychic. So the general 50 damage that Kadabra can do does a pretty good job in this fight. Is the only Pokemon with more than 50 HP are Fossil Magmar, Nidoran Female, and Jinx, and 2 of the 3 are weak to Psychic, so that'll work, basically.
Now, we are still in a bit of a pickle because I think she has Pokemon that have the ability to knock me out. Ooh, Pikachu. Actually, this works out well. Because I don't think she's going to be able to attack me. She do a ton of damage, so hope.
Right. And Kadabra is unique in that if you're absolutely desperate, it does have the ability to recover its own hit points if necessary. So there is an out there. It's kind of ugly and waste time, but it can be done. Very, very occasionally in a speedrun will you actually see recover get used. Smart use of Gust of Wind here to get around the Caterpie's defender in order to make sure that KO would happen in that turn and that the AI did not get another chance. It's the kind of quick thinking you like to see. Up next, we have a couple more fights in the Science Gym against Eric and David. Pretty similar to Rick in terms of these poison types that are weak to Psychic or at least not resistant to it.
All right, now I want to congratulate chat on giving me some actually really good answers. In terms of why is Jinx in the Blistering Pokemon deck? You actually made some really good points. Explain to me how Meowth and Farfetch'd are in a lovely Nidoran deck. I dare you all to actually figure that one out.
I guess they're the lovely half. I don't know. Meowth is like a trickster, though, so not a very lovely Pokemon to me. It's a very, very mean Pokemon.
I mean, it's a cat. Everyone loves cats, though.
That is true. Yes.
Okay, someone tell me what's lovely about Farfetch. Like, I want the Farfetch defenders to go.
Oh, we need a Tails here. Ooh, dodge the bullet.
Lovely.
Would have been a one-hit KO otherwise. Yep. All right, but yes, Farfetch'd is lovely in that he's cute and unique and has never been competitively relevant.
I will say, Surfetch. I mean, that's an absolute unit right there.
Yeah, Surfetch was a much-needed evolution. Yeah, for sure.
All right, now here comes the reason why we need we need to get a Mewtwo, and there's a defender, and there's a couple of good trainer cards that right there. So okay, so Mewtwo. The reason why Mewtwo is such a good card for these next 2 fights is because Mewtwo has a lot of high damage potential that we unfortunately are not going to get.
High damage potential and specifically fast.
Yes.
We were not able to set it up this battle, but Mewtwo has a 1 energy attack that can take energy from the discard pile, attach it directly to Mewtwo, allowing Mewtwo to attack potentially on turn 2. It didn't work out this time because we didn't have any way to discard energy cards, but if that happens, it allows us to get started 1 turn sooner with Mewtwo, which can make a huge difference in these kind of like tempo and momentum fights that we have now, and also against Mitch, the fighting type, coming up soon. So Mewtwo is a potential like slightly higher risk but very high reward Pokemon to play with when you need a Psychic type. And you don't have to rely on an evolution or a 30 HP basic like you do with the Kadabra strats.
Yeah, and the thing is about it, especially with the next fight that we actually have coming up, Abracadabra is pretty good, The problem with this next fight that we have coming up, which is Mitch, the fighting type leader, is the fact that there's a lot of potential for you to lose on turn 1 because of the fact that Abra only has 30 HP. And a lot of Mitch's Pokemon can inflict 20 damage, and he has plus power and will liberally use that. So it can be quite annoying.
Yep, for sure. Mitch's high damage potential actually makes it a very challenging fight. Basically, no matter what you do, you could pick a Pokemon with fighting resistance like Articuno and Scyther, but the damage output is just a little bit lower. You don't get the one-hit KOs, so it's kind of a like safe but slow strategy. When we're going all speed here. You know, we're trying to go as fast as we can using Mewtwo, which is generally the most popular way to handle Mitch because we can just reset out of the battles that don't work quite as well. We don't have a setup here. We don't know, but we are going at turn 1, so we fortunately only have to take 2 hits from Machop before we kill him. And we have energy removal, so hopefully that works out in our favor. We'll see.
Let's see. And the hope here is, ooh, that's...
that plus power is really brutal because now 20 HP from being knocked out. We need some way to heal, really, for this to work. I don't know if this is...
we just gotta
see what happens with the energy.
If he breaks or gets Minky out, or nope. Nope, that's a reset.
Nope.
Wow,
that's no good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's guaranteed to not break at that point, actually, because he'd only seen one of his 2 basics, so his next card was an energy.
And, okay, finally.
But it's hard to remember that kind of thing.
Finally, this is the...
We got 1 on 4, but we have a setup here. So Professor Oak lets us discard our whole hand, which in this case is great, because now we get those psychic energy attached directly to Mewtwo. And now Hitmonchan is running scared. In fact, the AI recognizes that it's about to get knocked out. It doesn't even attach energy to Hitmonchan, which saves even more damage on Mewtwo. Because the AI's reluctance to do chip damage of a Pokemon that's about to die will allow for Mewtwo to not have to take as many hits. And in any fight with the fighting gym, when you don't have a resistance, reducing damage is super, super important. Luckily, we have defenders and potions to hopefully slow us down a little bit here. A Hitmonchan on the bench there, or Hitmonlee, actually. We don't have to worry about Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee takes 3 energy to attack the active Pokemon, so Hitmonlee is actually the most favorable matchup in this gym for us. And see, when everything goes well, you can have like a 15, 30-second Mitch fight just like that. You just kind of need the perfect circumstances to do so.
And part of the reason is we also leave Mitch pretty late is that by this point in the game, we'll have plenty of cards that will allow us to discard our hand, or at least get rid of a couple of cards in order to be able to hopefully get that turn 2 attack strategy working.
Mm-hmm. So we got a couple more fights left to go. There's 1 gym leader, but we also have, I think, 7 more minion fights to go as well. Right now we're battling Robert and Daniel from the Psychic Gym. Robert has a ghost deck with a lot of low HP Pokemon, but no weaknesses. So we just use a fire deck here. Because all these fire Pokemon can do 30 damage on turn 2, or even 20 damage on turn 1 in certain circumstances.
Ooh, this is a
Ponyta.
Pretty good.
So hopefully we're able to get some nice damage here. Oh, nice 20 damage here.
If I had a
3-hit KO unless we get a plus.
Unfortunately, don't have the plus power, but that's actually still a pretty good start. Ghastly, it can be Ghastly itself can be problematic because it can put you to sleep. But this is not that version. It has.
This is the 50 HP Ghastly, yeah. But this one can lick status paralyze you over and over, which would be very bad. It's a little bit like a mini Lickitung, which we don't like. But you do have a full heal, I think, right?
I have 2.
Yeah, you have 2.
Actually, no. Technically, nice. I have 3 because Item Finder, for those who don't know, Item Finder, what it does is that you discard 2 cards and you can put back into your hand 1, one trainer card into your hand. So, technically speaking, you can make it so that you are working, you have an extra of whatever copy of trainer cards you have in your hand.
Right. Yeah, Computer Search and Item Finder are the 2 rare trainer cards that we care about in the speedrun. It's very high variance whether or not you'll get any of them at all, not to mention multiples. And fortunately, we've been able to get both. Comp Search, discard 2 to get any card from your deck. Item Finder is the same, but with the trainer cards in your discard pile. Functionally, you're usually looking for a trainer card with both of them. So that's a handy way to get more plays out of fewer copies of a card, which is something you'll have to do if you don't get 4 plus power or whatever. So it's very, very handy having to have the options with either of them. And that's Robert, the ghost type battle, I guess.
Yeah, and
so Daniel is a bit of a sleep deck, right?
Yep. Daniel is the sleep deck. He also has Paris, which means there is the potential for a 1-turn win. Unfortunately, we did not get that. Actually, here's what we can do. I can use Pokeball and this. That's fine.
Just take the fight you got, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't go to sleep.
I do have full heal, but I don't want to use it now because there's going to... Okay, perfect.
Nice. That works.
Actually, Jigglypuff is the bigger threat. Paris is not a threat. I can...
Right, yeah. Paris, you want to make sure there's damage on Wigglytuff in case it evolves, which I guess it did. Wigglytuff is a very powerful Pokemon that does more damage proportionally based on whether or not attacks. Rapidash is relatively rarely seen in the speedrun, but it does the same damage as Ponyta with 2 big advantages. One is free retreat, and the other is that if you flip heads on Rapidash's attack, it prevents everything the opponent does to Rapidash from happening, including status, which is really, really handy for this fight. Unfortunately, I haven't been hitting heads with them, but we have been doing solid enough damage, and the rest of the Pokemon are relatively weak, so as long as we get some lucky coin flips here or there, which commentators curse again.
Don't worry. Earlier today, I was streaming a practice of this, and I'm thinking, and against this fight, I had a 4-minute fight. Oh, perfect. Plus power. That actually.
Comp search. That's something. Yeah.
Where's my full? There we go. So the thing with this fight, I had. So Ghastly needs a coin flip to go his way in order for me to fall asleep, and I need a coin flip for me to wake up from sleep.
Right, so there's only a 1 in 4 chance that your attack's actually prevented against Ghastly, fortunately.
So this happened for 11 straight coin flips where I got the unfavorable result, and it resulted in a 4-minute split in this fight.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, it was the worst. It was,
the RNG in this game can be absolutely brutal with chaining coin flips together and stuff like that. It truly is, high variance and random, and there's no balancing of making sure you only get a certain number of heads in a row or anything like that. Anything's possible.
Perfect. Turn 1 win.
Ooh, turn 1 win here against Kristen. This is exactly why we run Ponyta on double colorless, because Ponyta is the only Pokemon that can do 20 damage on turn 1, which lets us have these chances at quick fights. Especially when we're speedrunning for a world record, we want to maximize our chances of getting lucky, basically. We want to be able to have opportunities for the game to give us free wins. We could have consistent fights that take longer, or we can do these, high variance fights. And Ponyta is definitely one of those strategies, though. Ponyta can definitely hold his own in a longer fight, too.
And also, because of the fact that, we have Computer Surge, we have several ways to draw cards into our hand. I felt, I feel really, really good about my odds of having actually getting this
right
again.
And when you're dealing with these gym leaders and trainers that have statusing Pokemon, being able to get quick KOs on the ones that do status can save you more turns than you think, right? Because you're actually doing quite a lot to the Pokemon.
Actually, no, this is fine because I have.
Oh, yeah, the fossil.
No,
Lord.
I have Comp Search, so I can go for a. And that is what makes Computer Search so good. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, there are a lot of different card games out there, but I think it's fair to say that if I give you this effect, you'll tell me, oh yeah, no, this is insanely overpowered. Search literally any card you want in the deck and add it to your hand. All you got to do is discard 2 cards. So that alone is like, I don't know how it is in modern TCG if Computer Search is even a card.
Oh, it's not a card. It is definitely not a thing that you can get play. Certainly not as a play as many as you want trainer.
Yeah.
In base fossil, in like the competitive metagame for this, like with human beings, Computer Search is a little bit more balanced than it looks, just because like every trainer in the game is so overpowered, they kind of like cancel each other out a little bit. And so it becomes a game of attrition where like the 2 cards you lose from your hand actually is a really significant cost, as well as making your deck smaller, where keeping cards in your deck really matters. Like resource control in high level base fossil is actually very interesting. It has nothing to do with the speedrun, but Computer Search is super powerful for speedrunning and for aggro strategies because it just gets you the card you exactly need whenever you need it. Very powerful tutoring effect with very little downside for us, and so much of our deck is filler anyway.
And also, it's also a way for... it's also another potential way for the Mewtwo strat against Mitch to work.
Mm-hmm.
This will be interesting. Okay, we are good for now. So my hope here is that I don't get Rampage. Wait, really? Rampage? I mean, I guess you get the guaranteed 30. I guess that is. So what is... Okay, nothing else is set up. Or at least the second Tortoise is set up. And I don't remember if he has double colorless. He does not. So we are... Okay, no, we're in the clear. Should be in the clear. This...
Yeah, we've actually...
Oh, no, yeah. You know, I was about to say, like, this segment is a little awkward because the fire segment has... So... John is the anger deck, which is a lot of Pokemon that, you know, express anger and stuff, like Tauros and Dodrio and Raticate, which can be, like, especially annoying. Adam is your, you know, prototypical fire deck, which actually is... He's actually the easiest out of the bunch because he actually... It's not often he actually puts out a lot of Pokemon to begin with. He actually bricks a lot. Like, see, for example, like, he didn't even get an extra Pokemon when a lot of NPCs do. And then we got Jonathan afterwards, which is kind of weird. He has something called a reshuffle deck, which basically is a lot of, not stalling per se, but definitely a lot of moving your Pokemon around, taking out your energies and stuff. And it can be quite annoying. And a lot of Pokemon that aren't actually fire types, but it can be quite the ordeal sometimes.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, so we've actually beaten all 8 club leaders, so nothing stops us from beating the game here, but we do have these last few fire-type gym battles that we need to fight. We're about to go into the Pokemon Dome, where we will battle 4 different trainers based on the 3 legendary birds and Dragonite. And the first battle is against a fire deck, so by saving these optional firefights for the end, we can kind of use the same water deck for all 4 of these battles. So that's part of why we're doing a little bit of cleanup here on our pseudo 100% category, basically. So
where is my...
Just in case you were wondering.
Where is Dugong? There's 3 of you in the deck.
Allegedly.
There we go.
I thought you only had 2.
I have 3.
Yeah.
I have 3.
Oh, cool. You got another at some point, yeah. I keep forgetting there's like extra Coliseum packs in this category, so you'll just find more stuff later. The way we play any percent glitchless routing, you basically get all of the Coliseum packs you'll ever get in the first 10 minutes of the speedrun. So you have a very good idea what like 80% of your card pool will be very early on, and that makes planning easier. But with all battles, you don't have that luxury because Coliseum packs are handed out all the time. There's the upside of you get more good cards, but you just don't, you have to keep more and more track of your inventory over time. It's another skill set.
Yeah, this one in particular, the reshuffle deck, this is one of those fights where if you don't have a way to at least try and search for Dugong, it's kind of, you might as well just reset because there's a lot of Pokemon. There's hardly any Pokemon on here that is weak to water. But again, we go for the Dugong Strike because it's very high power. It can do a lot of damage and has 80 HP, which is quite a lot at this point in the game. So thankfully, we have a computer search, meaning that we have what we need in order to win. This, and where's Dugong? There we are.
There we go.
Pretty deep deck. What else do you have?
Oh, nice. Yep, got that clutch KO of that first Lickitung.
I have
second Lickitung is here.
Oh, great.
And unfortunately, because Lickitung has 90 hit points, you can't even paralyze it back without risking a 3-hit KO, so you have to just hope we don't get paralyzed here. Lickitung, in the competitive base fossil metagame, Lickitung is perhaps the single best Pokemon, being such a high HP basic that can paralyze for 1 energy, and is like a reason that stalling strategies are so prevalent in early Pokemon battling. In early trading card gameplay. It is perhaps the single most annoying Pokemon we face in the speedrun for very similar reasons. I mean, actually, there's a lot of contenders for most annoying Pokemon.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's quite a lot. Lapras, I would argue, is up there. Lapras is...
Lapras, yeah, you got Promo Zapdos, for sure. All kinds of different difficult creatures to deal with.
Base set Articuno is also a very tough card to go up against.
Oh, for sure. Or Fossil Articuno,
Articuno. Whoa, second comm search. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, that late Coliseum pack means that you can get some very, very handy things right before the Dome. Having more comp search give you even more deck control right before the hardest fights in the game makes tons of sense. Up next, we're going to be battling Courtney. This is the Moltres-based fire deck. Courtney has actually has a pretty high damage output relative to the other gym leaders. Quick explanation on the legendary birds here. Each of the gym leaders plays with one of the special promotional legendary birds, all of which have an RNG-based on-play Pokemon power. Moltres, for example, will like grab a random number of energy cards from the deck. Actually, the most harmless of them. The difference in mechanics, if you remember the cheating mechanic that we talked about earlier, where gym leaders always have 2 basic Pokemon or more in their starting hand, and then they always have up to 2 more in the next 5 cards they draw. So you can actually tell if a gym leader has one of these legendary birds if the tell you'll want to see is if you see no Pokemon on the opponent's bench, then you know that the other basic that the gym leader or that the Grandmaster had is a legendary bird they're going to play on the next turn, which can be good or bad. In this fight, it's actually good because playing a Moltres will shuffle the deck and thus remove the cheating that the AI just did. But for the other 2 battles, those on-play effects of Articuno and Zapdos can both be very annoying, and we'll talk about those in just a minute. But first, we're making very quick work of this battle just using Water type for type advantage. All of the legendary birds have no weaknesses, by the way, so there won't be any type advantage, so we just want high base damage. Very, very fast.
Yeah, that was that was 149. That's the next.
That is absolutely incredible. You do not see Courtney. Like, Courtney is one of the most frustrating fights in the game and has a lot of variance because of the high damage that various Pokemon can do. Courtney has a Pokemon that literally flips a coin 8 times with a single attack, which is a full like 30 to 40 second time loss every single time it gets that attack off. But we face none of that here, which is very nice.
And also, she is not the hardest of the Grandmasters, but she is the most punishing to reset, because when you reset, you have to basically see the little unskippable cutscene where you have every. Ooh, this is quite annoying.
No, this is real bad.
You lose like 10 seconds, or like I think it's like 10, 12 seconds every time you reset, like on top of what you already lost by resetting.
Right. So Steve here, the Lightning Club leader, not too much of a problem since lightning attacks are resisted by Dugtrio, except for Zapdos. Zapdos is a problem. There's 3 different kinds of Zapdos in this deck, but the promotional Zapdos is the real nuisance. When you play that Zapdos, it picks a random Pokemon on the field to do 30 damage to and ignores weakness and resistance. This can mean if that Zapdos is played turn 1, it can just one-hit KO your Diglett and immediately end the fight. There's lots that we can do to kind of circumvent this and play with the RNG, which we'll talk about if it comes up. But the variance caused by Steve just instantly randomly deciding he wins can be a huge problem sometimes. And of course, the high HP legendary birds. Dugtrio's Earthquake attack, which does 70 base, even though it's resisted by legendary birds, it still does 40 damage, which is still a 3-hit KO, and it's not too bad. So, you know, you have to decide, do you want to play these fights with Dugong, where you do 50 damage unless you have a 2 or 3-hit KO on normal types, or do you want to play with Dugtrio, where you get the 1-hit KO on colorless types, but more trouble with the birds. Dugtrio is generally the slightly more optimal, higher risk strategy. So you'll see Tauronite stick with Dugtrio for the rest of this run here.
This has been an exceptional start to the Pokemon Dome, by the way.
Yeah, these were 2 incredibly fast Dome fights. We have not really had time to explain the nuances of any of these. And it looks like you are in a position here where, cross our fingers.
Knock on every form of wood there is. Oh my God.
I'm knocking on everything in my room. Oh my God, this is a 3-turn. This might be this is currently on pace for the fastest Dome ever completed. Like, I almost guarantee it. We'll see what happens. There are 2 more fights to go. Rod is the leader of the Grandmasters, but he has the easiest deck because he has a Dragonite-based deck. And Dragonite is not a basic Pokemon, so you have a lot of like low energy basics here. There's still Lapras and Kangaskhan are the 2 big things you want to worry about here. And if you see them, generally it's like, but, you know, potentially, but otherwise it's a lot of 30, 40, 50 HP Pokemon. And it looks like for some reason he's not powering up Lapras, so...
That tells me he probably has an evolution. Or not? Or, wait, no, he doesn't.
Rod makes no sense. Attempting to understand Rod does not help us.
That's fair.
Do we have like a...
Actually, wait.
We have
can we Pokeball? Okay, I don't even need to use comp.
Oh,
I
nice.
can use-
Yeah, free Dugtrio.
I can comp search for. Actually, no, I don't even need to comp search for a plus power now.
You don't need to do it now. You can save it for later. You got
Yeah.
time. Yeah. But now we're pretty much smooth sailing. It's a little bit slowed down by the Lapras, but we have, a nice 4 prize here. That's still very solid for Rod. So hopefully, and just keep an energy removal to keep things off the bench. We saw Dratini there. The biggest threat is Dratini evolving into Dragonair, which makes it have 80 hit points and potentially do 60 damage with 3 energy. So we want to make sure Dratini never gets to 3 energy, which could prompt the evolution. So that's why you're seeing such an aggressive energy removal strategy from Toro Knight here, which is excellent because it's prevented this Dratini from evolving and thus potentially saved full minutes or the entire fight altogether. And this rod was a little bit longer than normal, but not too much. Probably only 20 seconds of time loss after what you could expect. So we're still on pace for an absolutely incredible dome here. The last and final fight of the game is Ronald once more. It's not the hardest Ronald deck, as we have said, but it's a fire-based deck with a lot of different legendary birds, so a lot of potential to just lose time more than it is losing the actual battle. And you really need to get Dugtrio set up immediately. But fortunately, these comp searches keep coming in clutch, so we have guaranteed ways to get to Dugtrio with this deck, which is super, super helpful. If we top deck a plus power here, we're pretty much made. Couldn't fix it.
Okay, I'm getting rid of EV.
Oh, you get the KO of Eevee. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so you're still turn optimal right now. And there's one legendary bird, unfortunately.
That's fine. This is I'm fine with.
It just costs time. It doesn't really cost you losing the fight or anything like that.
Yeah. Actually, we need. In case we actually don't have time to explain this, here's the gimmick with Ronald's deck. He has 2 copies of every single mega legendary promo that he has, which is Anointed Deal Whip. However, you'll notice that he does not have a single water or lightning energy in this entire deck, meaning that Pokemon such as Articuno and Zapdos can never attack. Once they are placed on the field, they are literally meat shields. And it's really fun.
Unfortunately, they're really good meat shields because they have 100 HP and they resist fighting.
Yeah.
But they are... So the big threat with Ronald is not really losing the fight outright, but just losing time. And facing 2 of the 6 possible legendary birds in here isn't great, but it's hard to do better than that against Ronald. It's really hard to get lucky against him. If we get a plus power or something, this might be a 1-hit. There we go. Oh, hey, manifested it right here. The commentator's curse in reverse right there. All right, Flareon can do 30 damage, but luckily it's a 1-hit KO, so we don't have too much to worry about here. One more KO, then we're very near the end of the run.
This is one of the fastest domes in history. It's actually...
Yeah, I think it might be. I want to time this out when we're done. So all we got to do now is run to the end cutscene, click through some dialogue, and time will be when the screen flashes white after the 4th legendary card is drawn and a bit more text appears.
Wow.
So it's coming up in about 10, 15 seconds.
This is unbelievable.
This might... Seriously, absolutely stellar play in the dome here.
This is, at least for all battles, this is by far the fastest dome segment in history. This is by far.
Yeah, you normally expect to spend at least 11 or 12 minutes in the dome, and I think we spent 7.
And that's time.
And time.
Okay, we spent a little under 9 minutes, so it was an 8-something. It was a high 8 minutes. I think it's right up.
Okay, yeah, the fastest dome I think is 8:51 or something. So we're actually very, very close to a record there in our little subcategory.
I'd have to check because, and I should know this because I'm the one that has the sub 9-minute dome world record.
Right, I think my PB is 8 minutes, or is 9 minutes 11 seconds or something like that. I'll have to look that up. We should really keep track of that. We should have a leaderboard for dome times.
We keep discussing keeping track of community goals. This probably would have been the perfect time to see what it actually would be. Regardless, this is the fastest dome segment in this category by far. We've had a few 9 minutes and a lot of 10 minutes, but I do not believe we've ever had an 8-minute dome segment. So what a way to kind of cap off this run. The early game, pretty solid. Mid game, we kind of stumbled a little bit, but you know what? We turned it all the way back with the greatest dome segment, final 5 fights. By the way, this was supposed to be the hardest fights in the game, and we cut through these like butter.
Right, we seriously had more trouble with like random minions putting you to sleep than we did with any of these fights. And not all of it is just good luck. It's a lot of good reactions from Toro Knight and knowing when to play the key trainers in order to escalate to specific cards, knowing what energy to remove to prevent evolutions. It was you all of the things need to line up to get a dome like this. So it's very impressive to be able to see this happen live in this kind of setting.
Yeah, no, there's a concept that we in the TCG speedrunning community we like to call reset discipline, and that's something that you accumulate as you spend months and maybe even years kind of constructing, which is having the knowledge and the experience of knowing, okay, is this fight something that from the get-go, can I win this? Or rather, can I win this fast? And that's when we kind of make that split-second decision that Pinko was talking about and figure out, okay, am I gonna keep this? Am I gonna risk it? Or am I just going to reset the entire fight and hope for something better? And you kind of saw that a few times where at first it may look like, okay, this doesn't look too bad, but then I reset and we got something better. Or sometimes, luck of the draw, sometimes we got something worse and have to reset all over again. But thankfully in this one, Pinko, correct me, did we reset even one fight in the dome? I don't even know.
No, we did not. No, you just went straight through. The game sometimes just hands it to you. There's a lot of times when you need to reset, like you're not going to get your deck trio, or when the Zapdos knocks you out in 2 of those fights. Lots of things can cause resets, but all of those, the game kind of handed it to you. I'd love to see a dome like this on record pace from somebody, because that would potentially create an unbeatable PB.
The funny thing is, in this dome is like almost 6 minutes faster than my PB dome, which used to be world record. So this is a potential like you just kind of saw it right there. This is potentially as much as 6 minutes for me to save, which that alone is already enough for me to actually reclaim my world record, because world record is less than 3.5 minutes. So
right. Yeah, this category is definitely wide open for contenders like Toro Knight, even Welsh to get it. Potentially me, but I haven't played that much. It is so new, and there's so much variance in each of these battles that if we're able to any one of us really is able to string together these time saves and like seize good opportunities and know exactly when to reset and when to hold, that we could potentially save like giant cuts off this world record. I'm sure it's at least 10-15 minutes away from the lowest it'll ever be. Like there is plenty of time saved to go here. So if you're thinking about running a game, it's a very exciting category to get into. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree. There is actually one fun little thing which we kind of referenced very early on, is the post game. There is technically 2 bits of things in the post game for us to do, which is this little thing called the dual computer. Someone had a question about that, if this is part of the all battles run. It is not. The reason being is because this dual computer basically is kind of like, think of it as the battle tower in like some of the main series games, where it's just a gauntlet of fights and you do not change your Pokemon, your team. Whatever you roll with at the start, that's what you're keeping with. And it's 5 fights. The way it works is first 3 fights are random NPCs. The 4th fight is a club master, and the 5th fight is a grand master. And so the fun thing is just kind of figuring out and just trying to see how high your score can be. You don't get any reward for it, but it's a nice little thing to kind of test your viability against a bunch of different styles. And the other thing is that the Challenge Cup opens up at certain random points in the game, where if you win, you get a random promo card that you theoretically could have gone through in-game trades throughout this game or accomplishing certain tasks.
Well, the Challenge Cup in-game, the promo cards are fixed. It's the second. If you enter Challenge Cup after the 2nd gym, it's one. After a 5th gym, it's another. And then at the end game, Challenge Cup randomly starts or stops depending on various factors, and you get random promo cards there.
Yeah. So there's like fun little bits of things, and obviously there's still more cards for you to collect, trying to see what type of deck you'll build. And this was a lot of fun. I'm really ecstatic over how this end game went. Yadaran on another fellow runner was saying 5th fight can also be Imakuni. I did not know that. I did not know the 5th fight can also be Imakuni. So that's actually really fun. But yeah, this game has been featured on GDQ in a lot of different marathons over the past 18 months, especially because it got ported to the Nintendo Switch through the Switch Virtual Console back in August of 2023, which really opened up the viability of people wanting to run this game, and it's a lot of fun. As you saw, it's very simple. I would say the skill floor of this game is very low, meaning a lot of people can just go into it, but I believe that the skill ceiling is very high, and I think it's a very rewarding game for you to grind and keep getting good paces. We've had a lot of new runners over the past year, and it's been fantastic seeing their progress go from their initial times and go all the way to like contending for sub-hour on glitch lists. And we even had a runner that actually entered the top 10 after only like a couple of months entering the game, which is kind of goes to show that the potential for new runners to come in and have a great time. And listen, this game is fantastic. It's got great music.
Yeah, Tornight's being a little modest here because he's been running the game for a year and a half, basically, and is in like contention 2 years now, maybe, and is like in contention for records in every category. It's a great RPG if you wanted to run RPGs. Like, what other RPG can you run through the game in about an hour and not skip anything? Like it is a very fast-paced, quick thinking on your feet kind of speed run. It's not just going through motions. It's a lot of like puzzle solving, a lot of like fast twitch action. Which is weird to say about an RPG, but it's just a really compelling speed game that I hope more and more people consider. Feel free to join us on the Discord or on speedrun.com or whatever if you're interested in. We're happy to help new people learn anytime.
Yeah, and I just kind of giving myself a bit of a self promo. I run this game. I was actually running this game earlier today as a bit of a practice. This run ended up being better than the practice run from earlier today by like a little over a minute, which is great. And so yeah, I run this game. I also run the Spyro trilogy, Spyro 1, Spyro 3, and then Reignited 1 and 3. And I also speedrun like a bunch of different like either Mario games or PS1 games, and just recently got into Pokemon Omega Ruby, which has been a lot of fun, which I got inspired to do so from the GDQ run from earlier this month. So yeah, you can follow me on Twitch at Toronite, and hopefully we get to see new runners in this game. It's, as Michael said, we are always happy to help out with anybody who wants to learn this category, and not just this category, but this is overall the game in general. There's a lot of different ways you can speedrun this game, all of which I would say is very much fun.
Yeah, and do you have any thing you want to shout out before we end here at PineCon?
Oh yeah, no, just I'm. Thanks everybody for hosting this game again. It's always a pleasure to show it off. If people want to join the Discord or anything to learn more about the game, we always support that. And if you want to see more people speedrun the game, you can either check out Tornight's channel or my channel, where we both constantly stream our attempts and practice and improvements in this game.
Awesome. And yeah, thank you both so much for being on, for showcasing the game. Like you said, it's nice to have an RPG where you can play it in an hour and a half and you're doing everything. So thank you so much for both of you for being on. Unfortunately, we do not have any more show for you tonight, but we do have more GDQ Hotfix coming up tomorrow. We got Perilous Paths followed by Hidden Heroes starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Hope to see you all there. Have a great night, everybody. And thanks again, everybody, for showcasing stuff today.
Yep, thank you. And from Pinecone, myself, and Bulbasaur, thank you so much for tuning in. You've been a fantastic crowd, and have a great rest of your evening, everybody.